Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was the weakest Red Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A boy, about 17 years old, with brown hair and chocolate brown eyes was walking home with a huge smile on his face and a small group of people around him. His name was Issei, of course, host of Welsh Dragon D-Drag, aka the Red Dragon Emperor or the Heavenly Dragon of Domination. They were walking home after a day of having lots of fun together. The high school year just ended. Akino, Riaz and Sona with her queen Tsubaki graduated from high school just yesterday while Issei, Asia, Zenobia, Irina and Kiba will be third-year students after the summer break. The graduates are planning to go to college next year that is near Ku Town. Issei had a great idea to celebrate their graduation together for a whole day and much to everyone's joy, Sona and Tsubaki agreed to join them for the day along with her peerage. They had an extremely fun day at an amusement park and later at a beach much to Issei's and Saji's excitement. Irina wasn't able to come with them as she was sent to heaven by Michael himself for the whole summer. They were able to watch some bouncy action as the girls played volleyball. When it was their turn to play they couldn't focus on the ball and were hit a couple of times in their faces or even worse, below their waist. It was quite dark already when Issei, his ladies and buddies reached the house. Kiba and Saji tagged along to spend some more time together. Issei didn't mind them coming as they were his best friends and brothers in arms. They entered the house and turned on the lights. While everyone went to the living room, Asia and Akino went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks and drinks. After a couple of minutes, everyone was gathered in the living room and enjoyed each other's company. But suddenly everyone's attention was gathered by a red magic circle with Gremory ruins glowing in the middle of the room. Seconds later 4 people emerged from it. 3 of them were tall but one of them wore a formal robe and shoulder platings. His eyes were baby blue and shoulder-length crimson hair like Ria's while the other was muscular and had purple eyes and jet black hair and wore simple clothes. The muscular man held a box full of what looked like expensive bottles of alcohol. The other 2 were a man and a girl that looked a lot alike. The beautiful young girl had dark blue eyes with long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls and pink ribbons that kept them in place. The front of her hair had several bangs hanging over her forehead. She wore a beautiful pink dress and had a small box too, but from the smell, Issei could tell that she had a delicious pie ready to be eaten. Lastly, a tall and handsome young man in his early 22s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes was next to the girl. He had an arrogant smirk but not too arrogant after Issei's beating. Yo Sarayorg, Zech, Ravel and Fried Chicken greeted them Issei with a toothy grin. Everyone chuckled at Riser's misfortune as he growled from annoyance. Why hello their brother-in-law greeted him back, the crimson-haired man who was Zech's. Both Issei and Riaz gained a tint of red on their faces from slight embarrassment while the rest of the girls had jealous looks. To make the situation worse for the duo, the muscular man with the box who was Sarayorg started laughing at their embarrassed reactions. If you're gonna laugh any longer I'm gonna beat you again like 2 weeks ago, warned Issei. I wouldn't mind us fighting again, replied Sarayorg as he put the box on the ground next to his feet but never broke the fierce eye contact with the Red Dragon Emperor. The rating game between Sarayorg Bale and Riaz Gremory was 2 weeks ago and Issei came victorious at the last moment after getting knocked out by Sarayorg and gaining his newest and strongest form yet, called Cardinal Crimson Promotion. Issei was promoted to the middle-class devil after the rating game and Sarayorg's mother woke up from her long-lasting coma. Now, we didn't come here to fight, said Zech calmly with a kind smile. Both titans broke their fierce glare and shook hands with prideful smirks. So what business do we have with you? After all, it's quite late, asked Issei politely this time. Well, we came here to celebrate 3 occasions tonight, said Zech. And those are? Asked Riaz. Issei's promotion, answered Ravel shyly with a blush. Your graduation, Riaz. The next one who spoke was Zech. Your victory of the rating game. The last one was Sarayorg that spoke. I understand Riaz's graduation, but we already celebrated the victory of the rating game and my promotion, said Issei with a confused expression. Well, I didn't participate in the last 2 celebrations because, as you heard, my mother finally woke up from her coma, so I spent as much time with her as I could, said Sarayorg. And I had some business to attend to with my family, said Ravel. Come on, Issei, I don't think it will be harmful to re-celebrate your promotion and our victory again, right? Plus, they already came here with some nice presents, said Akino with a seductive voice as she hugged him from behind. Why yeah, I think so too. I mean, my parents will return only after tomorrow, so let's celebrate, said Issei with a strong blush as he felt Akino's breast being pressed against his back. Everyone cheered and soon enough Sarayorg took out a couple of bottles from the box that he brought while Akino went to bring some glasses. They somehow managed to make Issei drink some of the alcohol even if he wasn't of age. But Saji drank with no problem as if it wasn't his first time, even though he was drunk after only a couple of glasses. But Ravel and Kiba didn't drink any as they didn't want to. After 2 hours of drinking and sharing some hilarious stories while drunk and funny moments of Rosswace, who passed out not too long after, Zech had to go as he had business in the morning to attend to. Of course, he didn't leave by himself. Grafia helped him. No, dragged him by his ear while she scolded him for drinking too much and left. Not much later, Ravel decided to leave too as she achieved her goal of making Issei try her cinnamon apple pie, which Issei described as amazing, much to her joy. They were having fun and drinking until Issei had what he thought was a great idea. He grabbed Kiba by his wrist and started to drag him out of the living room. "Hey Issei, where are you?" Kiba tried to ask him what he was doing but got silenced by him. "SHHHH, I want a hiccup to propose to the girls, hiccup, so I need your help, hiccup, to finish our project," said Issei between hiccups as he wobbled towards the exit with Kiba behind. "But aren't you too drunk?" asked Kiba nervously. "Nah, hiccup, I'll be fine," said Issei as he opened the door and walked outside with Kiba. "Hey D-Drag, you awake?" called out Issei to the mighty dragons of domination through a mental link. "What is it that you need, partner?" asked D-Drag with a tired voice that indicated that he was asleep. "Can you maybe somehow make me undrunk?" asked Issei. After a moment of silence, D-Drag responded tiredly. "Sure, but it will get really hot." "Hot?" asked a dumbfounded Issei. He didn't get an explanation from D-Drag but rather a demonstration. Issei started to sweat a lot as his body temperature rose significantly. He started to pant as the temperature rose and burned out all of the alcohol within his body, and after 5 minutes Issei was good as new but sweaty. "Thanks, pal," thanked Issei as he was now sober. "No problem," replied D-Drag as he fell asleep. "Kiba, can you help me out here?" asked Issei as he pointed at his sweaty clothes. "Sure," replied Kiba with a chuckle as he summoned a light blue sword. He slashed at the air with the sword and a small wave of water hit Issei. It was stronger than what Issei expected as he was knocked down to the ground. "Sorry," apologized Kiba as he offered his hand. Issei grabbed his hand and Kiba helped him stand up. He then summoned a different sword that emitted small flames from the edges. "Don't burn me," said Issei. Kiba nodded and did the same as last time but with much less force and a weak flame just enough to vaporize the water from the clothes. "Thank you. Now wait a sec, I need to make a call," said Issei as he took out a phone from his pocket and luckily was still working after what it just went through. He started to call someone as Kiba just watched, and not long after Issei's call was answered. "Yo kiddo, what you gonna tell me?" answered a male voice. "Yo Azazel, still up I see, good, look I want to finish our little project tonight as fast as possible please," said Issei hastily. "You mean the rings?" "I mean, if it's so important to finish them tonight, who am I to not help my buddy out?" said Azazel. "Thank you, Azazel, I promise to repay you somehow someday," said Issei with a voice full of excitement. "Sure, a bottle or two of sake and a small trip to a strip club will be fine as payment," said Azazel with a chuckle. "Sure, see you at Grigori," replied Issei as he hung up. "We have a green light," said Issei with a thumbs up and a goofy smile. "Yeah, I kind of heard all of it including the payment," said Kiba with a light chuckle. "Don't tell anyone about it, and can you teleport us to Grigori?" said Issei with a stern stare. "Sure, let's go," said Kiba as he created a crimson teleportation magic circle beneath his feet with Grimoire ruins. Issei stepped into the circle and they were gone in a crimson flash. In a dark room, a crimson flash lit up the whole room for a moment that looked like science research or crafting and building lab. Soon the lights turned on and a tall man who appeared to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and a black goatee slowly walked into the room with a long yawn. "So you are already here. Good, let's get started," as it sounded urgent in the phone call, said Azazel as he walked towards the duo. "Yeah, let us not waste any more time than needed," said Issei all hyped up. Azazel prepared some tools and took out a wooden box which contained unfinished rings for Riaz, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina, though Irina will get hers when she comes back. Issei brought materials like gems and diamonds out of a safe. Like that, the trio spent at least 4 hours finishing the rings. Issei poured his whole heart and soul into them to make them perfect for the girls. Azazel was already asleep in his chair and Kiba almost fell asleep too if not for Issei, who closed the wooden box with the rings. "Well Kiba, thank you for your assistance once again and I will repay you too in some kind of way," said Issei with a tired smile. "Sure, but not the same way as Azazel," said Kiba with a tired chuckle. "Okay, but you at least need to find a girlfriend," said Issei. "Sure, someday," replied Kiba as he stood up from his chair and stretched his limbs. "Alright, take this box and let's do like we practiced those other times," said Issei as he gave Kiba the box. Kiba once again created a teleportation magic circle and teleported both of them back to the mansion with the same crimson flash. "Good luck kiddo," whispered Azazel with his eyes closed as he fell asleep for real this time. Issei and Kiba arrived at the mansion's doorstep. "Well, time to go in," said Issei, but he sounded completely different. Just a moment ago he was excited and looking forward to it with confidence. Now he sounded nervous. "Don't worry Issei, no need to be nervous. Remember that you have mine, Azazel's and D-Drag's support right at this moment, so nothing can go wrong," said Kiba with a kind smile as he held the wooden box. "That's right partner, don't be a chicken and enter like a fearless dragon," roared D-Drag confidently. Issei smiled after hearing that they will support him and nothing will go wrong. It put his mind at ease. He took a deep breath and opened the door. They saw that the lights in the living room were still on but no noise was heard. Issei and Kiba thought that maybe they fell asleep as they did take 4 hours at the Grigori, but D-Drag had a bad feeling already. They entered the living room and much to their surprise they saw only a passed out Rossways on the ground with a bunch of empty bottles laying around the room. Issei and Kiba chuckled before Issei picked her up and placed her gently on the sofa. "Maybe they're upstairs," whispered Issei as he looked at Kiba. Kiba just nodded and they went to the elevator. They got to the 3rd floor and silently walked towards Issei's bedroom. Everything went okay until they heard something really disturbing that froze both men and made D-Drag even more anxious. Yeah, Issei. A moan of Akino filled the corridor. Issei looked at Kiba to see if what he heard was a hallucination, but his expression told everything. Without a word, Issei decided to move on, but D-Drag spoke through the mental link. Partner, I think that's a bad idea. We need to fall back. I have a bad feeling about this, warned the mighty dragon. What do you mean? You just told me to enter like a fearless dragon and now fall back, replied Issei as he didn't stop walking. D-Drag didn't utter anything back as it was true, but he still didn't want Issei to continue. The closer they got, the louder the moans got. Kiba noticed how Issei started to tremble, so he decided that they should stop. He grabbed Issei's wrist, but when Issei glared at him with now bone-chilling red eyes instead of gentle and soft brown ones, made Kiba release Issei and just continue walking. Soon enough, the duo were standing in front of Issei's bedroom from where all of those moans came from. Issei reached out to the door handle with a trembling hand and held his breath as well as prayed. Even if he was a devil, he still prayed that it was just a prank or the girls just masturbated thinking about him. But the bed's intense screeching made it look otherwise. As soon as the door was opened by Issei, a strong smell of sex filled their nostrils. The room itself was dark, but both Kiba and Issei saw everything in the dark because devils had a night vision sight. What both men saw shocked them to their very cores. Kiba looked at Issei and saw him stop breathing and his red eyes glow more intensely. It reminded him of the time when Issei activated the Juggernaut drive for the first time. Kiba then looked back to the horrid scene that was Akino being pounded by Riser while the other girls and two men were passed out cold from alcohol and all the fun they had. Kiba then noticed that Asia's nether regions seemed to be gushing out the white stuff, while the other girls were clean because they used protection, and seems like Issei noticed that too as he started to breathe unevenly. Yes, Issei, you are so good at this, suddenly moaned Akino with an expression that screamed pleasure as Riser sped up. It seemed that the bed begged for help as it barely was standing. The girls are so drunk that they somehow managed to mistake Issei for them, thought Kiba with such fury. He couldn't believe that his master and savior, who he looked up to so much, was doing such things behind Issei's back, his brother's back, who he looked up to even more. Kiba wanted to summon his sword of betrayer and slash the heads of the three men. But before he could do that, Issei started to back away slowly before sprinting out of the house down the stairs. Kiba didn't even get the chance to stop him as he just disappeared. You morons, what are you doing? Shouted Kiba at the disaster that was in front of him. But they were so drunk that they didn't even hear him and continued their fun. Kiba saw that there was no use, so he contacted Grafia. Lord Surzich needs to get here as fast as he can. We have a huge problem. Please get here quickly to the Hyoudou household. The town is in danger, said Kiba with an anxious voice as he feared for the worst. We're coming, replied a feminine yet serious voice. 5 minutes later, the bed screeching and Akino's moans were silenced, and a few more minutes later a silver magic circle appeared next to Kiba, who was leaning against the wall next to the door where the hideous scene was last seen. What's the matter, Knight of Rias? Asked Surzich, who stood in front of Kiba with his wife and Queen Grafia, who was wearing her usual maid uniform. Sigh, just look inside this room and you'll see how your dear sister messed up this time, said Kiba with a disappointed sigh as he pointed at the door next to him. Surzich got a bad feeling when the knight of his sister said those words. He looked at Grafia, who nodded and walked in front of the door before opening it. As soon as she opened the door, she let out a shocked gasp and covered her mouth with both of her hands from both shock and smell. Surzich rushed in right behind her, and he saw Rias and half of her peerage naked together in bed with Saray, Riser, and Saji. Surzich became furious as he released his aura and woke up all of the filth as the mansion started to shake. Everyone shot up from the bed, and the first thing they saw were Grafia's and Surzich's glowing blue and red eyes that were full of anger and disappointment. "Be brother," stuttered Rias out of fear and confusion as she saw his angry eyes. "Be brother, what's going on? What are you doing here?" asked Rias, still not processing what was going on and not noticing the three men who were at the bedside shivering from fear, regret, and disappointment in themselves. "No, Rias, it's me who wants to know what is going on here, and what were you doing with them?" said Surzich with controlled anger as he pointed at the three men who flinched. Rias and the girls looked at the three naked men and then recalled the moments of what happened not too long ago. The memories were hazy and blurry, but they understood what happened. "And no, this can't be real, no. It can't be," shouted Rias with a horrified expression as the girls behind her started to cry and sob. "But it's real, and you fucked up big time here," said Kiba with disgust, who was standing in the doorway with his arms crossed. "Where's Eyes?" asked Akino with a shaky voice. "He ran away after we saw you, Akino. Enjoy, Riser." "Oh, and by the way," said Kiba calmly before leaning behind the door and grabbing a wooden box. He threw the box and let the rings fall out of it on the ground. The rings scattered on the floor as everyone let out a gasp. Kiba took one ring from the floor that had a golden orange gem. That ring was Arena's. Since she wasn't here, Kiba decided to give it back to Issei, as at least one girl was faithful. "A week ago, Issei asked me to cover for him with devil work so he could make these rings for you. Every early morning he asked me to help him practice his proposal speech so that he wouldn't disappoint any of you. He was really looking forward to this moment. He put so much thought and effort into this one single moment, but you just, I can't believe how messed up you are," said Kiba before he turned to look at Surzich. My lord, Issei ran out of the mansion and I believe that the town is in danger because Issei can't control his emotions at the moment, so we need to find him as fast as we can, said Kiba with utmost seriousness. Yes, Grafia, contact Sona and let her dispatch her peerage and help Riaz's night search for Issei, ordered Surzech. Grafia and Kiba nodded before he ran out of the room, and Grafia contacted Sona. "The brother, we will help too," said Riaz with a weak voice. "No, you and your present peerage will go to the Gremory mansion and wait for me there while the three scums better get out of my sight," said Surzech sternly before Grafia created a magic teleportation circle beneath her feet. The three men teleported with their own magic circles while Grafia teleported Riaz and her peerage to the Gremory mansion before coming back to Surzech. "Sigh, why did any of this happen? It was supposed to be just a small celebration party, but now everything is ruined," said Surzech as he rubbed his forehead. Grafia walked up to him and placed her hand on his hand. "Not now, dear. We have a huge problem at hand. Later you can rant all you want," said Grafia with a sweet and soft voice. Surzech took her hand before kissing it. "Okay, dear, let's G," before he could finish. A loud roar followed by a huge amount of dominating aura washed over the town. "Damn it," said Surzech as he and his queen flew with their devil wings or the windows towards the source of the roar. After running out of the mansion, Issei took flight into the skies with his balance breaker activated. He didn't fly for too long and hid in a small cave in the forest of Ku Town. He sat down and tried to calm down. "Partner, how are you?" spoke D-Drag slowly. How am I after what they did? I ain't some toy that can be just thrown away like that." "Who do they think they are?" echoed Issei's shout of pure fury and agony through the cave as his tears kept hitting the ground. "Calm down, partner. We have even worse problems right now regarding your pawn pieces and a curse that dragons get after their mates betray them or the mates die. You have very little time to," spoke the wise dragon, but it fell on deaf ears as Issei stood up with his glowing eyes. Rainier was right. Who would want to be with a pervert like me? Those wannabe friends turn their back on me and have fun with my women. I'll kill them all. I will obliterate their meaningless existence," shouted Issei as his aura started to leak violently. The curse of the Juggernaut drive rapidly started to influence Issei's thinking and mental state. "Partner, calm down. I can't keep the past hosts at bay for too long. You are already dying. Stop this," roared D-Drag, but Issei didn't hear him again, and his balance breaker once again appeared without even calling out to it, and several green orbs appeared and floated around Issei. "It's starting, yes, it's starting once again," spoke one of the green orbs. "I'll kill them," repeated Issei. "Finally, this time you will surely fall to the curse of the Juggernaut drive," spoke another. "I'll kill them all," roared Issei as the images of his now ex-girls making love with his brothers kept flashing in his mind. "Partner, stop," roared D-Drag for the last time, but it didn't work as Issei continued the chant. Issei was getting bigger and his aura swirled around him violently, destroying the cave entirely in the process with the explosive power. "I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve at the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination, and I shall sink you into the depths of the crimson purgatory," roared D-Drag as soon as Issei finished the chant, and with a powerful roar that shook the ground woke up the whole town, but right after that all of the humans were knocked unconscious by his overwhelmingly dominating aura. There he stood, in a very similar to the scale mail armor with a much more dragon-like gigantic form. The armor possessed claw-like growths on the hands and feet, as well as horns and a fanged mouth on the helmet. The whole ground shook and cracked from his aura alone, but he did not release only his aura but some kind of crimson miasma that oozed from his body and covered the whole town with it. Issei was tall enough to see the whole town of Ku, and as soon as he noticed the mansion he roared once again before moving towards it. He didn't get too far as a bunch of magic circles appeared in front of him in the sky about 50 meters away from him. Out of the magic circles came out Surzech, Grafia, Kiba, Sona and her peerage except for Saji, Azazel and Michael. "What in the world is happening here?" shouted Azazel as he looked at Issei, who activated the Juggernaut drive for the second time. "I would like to know that too. He was praying earlier some weird things," said Michael. "No time for explaining. Right now we need to get him out of his armor," shouted Kiba, who was behind them. "What is this mist?" asked Tsubaki, Sona's queen. "I don't know, but it makes me feel very uncomfortable. It keeps sending chills down my spine," said Sona with a slightly unnerved look. The beast got annoyed as the people ignored him, so to gather their attention he started to power up. Roared D-Drag's voice. Everyone was on guard and prepared to fight this beast. Even Surzech was not enough to defeat Issei in his Juggernaut drive without killing him. D-Drag cannot contact Issei nor anyone else once the curse is activated, so we can't know Issei's condition at the moment, explained Azazel. "Azazel, send the White Dragon Empress here. Even if she is in the Chaos Brigade, we can't stop Issei without her help. We will stall for time in the meantime," said Surzech. Azazel nodded and called the White Dragon Empress via a magic circle that appeared next to his right ear. "Sona, you and your peerage create a barrier so Issei won't be able to destroy the town. Kiba and Grafia, you will help her while I, Azazel, and Michael will hold him back," ordered Surzech. "Yes, my lord," replied everyone before they landed on the ground and started to create a dome-like barrier around Issei, Surzech, and Michael. "You ready?" asked Michael. "Yes," replied Surzech as he powered up, followed by Michael. They unleashed their auras, but it was no match for Issei's dominating one. Surzech unleashed a barrage of demonic attacks as well as the power of destruction spheres and beams, while Michael used holy magic and light spears, but if it damaged the armor even slightly, it repaired itself instantly. While they were holding Issei in place, Azazel finally contacted the White Dragon Empress. "Speak, Valerica, we have a problem here and I bet you already know what it is," said Azazel hastily. The Red One activated the Juggernaut drive again. "Yes, I felt it," replied the Empress known as Valerica. "Still referring to your crush as Red One?" asked Azazel. "Who told you that?" shouted Valerica. "That doesn't matter. Now, you want to save your crush or not?" asked Azazel. He got no reply, so Azazel tried to pressure her. "Remember, it's his second time activating the curse and his life force is still not replenished," said Azazel. "Fine, I will come," said Valerica before she ended the call. "Oh ho, from rivals to lovers? How sweet," chuckled Azazel before he entered the barrier to help hold Issei in one place. "Lane break. Where are you going, Valerica?" asked Arthur as he saw Valerica leave the training ground. "You keep training here, I have some business to take care of," replied Valerica as she left the room. "So Albion, mind telling me how Azazel found out about that?" asked Valerica as she put on her combat clothes. "Well, you speak about the Red One's host so much while you sleep, I may have or have not told about it to Fafnir to vent my frustrations," replied Albion. "You'll pay for this," said Valerica with a sadistic grin that sent shivers down Albion's spine. "Balance breaker," shouted Valerica. "Vanishing dragon balance breaker," roared Albion, and in a bright white and blue flash, Valerica was in her armor. She created a magic circle and vanished in a flash. Back to Nku. Valerica arrived at the scene and the first thing she noticed were that the whole town was covered in a dark crimson mist and a knocked-out Sona and her peerage with lone Grafia who was struggling to keep up the barrier. Surzech and Michael had injuries but nothing too serious, while Azazel was in his downfall armor. And the last thing she noticed was Issei in his Juggernaut drive destroying the surroundings and the annoying bugs that were in front of him. But once she saw his eyes and felt the mist, she felt a deep sadness. His eyes had flowing tears, but the tears were that of blood. He let out a roar, but it didn't seem that of rage, but rather sorrow and agony. "Albion," asked Valerica. "It can't be. Valerica, your crush here has very little time left. He's cursed by one of the most powerful dragon curses called Dragon's Fall. Once a dragon's mate dies or betrays, the dragon gets a curse and dies in a week or two. Hosts of draconic sacred gears have a slim chance of getting the curse, but if that happens many times or the host's heart is weak and can't handle something like that, the chances are bigger. There are 3 stages of this sickness. The first one is rage. Dragon can't control its emotions. Second, a mist is spread from dragon's body, and the third is blood tears. But I feel a strong demonic and draconic energy clash that is happening inside the boy's body. His pawn pieces are corrupted and are quickening the process of the dragon's fall, not speaking about his life force being depleted right this moment. Luckily this time the form is incomplete too, otherwise we wouldn't be able to save him," explained Albion to Valerica. "Then there's no time to waste," said Valerica, and as she was ready to take action, Issei launched a Longinus smasher at the faction leaders who were stalling for time. They were unlucky and were blown away from the force of the attack through the barrier, while Grafia fell to her knees, unable to keep the barrier up. Valerica landed on the ground and started to chant, "I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall take you to the limits of white paradise," roared Albion as soon as Valerica finished the chant. Her Juggernaut drive was similar but white instead of red, and the gems were blue, not green like Issei's, and some details were different but the same draconic appearance. Roared D-Drake's voice as Issei unleashed another beam, this time at Valerica, but once it got close it disappeared without reaching its target as Albion roared, "Divide X20. Valerica didn't waste any time as she charged a blue sphere in her claw, using the energy she stored up from Issei's last attack and combined it with her demonic magic. Once she released the attack, it hit Issei and he roared out of pure pain as bits of Issei's armor flew in every direction before D-Drag's voice rang out again. And Issei cancelled the attack but was obviously damaged, and the armor was repairing slowly now. Valerica was glad when she saw Issei get weaker, but it wasn't because of the attack. Valerica, his life force is almost all dried up. He isn't getting weaker. He will use every last drop of his power and life force to destroy everything here in one last move," roared Albion, shocking Valerica in the process. "Do you have any suggestions?" asked Valerica hastily. "Yes, but you won't like it." "Not one bit," answered Albion. "Just tell me already," shouted Valerica. "You'll have to run," said Albion. "Are you crazy?" "I am not running away," shouted Valerica. "Then you'll die here. You don't have the time nor the power to stop him anymore. It's too late," roared Albion back. Valerica became silent and had very complex emotions about this until she had one last idea. "Off-Ice, I need your help," roared Valerica, but nothing happened. "Please, Off-Ice, I beg of you," roared Valerica one last time, and much to her relief a magic circle with an infinity symbol appeared next to her, and a lowly with black hair, black eyes, and pointy ears like an elf's emerged from it. "So noisy," said Off-Ice quietly with an emotionless expression. "Off-Ice, help me remove him from that armor quickly before it's too late," shouted Valerica as she pointed at the red draconic armor that was out of control. Off-Eyes waited a moment in silence before giving her an answer. "I'll help if this noise stops," answered Off-Eyes as she sent her snakes at Issei. The black snakes wrapped all around Issei and kept him at bay while Off-Eyes opened a tear to the dimensional gap beneath Issei's feet. Issei fell into the dimensional gap followed by Off-Eyes and Valerica, who was still in her Juggernaut drive. The tear closed and Issei's eyes and all of the gems started to glow more intensely by the second. "Hurry up, you have at least half a minute left," warned Albion. Off-Eyes' snakes moved to Issei's limbs and tied his legs, arms, and wings. Issei was resisting with everything he had, but he couldn't fight against the dragon god at the moment. Valerica didn't waste time and started tearing his armor down slowly using her sharp armor claws while dividing Issei's energy. Roared Albion, but D-Drake's voice wasn't silent either as Issei kept boosting his power. Luckily for them, Issei couldn't repair the armor anymore and his defenses dropped significantly. But it was painful for Issei as the armor was forcefully removed from his body. It felt the same if not worse as peeling someone's skin. Issei struggled and resisted in every way he could, but nothing worked as Valerica continued to tear his armor. The blood, tears, and the mist never stopped gushing out, as well as the sorrowful roars. "Come on, you idiot!" roared Valerica desperately as the time was running short. Inside Issei's mind, it was darkness all around, a body of a 17-year-old boy who was on his knees, clenching his chest above his heart, crying and weeping as the memories of the scene kept flashing in his memory. And the moans of pleasure echoed. It was pure torture for Issei. Just a few hours ago or so he came up with a great plan to propose to the girls, but now he was seconds away from death as the Juggernaut drive continued to consume his remaining life force and sanity. "Shut up. Just shut up for hell's sake. Just shut your damn mouth," shouted Issei as he couldn't listen to those moans anymore. But suddenly he heard a voice that made him stop weeping. A voice that he thought he would never hear again. "What are you crying for, darling?" asked the mysterious yet beautiful voice. Issei slowly looked behind and saw her. Rainier. Issei thought that was it. She would finish him off, but instead of that she just smiled, not cruel or sadistic but a genuine and kind smile before speaking again. "Why are you crying here?" asked Rainier again. "If you are feeling sad or are in pain, just share with your closest people and forget the ones that brought you that pain. Start with me. I'll take all of your anger and sorrow so you can start over again," said Rainier as she crouched down and hugged him. "Why?" he stuttered out of pure confusion. He thought that she came here to mock him and completely destroy him once and for all, but "Why, you ask?" "Because I truly love you. I know my actions say otherwise, but I had a reason. I truly regret killing you that beautiful day. I hope you can forgive me someday," said Rainier. Issei couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought that she was lying, but her eyes told him everything. Her beautiful pink eyes held so much regret and sorrow for what she has done. Issei didn't know what to say. He was lost for words. "No need to say anything. Now wake up and don't you dare to close up that beautiful heart of yours with those cold and disgusting walls of ice. I for a fact know that someone will make sure to keep you from hiding your heart, but I want to hear you promise me yourself," said Rainier. Issei just stared at her before her expression turned a little angry. "I said promise," said Rainier with a hint of anger. "I promise," stuttered Issei. Issei wanted to say something, but before that could happen he was kissed by Rainier on the lips with passion and love that she truly felt. She removed herself from Issei and spoke her final words. "Now wake up, my cute dragon. Don't ever give up, and I promise I won't give up here either," said Rainier as she slowly faded away. It was darkness for a moment before Issei's eyes shot open. The first thing he saw was what he thought was the night sky as he looked at a bunch of small glowing dots in the sky, but once he sat up, white hair fell on his face. Since when is my hair so long and white?" asked Issei, but something else caught his attention. He was somewhere very familiar. "The dimensional gap?" asked Issei out loud. He noticed that he was on a small boulder that was big enough for 3 people to sleep on and a black barrier that surrounded the boulder. Suddenly he heard a grunt. He looked down and near his feet, he saw a sleeping Valerica. "What did I miss?" asked a dumbfounded Issei. "A lot, partner," replied D-Drake. "Oh hey there, so what exactly happened?" "I can't remember anything only," said Issei, but silenced after he remembered what happened, but the memory ends at the cave. D-Drake, what happened in the cave and why are we in the dimensional gap? Asked Issei. After you hid in the cave you activated the Juggernaut drive and got a curse called Dragon's Fall, said D-Drake. I activated it again. But what is Dragon's Fall? Asked Issei. Once a dragon or a host that has dragon-type sacred gear gets betrayed by its mate or the mate dies, the dragon gets a curse, the Dragon's Fall curse, and has a week or so until death. The only way to stop the curse is to either forget the mate, which is practically impossible, or find another mate. The problem was that you had activated the Juggernaut drive, which consumed your life force further. Your pawn pieces got corrupted and your demonic and draconic energies clashed together inside your body and quickened the process of Dragon's Fall and rapidly destroyed you from the inside. Luckily for you, the town wasn't destroyed as Serzech, his queen, Azazel, and Michael kept you away from the town and stalled for time as they waited for their savior. Valerica, with the help of Off-Eyes, deactivated your Juggernaut form, but you were still at a huge risk as you had only 10 minutes left to live because of the Dragon's Fall curse. We had to purge your corrupted pawn pieces and turn you into a 90% dragon, because otherwise you would have died once the pieces were removed without turning you into one. Then you had to get cured from the Dragon's Fall, and the only way to do that was for you to mark someone as your mate or be marked as one. And the candidate was Valerica, your now ex-rival and your current mate, explained D-Drag. There was a lot of information for Issei to process as he stayed silent for at least 5 minutes straight. Are you okay with this? Asked Issei. I don't care about the rivalry anymore if that means saving your damn life, replied D-Drag with a huff. Issei stayed silent for a while again. He has never expected D-Drag to throw out his rivalry with the White One just like that. How long was I out? Asked Issei after a while. For a month, partner, but this barrier that you are in right now is created by off-ice, and it not only protects you from the dimensional gap as it is a time barrier. What I mean to say is that here you spent 1 month while outside of the barrier, only an hour or so passed by, explained D-Drag. I see. Do you recall anything while you were in the Juggernaut drive this time, or did you forget again like last time? Asked D-Drag. I forgot, replied Issei, but felt that something really important happened but couldn't recall it. What now? Asked Issei. Now you wait until Valerica wakes and thank her for saving your life, you damn idiot, said D-Drag before going to sleep. Issei inspected his body and saw that he still wore the same clothes that were all torn apart and bloodied. He didn't smell nice, that's for sure. Issei then looked back at the sleeping Valerica. He reached out his hand and softly rubbed her silver white hair and then her soft and warm cheek. He didn't realize what he was doing. What are you doing? Asked Valerica as she opened her eyes. Nothing, replied Issei as he hastily removed his hand from her. Valerica sat up and stretched her arms with a small yawn. Issei got to see her in full beauty. She wore simple jeans that hugged her soft butt and thick thighs, a white shirt with red spots from Issei's blood that beautifully displayed her bosom, and a leather jacket. How are you feeling? Asked Valerica. Fine, sore mostly. Is it true? Did you mark me as your mate? Asked Issei. This question caught Valerica off guard. A small blush formed on her beautiful face. Yes, I did, so what? Asked Valerica as she turned to look away from the embarrassment. You did this only because you wanted to save me, right? Thank you for this, thanked Issei. Do you really think I did all of this just to save your sorry ass and get a simple thank you in return? Asked Valerica with a glare. Issei didn't know how to respond. I did this because I like you for quite some time now, and when Albion explained about Dragon's Fall curse, your corrupted pawn pieces, and the lifespan consumption of the drive, made me sad because I thought you were slipping out of my grasp as I literally watched your life slowly slip away and reach its end. It hurt me so much for some reason, explained Valerica with tears that rolled down her cheeks slowly. This was a side of Valerica that only a few people have ever seen. Issei just looked straight into her eyes and saw how beautiful they were. The blue orbs shined beautifully until for a moment he saw that horrid scene in his mind again. He flinched and Valerica noticed that. I don't know if I can after what happened, said Issei as he looked away. Valerica felt a little hurt, but she did expect something like this. She got closer to him, grabbed him by his collar, pulled him closer. Their noses were almost touched. Listen here, you are the Red Dragon Emperor and a dragon who are known to be fearless. Will you really let those whores stop you here? Or will you make them regret their choices? You are my mate now and I will love you until I die, and no one will stop me, not even you, so you either forget them or be a wimpy kid. I don't need a weak mate, understood? Shouted Valerica with a glare. As Issei heard her describe him as weak and a wimpy kid made him furious as his new dragon pride took a hit. His new dragon instincts didn't like that at all and made Issei dominate her rather than let her insult him. He kissed her full force with passion. Valerica was shocked but reciprocated the short kiss. As they finished they both blushed and didn't make eye contact as they weren't used to this yet. They were rivals not too long ago after all. Valerica stood up and offered Issei her hand. Let's go. We can't stay here forever, said Valerica. Sure, but I'll need a shower and new clothes, said Issei as he stood up with the help of Valerica. She helped Issei walk because he didn't walk for a month now. She took a sword out of her pocket dimension that was Caliburn that she took without Arthur's knowledge and slashed the air with it. A tear in the air was made. They walked through that tear and left the dimensional gap. Issei and Valerica were standing in front of a fairly big mansion. Smaller than Hyoudou household, but still, a mansion is a mansion. Here we are, your new home, but let's not waste any more of our time. Let's head inside. You'll meet my team after a shower, said Valerica. Upon entering the house, Valerica went to the underground training room. There she met up with her team who were training in pairs together. Lafay with Kuroka training and learning some useful magic, while Arthur and Biku were sparring together, both drenched in sweat. Arthur was fighting with the Excalibur ruler while Biku with his staff. The training stopped once the team noticed Valerica enter the training grounds. Oh, so you returned already. What exactly was the problem, Naya? Upon noticing Valerica, Kuroka asked. You'll see in a couple of minutes, answered Valerica. That made everyone curious, so they went to clean up and meet in the living room. With Issei, Issei was standing, letting the water wash away all the dirt, sweat and blood, painting the floor dark red. After a long silence, a green circle glowed on the left hand of Issei. Partner, are you all right? Just thinking what happened to me, just because I left for 4 hours? I mean, it's crazy. Who would have thought that they would do that? I almost died very painful death yet again. I activated the Juggernaut drive for the second time and survived it. Almost destroyed the town. I have turned into a full-fledged dragon. Valerica became my mate. What's happening to me? Answered Issei. Yeah, I'm surprised that you didn't slaughter them there and then. If not for Valerica AMD off eyes I would have slaughtered everyone in Ku, replied Issei. Luckily, the town is safe and only the forest was destroyed. I was holding the past hosts at bay, but your emotions were too powerful and you triggered the drive for the second time, partner, said D-Drag with a serious voice. That close to killing a bunch of innocent, huh? I'm a ticking bomb now, replied Issei with a blank look. Partner, you need help. You aren't stable mentally. You still can trigger Juggernaut drive any moment for the third time, and if that happens no one can save you anymore, advised D-Drag. D-Drag, can I use Divine Dividing without any side effects? Asked Issei his partner out of the blue. After a moment of silence, D-Drag replied, now that your body is that of a dragon's turned after being exposed to mine and Albion's auras, there shouldn't be any side effects, though I must ask, what are you planning? Asked D-Drag curiously. Well, sacred gears work by adapting to the host's emotions, so I thought maybe you can divide my negative emotions, so I won't trigger the drive for the third time, answered Issei. D-Drag was flabbergasted. Is that even possible? But D-Drag didn't want to risk it. His partner was damaged enough. Partner, I suggest you seek help. There might be severe side effects, said the mighty dragon with utmost seriousness in his voice. I fear you will have to. I don't want to go berserk again. I don't trust myself. My negative emotions can resurface any moment, and I don't think I'm ready to talk with someone about my problems, answered Issei as he shook slightly from fear. Echoed throughout the shower as Issei's fear and rage subsided. Thank you, pal. Sure, but please seek help when you are ready. All right, partner. I'll do it in time, promise. Only the running water was heard for a couple of minutes before Issei spoke again. D-Drag, I'm sorry, apologized Issei out of nowhere. What are you apologizing for? Asked the mighty dragon with a confused tone of voice. I did ruin your reputation as the fearsome dragon of domination with my pervert tendencies after all. D-Drag didn't say anything for a moment because what Issei said was the truth. It's fine, partner. What matters is that you regret that and now you can change for the better. Everyone learns from their mistakes just like me. We are family now. We are brothers, said D-Drag honestly. I see. Then I won't be a pervert anymore, so we can regain our reputation as the heavenly dragon of domination and the mighty red dragon emperor. The enemies will fear us once again and won't look down on us, roared D-Drag with pride. By the way, D-Drag, what changes happened after my transformation? Asked curious Issei. Well, besides a decent increase in physical strength, your skin is harder, dragon-slaying weapons are more deadly for you, and your appearance had some changes too. For example, your eyes are red like mine, replied D-Drag. So we are even more like brothers, now that I have your similarities, said amused Issei. More than ever, I guess. Anything more? Actually, yes, you have more muscle growth, you have grown taller a few inches, your wings are that of a dragon now, and you can hold your balance breaker longer, replied the proud dragon. Oh, I want to see my wings, said excited Issei. Two scaly wings poked out of Issei's back, barely fitting in the shower. The scales were mostly white but had some red ones here and there. Well, they look good. Damn straight, but we have a slight problem, said D-Drag. And that is? Asked Issei. You almost drained all of your life force, so you have left only 2 years at most to live, informed D-Drag. Oh, I see, replied Issei. The way that Nico restored some of your life force was slow and not efficient, but it worked nonetheless. But now it won't be enough, and you'll have to either finish the mark by doing the deed with Valerica, so you'll share your life force together. Let the other Nikoshu or Yaokai do bedroom arts, explained D-Drag. Alright, well, it's too early for any of that, so I'll wait for a little at least, said Issei. Sure, but don't use any of your life force again, warned D-Drag. Sure, pal, replied Issei. With that, he finished showering and wrapped a towel around his waist, dried his hair and tied it with a hair tie that he found near the sink, and perfectly on time, Valerica came behind the door with fresh clothes. Issei, are you done? Asked Valerica behind the door after a knock. Yeah, I'm finished, answered Issei. Great, I have some fresh clothes for you, said Valerica. Issei opened the door and saw Valerica handing the clothes, but once Valerica looked at him, her cheeks gained a small blush as she saw his upper body. Because of his transformation, he is bulkier and has more muscle, but not too much. Perfect for speed and combat, plus his shoulder-length white hair, which apart from a couple of bangs was tied back in a single ponytail, and his sharp face left with no fat made her face overheat. She quickly handed the clothes and closed the door. The hell, he's so different after a shower. Can't believe that's really him, whispered Valerica behind the door as the blush grew stranger. After 5 more minutes, Issei left the bathroom wearing a simple black t-shirt, green pants, but the clothes were slightly small for him except for the pants, so Valerica could see most of his muscles through the shirt. Hell, let's go, asked Valerica, barely able to keep her eyes away from Issei. Sure, said Issei, not noticing Valerica's state. Living room. Upon entering the living room, Valerica gathered everyone's attention. I'd like you to meet someone who will be joining us and start living here, announced Valerica her team. They immediately perked up to meet the person. And who is this person? Asked Lefei curiously. Well, from today on forward, with us will be living the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hyoudou. My mate, replied Valerica with a blush. Everyone froze from the shock and stared at Valerica dumbfounded. The Red Dragon Emperor will be living with them, and he's also a mate of his rival. This must be some kind of joke, right? Out of the corner of the entrance to the living room, Issei came sheepishly. Hello guys, Issei said while waving his hand. What do you mean your mate? Asked Kuroka, shocked and a bit jealous. Yay, I thought you were with that harem of yours, said Biku. Divide. Everyone now stared confused at Issei. Why was he using divine dividing ability? Issei, why are you using divine dividing? Asked Valerica, concerned. Well, I am like a ticking bomb right now. With negative emotions resurfacing, I can trigger the drive any moment again, but I asked Deidre to divide those negative emotions so I won't go berserk, replied Issei while looking at the ground. Everyone was shocked yet again. Just what happened to the boy? They all thought. Valerica immediately hugged Issei and he reciprocated the hug tightly. After a minute or two they parted, but still not used to that kind of interaction they become embarrassed. What happened to you, Issei? Asked LeFay, concerned for her idol. It's nothing, LeFay. You don't need to worry about it, reassured her Issei with the best smile he could muster. If you say so. See, can I get your autograph for the op-eyed dragon? Asked LeFay with hope in her eyes as she handed him a figurine of his balance breaker. Issei flinched at the mention of the op-eyed dragon. He hated it. He saw how stupid he was, and he's ashamed of himself because he influenced children of the underworld and more of the supernatural and ruined Deidre's reputation with his stupid antics. Aye, sure, but maybe you want an autograph from the Red Dragon Emperor instead. Oh, wait, you already have that, answered Issei. LeFay looked at him confused and a little sad. What do you mean? Asked LeFay. Well, I see now how immature I was, how I ruined Deidre's reputation, and how I influenced all the children of the underworld and supernatural world with my stupid antics. It's all my fault. Only mine, and I'm ashamed of myself, blamed Issei himself as anger started to rise. Divide. Issei, calm down, breathe, everything is alright, reassured Valerica. Issei calmed down a bit. You should go take a nap and rest, alright, Issei, said Valerica, concerned. Alright, sure, it's near the shower I was in, right? Asked Issei. Yeah, good night, Issei. Yeah, night, replied Issei. When he left, Arthur was the first to speak. What happened to him? He's so different, said Arthur with narrowed eyes as he tried to analyze Issei. Yeah, even his looks changed. He's so damn hot, shouted Kuroka. Well, let's prepare some tea and sit down. I'll tell you everything I know, said Valerica. With a nod, LeFay and Kuroka made tea for everyone, and they went to the living room to listen to Valerica's explanation. Some time later, I have never thought that the redhead and the rest would do something so horrible to him, and after all he has done for them, said LeFay. Yeah, replied Valerica. I can't believe that Shiren did this. I'm so disappointed, said Kuroka with disappointment in her voice. I wonder how he didn't murder them instantly, said surprised Arthur. He was about to as he went berserk, but he was far from the horrors to hurt them. Right now he needs our support. He's hurting from the inside. You saw his mask too. He's trying to hide it, said Valerica. I will help him however I can. You can count me in, said LeFay with determination shining in her eyes. I'll help too. My sister hurt him, plus maybe he will give me kittens, Naya, said Kuroka. Valerica glared daggers at her, but she didn't even flinch. Kuroka, didn't you hear me? Issei is my mate, shouted Valerica. So what? Did you forget his dream to be a harem king, Naya? Said Kuroka. Valerica didn't know what to say after that, so she just crossed her arms and turned away. HMPH, Valerica pouted. All right, we should go to sleep now, and Valerica, go check up on him, said Arthur. With a nod, everyone parted to their rooms except for Valerica. She went to check on Issei. Upon entering the room, she saw Off-Eyes hugging Issei while both were asleep, and Issei's face was wet from tears. After leaving the living room, Issei entered his new bedroom and went straight to bed. When he sat down on the bed, he saw a portal with an infinity mark on it. Out of it came Off-Eyes. Deidre, addressed Off-Eyes to Issei. My name is Issei, not Deidre. Deidre is my partner, said Issei. All right, replied Off-Eyes. After a minute of silence, Issei decided to talk. So why are you here, Off-Eyes? Asked Issei curiously. I want you to help me defeat Great Red. I want my silence back, said Off-Eyes. Why can't you just find another place other than the dimensional gap? Asked Issei. Because I was born there. It's my home and Baker Red stole it from me, said Off-Eyes. What about you start living a normal life like with friends? Do you have any friends? Said Issei. No, I don't. What are friends? Asked Off-Eyes. Friends are your support, happiness, hugs, and fun times, I guess, answered Issei. What are hugs? Asked Off-Eyes. Issei stood up and hugged Off-Eyes. She stood there for a second and reciprocated the hug. I like it. I want lots of hugs, said Off-Eyes. If you like it that much, I can be your friend and give you hugs anytime, said Issei happily. Okay, said Off-Eyes. After 5 more minutes, Issei released Off-Eyes from the hug and sat back on the bed. We can hang out at times. I'll show you how to live a normal life with friends, well, as normal as it can get in the supernatural, said Issei. Off-Eyes only nodded and sat beside him and hugged again. By the way, thank you for helping Valerica get me out of the Juggernaut drive, thanked Issei. Issei expected her to stay silent, but instead of that, he got a question. Why is my friend hurting? The dragon god asked Issei as she looked at him with her shining black eyes. The question shocked Issei for a second, but decided to reply. Well, I've been through a lot lately, said Issei. He then proceeded to tell her a short version of what happened to him before he activated the Juggernaut drive. Off-Eyes listened carefully. Now I understand why you feel like a dragon and not a devil. Do you want me to kill them? Asked Off-Eyes. No need. It's not worth it, said Issei as he shook his head. But that's not all. What aren't you telling me? Said Off Ice. It's nothing, Off Ice. I'm all right. Said Issei. Don't lie to me. You are my friend, right? Asked Off Ice. Issei hesitated for a moment but decided to tell her. Well, when I was just a human, I was killed by my first girlfriend, Yuma, or rather Rainier, and I'm kinda traumatized by that. I'm still kinda scared of girls. And after what Riaz and the others did to me, I can't really trust anyone blindly. That increased my fright of women too. But Riaz saved my life by reincarnating me into a devil, but Rainier was right, I guess, said Issei. Riaz didn't save you, said Off Ice. Issei momentarily froze at her remark. What do you mean she didn't save me? Asked Issei, not santing to believe what she was saying. I've been watching you since you were born, because I knew you had D-Drag and I could feel your potential. I saw everything. She schemed your death. She knew fallen angels were targeting you. That's why the white-haired Nikoshu have been following you. To make sure the plan went perfectly, she wanted you to become her pawn, to use you, replied Off Ice calmly. Why? This can't be true, can it? Issei couldn't believe that was the truth, or at least he didn't want to. Partner, I believe she's telling the truth. She just has no reason to lie. I always suspected the Gremory girl. Remember when you got that summoning circle before the date? That was her familiar that gave it to you. She knew all along, said D-Drag with fury. Issei just stared at a wall as his tears rolled down his cheeks before exploding. So she just used me from the very beginning. Issei shouted with fury, but before anything could happen, Divide X5. Issei immediately calmed down. Tears stopped streaming down his cheeks, but still had a face full of horror and anger. After 15 minutes, Valerica walked in and saw Issei asleep with Off Ice hugging each other. Valerica saw his face but didn't want to wake him up. She just wanted to lay down too, but was not sure. Maybe it's too early for that. Just go and sleep with him already, voiced Albion his opinion. Valerica gulped before she walked over to the bed. She could see that he was crying. She went to him and hugged him from the other side as she laid down, and he fell asleep like Off Ice after 5 minutes. This was the first night in a while that Issei got to sleep peacefully without any nightmares about Yuma killing and insulting him over and over again. Morning came and Issei slowly woke up, but the problem was he couldn't move. Opening his eyes, he saw Valerica on his left hugging his arm, and Off Ice on the right doing the same. Issei didn't even know how to react to this. After everything that happened to him, he isn't that much of a pervert because people kept using that side of him to manipulate. They had just to show a pair of oppi, and he'd do anything. At least it worked, that is until now. He tried to get free from his morning prison, not that he wasn't enjoying this, but because he had to go to the bathroom really badly. Besides that, he was really hungry. After all, he didn't eat anything for a long time. But his plan failed. Valerica woke up and saw Issei trying to get out carefully. Good morning, Issei greeted Valerica with a sleepy voice as she looked at him. Issei flinched because of his failure. Gee, good morning, Val, stuttered Issei. Where are you going? Bathroom. First, I want to talk to you about yesterday, said Valerica. Issei didn't want to talk about what happened yesterday, but the glare that Valerica gave him, it gave him mad chills. Women are scary, thought Issei. All right, what do you want to know? Asked Issei. First, why does Off Ice keep hugging you? Asked curious and amused Valerica. Because of the dragon god's actions. Well, we are friends now, I guess. I told her that friends give hugs. She didn't know what hugs were, so I hugged her, but she likes it a lot now and can't stop it. Valerica was shocked. Off Ice likes something else besides her silence. Anything else you want to know? Asked Issei. What were you talking about with Off Ice that made you cry? Asked concerned Valerica. Well, I found out that I was being used all along. From the very start. What do you mean? Asked Valerica. What I mean is that my death was planned all along. Riaz thought that if I get killed by a fallen, she could just swoop in and revive me to get my eternal loyalty, power, and a new peace. Replied Issei, holding his rage. Roared D-Drag. If she would have just asked me and explained about the supernatural, I would have gladly joined her peerage. But she knew I was a pervert, so she just used that side of me, so I would do anything she wanted, said Issei with a blank look. But now that will change. I'm not pervert anymore, and no one will use me ever again, said Issei firmly. Oh, but I like that side of yours. It's amusing, pouted Valerica, trying to lighten the mood. I'll be a pervert for you whenever you want, Empress, teased Issei. Valerica was caught off guard for a moment, but stood up from the bed and went to the door to leave. I'll make some breakfast for us, so go take a shower and come downstairs, said Valerica before leaving. After a shower, Issei went downstairs. There he met Valerica, and the others were already awake, eating breakfast or just drinking coffee. Morning, Issei greeted everyone. Morning, everyone, Issei greeted back. Just on time, Issei. Sit down, I made you breakfast and coffee, said Valerica with a bright smile. All right, what's on the menu? Asked Issei. Omelette, replied Valerica cheerfully. Sounds great, said Issei as he sat down. Issei ate a whole lot like a hungry dragon that he was. All of the present people were shocked by the appetite Issei had. They were enjoying their breakfast until Issei decided to ask a question. So, you are still in the Chaos Brigade? Asked Issei. Actually, we were planning to leave the brigade as we have no use for it anymore and we feel like there are a lot of things hidden from us, explained Valerica. Really? So you're gonna join the Alliance? Asked Issei. Well, that is better than hiding, but we are still dangerous criminals in the faction's eyes even if we leave the brigade, said Arthur. I see, why don't you just stay in the brigade? Asked Issei. What do you mean? Didn't you hear me? I explained why, said Valerica again. What I mean is that you can be spies and the factions will take you as allies and not enemies, so you won't have to hide or run, explained Issei. That's not a bad idea, said Valerica. Well, that's just my thought, said Issei as Valerica considered the idea. After breakfast, Issei decided to train with Escalon. He knew exactly who to ask for some lessons. Just on time, he saw the person walking towards the training grounds. Hey Arthur, I have a favor to ask of you, said Issei as he caught up to him. Yeah, what is it, Issei? Replied Arthur politely. Can you train me to use Escalon? I'm not the best with swords, so it's a waste having Escalon and not knowing how to use it properly, said Issei. After a moment of thinking, Arthur replied. Sure, I have no problems with that. I was going to train anyways, so why not? Said Arthur. Sweet, thanks Arthur, thanked Issei. Sure, no problem, said Arthur. Maybe you want to spar with me too, Issei, said Biku mockingly as he walked with Lefei past them. When I'll need a punching bag, I'll call you, replied Issei. Lefei giggled at this while Biku grumbled like an old man. Several hours later, Issei was covered in sweat with his gauntlet activated, holding Escalon. His arms, legs, and torso were bruised up and bleeding a little bit. Not from Arthur's blade, his skin was too strong for simple blades like that. He cut himself as he was sloppy with the sword, and now because he was a dragon, Escalon did some damage just from touching Issei's body with its sharp edges. On the other hand, Arthur was standing with the Excalibur ruler in his hand and in a lot better condition. Damn Arthur, you sure know how to use that thing, said exhausted Issei. You are not so bad yourself, but you need a lot of practice, said Arthur. Yeah, and you'll help me with that, right? Said Issei. Sure thing, but don't expect it to be easy. I'll make it hell for you, but at least it will help you a lot, replied Arthur. Issei paled a little at his words. With that, they finished and went to clean up. After cleaning up, he wanted to ask everyone why they decided to join the Chaos Brigade. He was Ted to ask that earlier in the morning, but Issei didn't want to ruin breakfast. He decided to ask that later. Right now he wanted to relax and maybe take a nap. Line break. Issei was standing behind Kuroka's bedroom, and after a knock he heard Kuroka's voice. Enter. He opened the door and walked in. Oh Issei, what do you want? Did you come here to give me kittens? Asked Kuroka playfully. No, I just wanted to talk to you about something, said Issei. Okay, what about? Asked Kuroka. Well, why did you join the Chaos Brigade? Asked Issei. Kuroka hesitated to answer but saw no reason to hide it. I did it because when I was a stray, people hunted me and I had no place to stay. But one day Valerica saved me from devil hunters and offered me to join her, so I would be safe and would have a place to stay, answered Kuroka seriously. Oh, that explains that, but why did you kill your master? Asked Issei. Kuroka flinched at the mention of her former master, and Issei noticed her reaction. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, said Issei. No, it's all right, I'll tell you, said Kuroka. You see, when I was in his peerage, he did a lot of experiments on us to make us super devils. After he was done with me, he decided to do it to my sister Shiren. But I didn't want that, I wanted to protect her, that's why I killed our master, replied Kuroka sobbing. Issei hugged Kuroka to calm her down. After 10 minutes of crying, Kuroka calmed down. Kuroka, I'll help you to get your sister back, I'll convince her that you're innocent, I'll do anything to reunite you with your sister, said Issei with determination. Really, you'll do it. But I thought you hated her after what she did to you, said Kuroka. I do ... but I don't hate you, and I want to help you, said Issei. I have a book that my master used to write down his experiments. Here, take it, said Kuroka after she took an old-looking book from a pocket dimension. Issei opened the book, and after a couple of minutes of reading, he paled and had a face full of horror. He couldn't believe that Kuroka went through all that horrific experience. Issei was now filled with rage. What a sick bastard, shouted Issei, but D-Drag reduced his rage. Divide X3, roared D-Drag throughout the room. I'll help you with your sister, don't worry, Kuroka, said Issei while smiling reassuringly. Thank you, said Kuroka and hugged him again. Next target, Lefei, thought Issei. Later that day he helped Lefei with preparing dinner. Lefei, I have a question, said Issei. What is it? Why did you and Arthur join the Chaos Brigade? Well, my brother was the next heir of the Pendragon family. He was engaged to another noble woman, and he was quite fond of her until he fell in love with a maid in his mansion. Her name is Elaine. As time went on, both of them built strong feelings for each other. And to avoid any problems, he informed his fiancée that he is in love with Elaine and wanted the engagement broken because he didn't love her. His fiancée agreed because she understood him. However, she told our father about that, and our father pressured my brother to marry his fiancée or the maid will be executed. He didn't want to marry her, nor did he want Elaine killed. He decided to steal the Excalibur ruler and Caliburn and run away, saying if they do anything to Elaine he will give the swords to the church. I really love my brother and I like Elaine. I see her as an older sister, so I ran away with Arthur, and Valerica found us one day in a small cave where we lived for a couple of days. She offered us to join her for safety, home, and food. We agreed to join her, and here we are, explained Lefei with sadness in her voice. Lefei, what if I told you that I would go and raid that mansion to rescue Elaine? Said Issei calmly while chopping the vegetables. Lefei froze as she couldn't believe that Issei would do something like this for her and her brother. You really would do it? Lefei questioned Issei with excitement. Sure, why not? He is a good friend and you are like a little sister to me, so I would love to help you in any way I can, said Issei with determination. Lefei immediately hugged Issei and started to sob while repeating thank you over and over again. After a couple of minutes, LeFay returned to her task. It's no problem, just don't tell anyone about this, I want to surprise Arthur, alright, said Issei with a smile. Okay, replied excited LeFay. By the way, later I'll need you to tell me the location of that mansion. I plan to raid it tomorrow early in the morning or later at night, said Issei. Alright, replied LeFay. After that, they finished making dinner and prepared the table. As they finished their dinner, they all went to sleep. But unknown to Issei, someone snuck into his room while he slept. The next morning Issei woke up pretty early, it was 4 in the morning. He decided to get ready for his raid. Though when he tried to move, he heard a quiet grunt. Looking to his side he saw Valerica sleeping peacefully on his chest with a smile. He decided to continue sleeping and go for the raid at night. This time Valerica woke up. She yawned before positioning herself above Issei. Seeing that he was still asleep she smiled before kissing him on the lips, but something unexpected happened. Issei reciprocated the kiss. When they parted Issei greeted her. Morning, that's a nice way to wake me up, said Issei. Valerica blushed as her heart started to beat faster. In morning Valerica stuttered out while looking away, trying to hide her blush. Not that I don't enjoy this kind of morning wake up, but what are you doing here? Asked amused Issei. Well, I couldn't sleep alone last night for some reason, so I decided to sleep with you, and it worked in an instant, replied Valerica. Oh, the White Dragon Empress can't sleep without her hug pillow, teased Issei with a smirk on his face. Oh, shut it, shouted Valerica while hitting his chest playfully. After that, they decided to go eat breakfast and later do some training. The day was average for Issei until he ran into Biku. He decided to ask him the same question he asked Kuroka and LeFay yesterday. Sup Biku, how are you? Asked Issei. Oh hey lizard, replied Biku mockingly and angry. Come on, you wanted to spar, I granted your wish. It's not my fault you are a great punching bag, said Issei with a smirk. Biku glared at him. So what do you want? Asked Biku. Just one question, said Issei. Yeah, what is it? Asked Biku. Why did you join the Chaos Brigade? Asked Issei. Biku was confused by the question but answered nonetheless. I left my ancestral territory because no one appreciated my work. I always worked my butt off for someone to acknowledge me for who I am and not as next Wukong. But it all was for nothing, no one changed their views about me, so I just gave up. After my training was complete and I had mastered all the Wukong techniques, I left the place to travel the world. During my travels, I met Valerica. We hit off pretty well, and later we joined the Chaos Brigade, answered Biku. Well, I think you're a great help to your team as they do appreciate you a lot. Plus, you're a great friend, your jokes are funny even if you go a little overboard, and you're a nice punching bag, said Issei before laughing at the end. With that, Issei helped Biku feel better about himself but got chased around the mansion because of the last part he said. Furious, Biku decided to stop when everyone got called for dinner by LeFay. After dinner was over, everyone went to their rooms to get some sleep. But Issei went there only to get ready for the raid. Before going out he left a letter on the bed. Are you ready for the night raid, partner? Asked Issei with a smirk. Of course, partner. Finally some action, replied a happy dragon. With that, he jumped out of the window and activated his balance breaker. Just as he jumped out the window, Valerica entered his room but saw that it was empty and had an open window. Looking over the room she saw a letter in which she read to my empress. She blushed slightly and opened the letter. If you are reading this, I guess you want to sleep with me again. Sorry, but I have an important mission tonight. I'll come back early this morning if the mission is successful. You don't have to worry, it's nothing too serious. Good night and sleep well, my empress. Valerica was a little pissed off because Issei didn't tell her anything about it, but decided to ask him about the mission when he returns. With Issei, as Issei was flying at an impressive speed, he was nearing the Pendragon mansion. He got the description of Elaine from LeFay, so he knew how to find her. Suppressing his presence, he sneaked into the mansion through the balcony, deactivated the balance breaker, and he went inside. He wore black clothes. Upon entering, he saw something disgusting. Elaine was pressed against a wall by a man who was trying to get his way with her. It's all your fault that young master has left. Because of that, our lord has been very stressed and didn't have the time to punish you, so I will do that myself. I'm going to have a whole lot of fun this night with you all damn night, so better prepare, said the man. Issei didn't wait any longer and took out a scalpel from the gear and rushed towards the man, stabbing him through his leg and kicking his lower part. The man screamed out in pain and fell to the ground, and soon enough Issei heard guards coming. Without wasting time, Issei grabbed Elaine in a bridal style as she yelped out of surprise. She was nearly assaulted by one of the head guards just a few seconds ago, and now a handsome young man captured her. Yo, I'm your friendly neighborhood Drake. Don't worry, I'm a friend of Arthur, doing him a small favor, said Issei playfully. She immediately calmed down. For the kidnapping to look more realistic, start screaming for help, said Issei. She did just that, but before the guards could get them, Issei jumped off the balcony, which was on the 6th floor. Elaine was terrified. But before they could hit the ground, Issei whispered something. Balance breaker, said Issei. Welsh dragon balance breaker, roared D-Drag's voice full of pride. Elaine was surprised yet again. She was carried by the Red Dragon Emperor himself. But moments later they both started to laugh because of what happened to the guard. After a few minutes of flying, Issei teleported outside the window of his room. Upon entering, Issei deactivated his balance breaker and released Elaine from his grasp. Then he saw Valerica sleeping on his bed with the letter that he left in her hand. He smiled before kissing her forehead. It was still late night, so he decided to bring Elaine to a spare bedroom to get some rest. Returning to his room, he laid down beside Valerica and fell asleep before wrapping her with his arms and wings. In the morning, Valerica woke up and noticed to be wrapped up in something really comfortable and warm. Opening her eyes, she saw Issei holding her close and his wings wrapped around her. She formed a little smile on her face before kissing him on the lips. "I will never get tired of this kind of wake-up call," said amused Issei. Valerica smirked a pain-promising smirk before asking a question where a wrong answer can cost him a hell of a beating. "What kind of mission did you have yesterday? And why didn't you tell me directly?" asked Valerica as she glared at Issei. Issei shivered at the cold glare. "Well, why don't you call everyone downstairs to meet our new member?" asked Issei nervously. Valerica adorned a confused look. "What do you mean, Issei? Who did you bring here?" questioned Valerica angrily because Issei brought someone without her knowledge nor permission. "You'll see, just call everyone for the meeting, all right?" pleaded Issei while sweating buckets. "All right, but you'll have some explaining to do," said Valerica as she got up and walked out of the room to call everyone. "You barely dodged the bullet there, partner," said amused Drag. "Yeah, that I did," said Issei as he got up and went to get Elaine. Time skip. Everyone was seated in the living room waiting for Issei. "Well, Issei, we're waiting," spoke an impatient Valerica as he entered the living room alone. "Well, I'd like you to meet our new house member," said Issei, getting glances of curiosity from everyone but LaFay, because she already had a guess who the person was. "I'd like you to welcome Elaine Westcott," said Issei. As he finished, Elaine walked into the living room with a big smile. Arthur couldn't believe what he was hearing or seeing. As Elaine walked in, she saw Arthur with his mouth agape. She giggled a little bit before going straight to him and bringing him into a tight hug. Arthur, for the first time in a long time, smiled, not a forced smile, but a genuine smile full of happiness. LaFay ran towards Elaine and hugged her too. "Big sister, I missed you so much," shouted LaFay and started to cry tears of joy. "Me too, dear LaFay, I missed you too," replied Elaine as she patted LaFay's head. "Is that really you, Elaine?" asked Arthur. "Well, of course it's me, I missed you so much, Arthur," replied excited Elaine. "But how did you get here?" asked Arthur. "Last night I was saved by the Red Dragon Emperor. I was seconds from being raped by RM head guard," Elaine replied while starting to cry, remembering how close she was to a nightmare. Arthur immediately hugged her. "It's all right. Everything is fine now that you're here," said Arthur while whipping her tears away. Arthur then looked at the smirking Issei. "Thank you, Issei, you earned my respect, and now I can truly call you my brother," said Arthur with a big smile on his face. Issei only nodded and started to leave, but got stopped by Valerica. "So, this was your mission?" asked Valerica. "Yeah, LaFay told me about Elaine, so I decided to raid the mansion," replied Issei. "Okay, but where are you going?" asked Valerica again. "I simply want to sleep a little longer, so I'm heading back to bed. You can join me if you want," said Issei before leaving everyone. Line break. Issei woke up and felt someone beside him. He thought it was Valerica, but when he opened his eyes he saw Off-Ice hugging him. She wasn't asleep. "Hello, Off-Ice, what are you doing here?" asked Issei. "I want hugs," Off-Ice simply replied. Issei immediately hugged her back. They stayed like that for almost an hour before Issei decided to take a shower. But Off-Ice had other plans, she didn't release him. "Off-Ice, I have to go take a shower, please let me go," said Issei. "No, I want more hugs," said Off-Ice. "I'll give you chocolate if you release me," said Issei, smirking. "Okay," Off-Ice immediately agreed. "Huh, nailed it," thought Issei. Yesterday, when Issei gave her some of Valerica's chocolate, Off-Ice immediately started to love it as she ate almost half a box that Issei found in the mansion's storage. Issei took some chocolate out of the small box from a small cabinet drawer. "Here you go, Off-Ice," said Issei as he gave her chocolate. "Thank you," said Off-Ice with a tiny smile. "I can't believe that you made an emotionless dragon smile, partner," said D-Drake to himself in awe. With that, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, and the day went as usual for Issei. When the next day arrived, Issei decided that he needs more serious training. So he asked D-Drake for advice. "Hey D-Drake, how can I make my training better for myself? I feel like my current training isn't enough anymore," asked Issei. "Well, I think you should go to the underworld, to the Dragon Mountains, where Tannen is training hatchlings and young drakes. I think he can train you once more without any problems," answered D-Drake. "Yeah, I think it's a good idea. It has been a while since I talked or trained with Tannen," replied Issei. "Plus, now that I'm mostly a dragon, I can try dragon apples," said excited Issei. "Partner, those apples will taste heavenly. You won't be able to resist once you try one," said D-Drake, chuckling. "Well, before we go, I better inform Valerica of my plans," said Issei before leaving his room to find Valerica. After a couple of minutes, he found her training in the underground training room. "Hey, Val, what you doing?" greeted Issei from behind. This startled Valerica a bit but composed herself almost instantly. "You shouldn't come up from behind like that, you scared me," pouted Valerica. All right, replied Issei, smirking. "Anyway, what do you want?" asked Valerica. "I'm leaving for a month. I'm visiting Tannen, and I'll be training with him. Now that I have a dragon's body, normal exercises won't do much for me, so who's better to train a dragon than a dragon?" said Issei. "All right, just stay out of the trouble," replied Valerica. "Sure, whatever you say, my empress," said Issei as he kissed her on the lips before going back to his room. There he packed some clothes and put them into his pocket dimension. Now that he's mostly a dragon, he can use the pocket dimension easily with his magic. With that, he jumped out of the window and used his wings to fly towards the Dragon Mountains. Lately, he's been enjoying his freedom and flying freely, maybe because dragons love freedom and flying. After a couple of hours of flying, he reached the Dragon Mountains. But before he could enter, he was stopped by 3 dragons. They were guards of the territory. "Halt, identify yourself and state your business," ordered the first guard. "I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. I came to visit Tannen," replied Issei. "Red Dragon? But you smell like a dragon, isn't he a devil?" "Show us the gear as proof," said the second guard. Issei summoned boosted gear as ordered. "Here, happy now," said Issei while smirking. "Yes, please come with us. We will lead you to Tannen immediately, Emperor," said the third guard. "No need, I'll do it myself. You just guard this place," said Issei as he flew away into the territory. Upon entering, he saw a bunch of dragons flying around, some sleeping in the caves, and hatchlings or training or playing with each other. After 5 minutes, he reached Tannen and saw him training a group of hatchlings. Issei didn't want to interrupt, so he sat on the hillside waiting for the training to end. After an hour of waiting, he saw hatchlings leave Tannen alone, so Issei thought their training was over before flying over to Tannen. "Hey old man, long time no see," said Issei, grinning. "Issei, D-Drag, what a surprise. What are you doing here?" asked Tannen happily. "I came to ask you a favor," said Issei. "Yeah, what is it?" asked Tannen curiously. "I want you to train me," said Issei. "What do you mean? Like last time with a woman's body?" asked Tannen. No, I'm sorry about last time. I'm not that way anymore. What I mean is that you train me as a dragon. I'm not a devil anymore. I'm mostly a dragon now, so I need serious training," replied Issei. "Yeah, you don't smell like a devil and your presence is different. I won't even start about your appearance. How did you become a dragon?" asked Tannen. "Well, after I got Dragon Fall's curse, my pawn pieces got corrupted and I had to purge them. But if I do that, I would die. So D-Drag and Albion had to turn me into a dragon by taking my heart," said Issei. Tannen was shocked. What happened to the boy to get such a terrible curse? "All right, but you have to explain to me what happened to you," said Tannen with a serious voice. "Time skip. That spoiled little brat. I didn't expect her to go low like this," growled Tannen. "Yeah, I didn't expect that either," whispered Issei. "Roared D-Drag. "How come you can use Albion's power?" asked Tannen. "In a peace treaty day, when Valerica betrayed us, I took Albion's gem and absorbed her divine powers. Of course, it was really painful and took some of my life force," said Issei. "Okay, but why are you using it right now?" asked Tannen. "D-Drag divides my negative emotions so I wouldn't activate the Juggernaut drive again. I already did it twice and it consumed almost all of my life force already. If that happens again, I will die and people around me will die too," said Issei calmly. "But I don't understand one thing. How did you get cured of the Dragon Falls curse?" "The only way is to mate with another female," said Tannen. "Well, this will be amusing for you. I mated with Valerica, the White Dragon Empress," replied Issei with a serious gaze. Tannen's jaw dropped. Never was he speechless like this in his long life. Hearing that 2 heavenly rivals mated. Too many surprises for one day. "I think we should go to sleep now. There are enough surprises for me today," said Tannen with a sigh. "Sure thing, old man," said Issei as both of them flew away. Tannen showed where Issei will be staying and of course, it was a cave, but Issei did not complain about it. The next morning when he woke up, he felt really great, even though he slept on the ground in a cave. Getting out of the cave, he was met by Tannen in his human form waiting for him with strange fruit. "Catch," said Tannen as he threw that fruit. Issei caught the fruit and asked Tannen while inspecting the strange fruit. "Hey old man, what is this?" "It smells great," said Issei. "That is a dragon apple. Come on, try it," answered Tannen. With one bite, Issei immediately ate the whole apple in seconds while drooling for more. "Whoa, these are good. I want more already," said Issei. "Told you, partner, once you try it you can't stop," said D-Drag while chuckling. "D-Drag is right, but before you eat more, how about a spar?" asked Tannen excited. Issei, being a dragon, couldn't resist fighting. He had become a battle maniac like Valerica. "Sure old man, bring it," said Issei, confident with a big smirk. Both of them unfolded their wings and flew to some open space for the spar. Upon reaching it, they landed on opposite sides facing each other with battle-hungry grins. Tannen immediately created a barrier around them to avoid unnecessary destruction. "Balance Breaker." "Whilst Dragon Balance Breaker," roared D-Drag. "Boost X10. With that, they charged at each other with powerful punches and kicks. Issei already boosted past his previous limit, and with that, he decided to use a dragon shot. Tannen wanted to take it head-on but saw that it was way too powerful. He didn't want any unnecessary damage this early in the battle. So he sidestepped and the large beam hit the top of the mountain, completely destroying at least 30 meters of the top. Tannen was shocked by the power Issei had, and he wasn't even at his limit yet. Tannen saw just how much stronger he got. Just where did he get all this power, wondered Tannen. But right now that didn't matter, he was enjoying this spar. Issei booted even more, still far from his limit. Tannen then used his famous Blaze Meteor Flames. Issei immediately boosted his armor durability and flared a huge amount of aura. Even the ground started cracking to prevent the flames from doing any damage to him. When the smoke cleared, Issei stood in the crater with cracked armor, but D-Drag repaired it fast. Enog. Seeing this, Tannen got even more excited. Tannen was already using 80% of his full power. "You got stronger from the last time I trained you. You just kept running away from me then, but now you are making me use almost all of my power." Impressive, praised Tannen. Well, I've been working hard lately, replied Issei as he uppercut Tannen, sending him flying a few meters back. Tannen lost his guard and Issei used this opportunity to use another dragon shot, but 10 times stronger. He quickly charged a small energy ball in his left arm while echoed throughout the battleground. Issei launched the dragon shot at Tannen and he had no time to react and got hit by the beam dead on. When the smoke and dust cleared, Issei saw Tannen in the crater bleeding a little with a smile on his face, but that was not the limit of Tannen just yet. He was one of the Dragon Kings after all. Suddenly Issei's head was grabbed by Tannen and stabbed in the back by Tannen's extending horns. Before Issei could do anything to counter, Tannen axe kicked Issei in the back of his head and sent his face to kiss the ground. And that's where you lack experience, young Drake, said Tannen proudly. Damn, old man, you pack a punch, said Issei as he slowly got up before wiping the blood from his face. With that, they patched up and left the place to make some arrangements for the training. So what do you want to train exactly? Asked Tannen. I want to learn to use flames, fire breath, train my body, and get stronger. Last night Drake said if I will be able to use fire he would try to teach me how to use his powerful flames, blazing inferno, scorching flames. Though we don't know if I will be able to learn it, but it's worth a try, said Issei. Tannen thought for a moment and agreed. He arranged his schedule. First, they will try to awaken his fire affinity, then try to use fire breath. At the end of the day, they would spar full power. While sleeping, Issei will be training with Drake and learn how to use this schedule. Issei agreed and they started right away. To awaken your flames you have to feel it, you have to want it, you have to control it, you have to dominate it. So sit down and meditate until you can feel your fire coming, instructed Tannen. Issei did what he was told to do. It took him 4 hours to awaken his flames, but he did it nonetheless. He practiced using his flames with his hands to get a hold of it. Later he tried using fire breath, but it didn't work, probably because it was too early for that. He had to master the control over the flames first. Then at the end of the day, he fought with Tannen, ending in Tannen's victory because Tannen used all of his power. At the end of the spar, they went to sleep. But Issei trained with Drake inside the gear. Line break. Issei already spent half a month training and right now he was training with a dragon named Bova. He was the youngest son of Tannen. The fight ended with a win for Issei. You did good, Bova. Thank you for the spar, said Issei, sweating. No, I should be the one thanking you, Red Dragon. It's an honor to fight with you again. But one day I'll beat you, said Bova, laying on the ground in a crater. Sure, Bova, but for the last time call me Issei, replied to him Issei. I see you two are done already, said Tannen while approaching them with some dragon apples. When Bova met Issei he immediately challenged him to a fight. This was going on every day and Bova always loses but definitely improves. Yeah, old man, ready for your beatdown too? Asked a smirking Issei. Tannen laughed at that. Issei almost reached Tannen's level in the first half of the month. His control over his flames improved greatly and he can use fire breath already. He's an incredibly fast learner. In the gear, Drake teaches him how to use his flames. It's really hard for Issei, but he managed to make small flames of blazing inferno, scorching flames, much to his joy. Right now it's useless, but it's a good start. His body improved, his muscles are more defined, he's able to resist strong flames and heat. Tannen's flames do less and less damage to Issei as he grows stronger by the day. His magic reserves grew bigger too, but there was a small problem. A lot of young and older female dragons developed a crush on Issei and usually stalked him when he was training. Some watched him sleep, so he started to cast barriers before going to sleep. Sure, after a small break, here, take these, I brought some apples. Issei has been enjoying dragon apples ever since he got here. He ate only dragon apples day in and day out. After the break, they had their fight and went to sleep after. Inside the gear, partner, concentrate, don't lose your focus and you'll be able to improve the control over the flames, said Drake. This was one of the many sessions of teeing to learn Drake's signature flames. In the first hours nothing happened, but suddenly he summoned Drake's flames, and much stronger than the last time, about 15 times stronger than the last time. Seeing this, Drake started to laugh proudly. Issei was able to summon Drake's flames now, but they were still too weak for now, so he has to do a lot of practice. Compared to Drake's flames when he was in his prime, Issei's flames are nothing right now, yet at least. The morning arrived and Issei immediately went to Tannen to tell him about his accomplishment. Morning, Tannen, I have some great news, said Issei, excited. Yeah, what is it? Asked Tannen curiously. I can finally summon Drake's flames. They are still weak compared to when he was at his prime. But it's a really good start, said Issei proudly. That's great, young Drake. Keep pushing forward and you surely will become a powerful dragon, said Tannen proudly. By the way, today, I won't be able to train with you because I was called to a meeting with faction leaders, said Tannen. All right, but don't tell them that I'm here. They are still searching for me, as Valerica told me. I'll reveal myself in time, said Issei. Tannen only nodded and flew away. Meanwhile, I'll show the world true chaos as I release the monster from its cage, said a man with a cold voice. My lord, the preparations will be done in a couple of months. While we are waiting for the preparations to be done, we should gather more men for the future chaos because we are lacking, said another man. Sure, do that. For now, we'll let them enjoy their happy lives while they still can. HM, replied the mysterious man with a dark chuckle. Dragon Mountains. On this day Issei trained mostly alone, or played with hatchlings. They love to play with Issei when he has spare time, but that just made it harder for him to deal with the females. At the end of the day, he fought with Bova as usual, and the day ended without anything interesting. When the next day arrived, Tannen returned and told Issei that the meeting was about his disappearance and Valerica successfully joining the alliance and becoming spies with her team in the Chaos Brigade. That was great news for Issei. Last day of training. Issei improved greatly. He finally reached Tannen's level, mastered his flames, and he can use D-Drag's flames effectively but still far from mastering. Before you leave, take some dragon apples. We know you love them. I haven't seen a dragon loving these apples so much, said Tannen while chuckling and handing over the apples. Thank you, Tannen, for everything you have done for me. I'll make sure to repay you someday, said Issei as he put the apples into his pocket dimension. No need, it was fun having you here anyways. So make sure to visit, said Tannen, smirking. Sure, old man. You know, I had this cool idea. What if we both create a dragon faction? Said Issei. Tannen's eyes widened at the suggestion. To create a faction we need more land and many more things. It'd take a lot of preparation and time, said Tannen seriously. Well, I think I can arrange that. So what do you say? Creating the mighty dragon faction with me, eh? Old man, said Issei. Well, I mean, if you think this will work out, said Tannen. Some dragons overheard what the Red Dragon Emperor suggested, and the news spread like wildfire amongst the dragons. They were happy having the Red Dragon Emperor with them, and doing something big and serious like that for the whole dragon race was great news. Well, I'm off then, old man, said Issei. Safe trip to you, Issei, D-Drag, said Tannen. Even if Issei can use magic circles, he just prefers flying, so he just spread his wings and took off. Once Issei returned to the mansion, he found it to be empty. Thinking that Valerica and her team went on a mission or something like that, he didn't worry. As he walked into the kitchen, he found Elaine cooking lunch. Yo, Elaine, where's everyone? Asked Issei as he came up to her side to help with the food. Oh, hey Issei, you're back. Everyone is on a mission, said Elaine with a smile. I see. Anything interesting happened while I was gone? Asked Issei. No, not really. Me and Arthur went on a couple of dates together though, said Elaine with a warm smile. That's good. Finally the guy actually does something besides wielding a sword day in and day out. Anything else? Said Issei. No, just Valerica a bit worried about you, admitted Elaine. Why would she worry about me? She knows that I can take care of myself pretty well, said Issei. She just cares about you and wants the best for you after what happened to you, said Elaine. So you know it already, huh? Yeah, LeFay told me about it, said Elaine sadly. Hey, it's alright now. No need to worry about Lil Almi. Besides, I have a great family and friends watching over my back, said Issei with a smile, once he noticed her sad expression. Elaine nodded with a smile of her own and they continued cooking. After lunch, Issei decided to go train with a Scallon for a couple of hours. He barely trained with it, so he decided to get some practice in. When he finished, he took a shower and went to the living room where Elaine was cleaning. Hey, Elaine, when did they leave anyway? Asked Issei. 2 days ago. Did they say when will they return? No. Oh, I forgot, said Elaine as she suddenly went to the kitchen. Before Issei could ask, Elaine already returned with a letter in her hands. Here, take this. Valerica left you this. She said if you return first I have to give you this letter, said Elaine. Issei opened the letter and started to read it. We are leaving for the meeting with the 3 factions. We gathered information that the Chaos Brigade is preparing for something big. It's related to the Holy Relics. According to Azazel and Michael together, the relics, if used correctly, they can unseal the Calamity Beast 666. We were sent to find out about these rumors to see if they are true or not by Azazel within the Chaos Brigade and possibly locate the relics. We will probably return in a week or so. If we won't return by then, we told the faction leaders that we have someone that could help find us. I didn't tell who exactly it is because I didn't know if you wanted to stay low for some time. So hopefully everything will go without a hitch. Don't get too bored alone. Love you, my red dragon. Issei learned about the beast not too long ago, but he knew what kind of danger it was for the world and possibly other dimensions. Elaine, seeing his distraught face, tried to call out to him. Issei. It worked and Issei snapped out of his thoughts. It's nothing, Elaine. Everything is fine, said Issei as he walked out to his room. D-Drag, could the Chaos Brigade try to unseal Trihexa? Asked terrified Issei. I don't know, but it's a high possibility. I advise you to prepare for anything, partner. Don't drop your guard down, said D-Drag with a serious voice. Right, replied Issei. The next day Issei woke up early. He went downstairs to make coffee for himself, but Elaine already beat him to it. Morning, I see you are already awake, greeted Issei. Good morning, Issei. Want some coffee? Asked Elaine. Sure, thank you, replied Issei with a smile. After a cup of coffee, Issei decided to visit Tannen and talk about the crucial information he gathered yesterday. Elaine, I will be gone for an hour or two, so if you need anything just call me and I'll be here for you, said Issei as he created a magic circle to teleport. Sure, Issei, but where are you going? Asked Elaine curiously. I have some serious talk to do with Tannen, so I'll be back after a couple of hours, said Issei. Alright, good, see you later then, said Elaine as Issei teleported away. As Issei teleported into his cave in the Dragon Mountains, he immediately flew into the sky to find Tannen, and after some time Issei found him flying in his direction. Issei, I didn't expect you to visit this soon. What? Already out of apples? Joked Tannen. I want to discuss something important with you. This might help us build the faction and save the dragon race, said Issei with a serious voice. Seeing how serious Issei was, he decided to fly towards his cave to discuss the problems. 10 minutes later they landed at Tannen's cave entrance and set up a barrier so no one could hear their conversation. So, what is it that you have in mind? Asked Tannen. Chaos Brigade have the holy relics and are planning to unseal Trihexa. To help us build the dragon faction, we can gather our strongest dragons and train them. I can help with training when I have free time. Right now Valerica and her team are investigating this from the inside of the brigade. I know that we already don't have many dragons, but we don't really have any other choice. We will assist the 3 factions as the mighty dragon faction for more land and supplies for us to get our faction stronger. I know it's risky, but I think it might work out for us, explained Issei. I'll agree on this with one condition, said Tannen. All right, and that is? Asked Issei. You have to become the leader of the faction while I will maintain the lands and do paperwork, said Tannen with a smirk. Issei was speechless. He only thought of helping to rebuild the mighty dragon faction and be a part of it as a protector. Are you sure about this, Tannen? I mean, you are more of a leader than I am, asked Issei in disbelief. Sure, why not? I believe that you'll be a great leader. Of course, if you need any help I'll gladly help. Plus you have D-Drag with you. He can advise and help you anytime, said Tannen with confidence. I agree, partner. I think you'll do good, and I'll always help you with any problem you have, said D-Drag proudly. Issei's confidence and pride grew immensely high, so he agreed to the deal. All right, old man, sign me up, said Issei with confidence and determination burning in his eyes. Aha, I knew you would do it. I think all the dragons here will be really happy about the news, said proud Tannen. Whatever you say, old man. Now I have to go home, so see you later, said Issei as he teleported away. I think that boy will bring the dragon race back and lead us to the great future, said Tannen smiling. Line break. I'm back, Elaine, shouted Issei as he entered but got no response. Issei immediately put up his guard and saw something really disturbing. In the living room and kitchen, everything was destroyed. It looked like it was a battlefield. Then he noticed something on the wall. He saw a piece of paper stabbed with a knife into the wall. The letter said, Hello Arthur, last time when you sent your assassin to the Lord's mansion who stabbed me and took the maid with you I wasn't in the best mood, so I sent our spies to find you and your slut. If you want her back better come to the mansion and take her if you want her alive, that is. You'll have 2 days. Damn it, shouted out Issei. They got Elaine, should I contact the others or? Panicked Issei. Partner, calm down, just go and get the girl back after dealing with those weaklings, said D-Drag. Right, I'm not a weak pervert anymore, I can do this, said Issei with burning rage inside him. Issei unfolded his wings, but now they had D-Drag's flames on the sides of the wings. Issei teleported near the location and immediately flew with incredible speeds towards the mansion, but he was surrounded by guards once he landed in the front garden, and in front of him stood the same old man who tried to assault Elaine. Who are you? Why are you here, boy? Asked the man. I'm here for Elaine, said Issei, suppressing his rage. So Arthur got scared to come by himself, so he sent his servant here. Mocked the man. No, he doesn't even know about any of this. Currently he is on an important mission, so I'm the one who is here to deal with you tonight, replied Issei with a smirk. What are you going to do about it, boy? I bet you're just a weakling. Last time was just a lucky shot. When I'm done with you I'll have my way with that slut and torture her to death, mocked the old man again while laughing like a maniac. Now Issei flared his aura, his eyes glowed from the rage and his voice mixed with D-Drag's. I'll slaughter you all if you stand in my way. I will take Elaine back. Now kneel, shouted Issei as he flared his aura. No one could withstand his aura and the guards immediately fell to their knees and had trouble breathing. The head guard now saw how big of a mistake he made, angering Issei. Issei slowly made his way toward the old man while he begged for mercy. Please have mercy, I'll do anything. I'll give you money, women, anything you desire, shouted the head guard with the last strength that he had. Filthy scum. You deserve to die 1,000 painful deaths, said Issei with a voice full of rage. Issei then proceeded with a fire breath, but instead of using regular fire he used D-Drag's fire and burned him slowly while he was screaming out of pain. The other guards looked at their leader horrified and scared for their lives. They shivered from the fear and hoped that the boy would spare their lives. When Issei was done he calmed down and returned to normal. He proceeded to look around the other guards, thinking if he should kill them too, they were just carrying their orders after all. But before Issei could decide, the front doors of the mansion were opened by 2 maids, and a middle-aged man who wore a noble outfit and resembled Arthur to a great degree walked outside with the maids in tow. His demeanor was brimming with elegance. Red Dragon Emperor, please calm down and let my guards free, please, spoke the man. I assume that you are Arthur's father. Kisk. Fine, they can go as long as I get what I came here for, replied Issei as he calmed his aura down. That is correct. My name is Other Pendragon, the head of the Pendragon household, but what is it that you need? It might cost you dearly for killing my head guard, Other spoke. You better give Elaine to me or your life is no more, threatened Issei. But she was kidnapped a while ago, she's not here anymore. No, that bastard who you called head captain almost assaulted Elaine, so I kidnapped her that day, but today she was taken back here by that scum. Threatening to follow through with his plan of using her, spoke Issei in a low tone of voice as he clenched his fists tightly. I see. I didn't expect my men to become this corrupted. Well, you're not a saint yourself, huffed Issei. Other just smiled sadly before talking. Follow me, I have an idea where she is, said Other, motioning to follow as he entered the mansion. Issei followed with no hesitation. If it was a trap, he would kill them all then and there and find Elaine by himself. After walking through several corridors, Other stopped in front of a brick wall, but before Issei could voice his words, Other pressed one of the bricks and a magic circle appeared on the wall, rotating slowly before opening a secret entrance to a dungeon. Issei immediately went downstairs to find many chambers, and in one of them Elaine with torn maid outfit was crying on the ground, bruised up and chained to the wall. "Elaine, are you all right?" Issei, what are you doing here?" asked a hopeful Elaine. "I'm here for you, of course. Did that bastard do anything to you?" asked worried Issei. "Not really, just hit me, that's it," said Elaine. "All right, don't worry, I'll get you out of here," said Issei as he broke the cell doors. He then proceeded to free her from the chains. "Here, drink this," said Issei as he took out Phoenix tears from his pocket dimension. Elaine took the tears and drank them. She healed immediately and retained some of her energy. "All right, let's go," said Issei as he helped her stand up. Elaine and Issei left the underground dungeon with Elaine in tow and was met by Other waiting for them. "I'm sorry for what happened to you, Elaine. Please have a heart to forgive me," said Other. Elaine was confused but more shocked by her former lord's actions. He would never apologize to a maid, especially Elaine who stole Arthur's heart. "And I'm sorry for the inconvenience to you too, Red Dragon. I will personally deal with my men," said Other. Issei just stared at the man for a good 2 seconds before walking away in silence with Elaine by his side. Just as Issei was about to leave, Utcher spoke again. "Please tell Arthur that I'm sorry and that I want to talk with him when he can." Before Issei could deny his request, Other reassured Issei. "Don't worry, I have learned not to force my children. I will have a talk with him and that's it. He can do whatever his heart desires." Issei calmed down and nodded after some thought before teleporting with Elaine away. Upon arriving at the mansion's destroyed living room, the both of them were met with worried Valerica and her team. They all immediately hugged Issei and Elaine and checked them for any wounds. "Come on, Val, we are fine, don't worry," said Issei nervously. "Just what happened here?" demanded Valerica and Arthur for an explanation. "Well, while I had to talk with Tannen about important plans, Elaine was kidnapped here. Your father's head captain wanted you to come and take her back yourself if you wanted her alive. I was so pissed off that I almost killed a lot of people there, but I managed to get her back mostly peacefully," explained Issei. "Where's that bastard?" "I will kill him," shouted Arthur with rage. "Dead," replied Issei with no emotion in his cold voice. What do you mean?" asked Arthur. "I burned him till there was nothing left," replied Issei with a blank look. Everyone was shocked by his statement. When he said he will torture and have his way with Elaine. "I just couldn't hold my rage anymore, so I let off a bit of steam there," replied Issei while clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Arthur placed a hand on Issei's shoulder before talking. "Thank you so much, Issei. You have no idea how much that means to me. I don't even know how to repay you," said Arthur. "No need to repay, we're family. I'm just glad I could help out a brother," said Issei. Before everyone could leave, Issei stopped Arthur for a chat. "Arthur, don't freak out, but your father asked me to tell you to come back and have a chat with him, and don't worry, he seemed to accept your decisions now," spoke Issei. "I'll see what I can do," replied Arthur before leaving G with Elaine. Not much longer, Issei went to his bedroom to rest after an eventful day like this. Not even 5 minutes passed before Valerica came into his bedroom. "Issei, are you sleeping?" asked Valerica quietly. "No, can't sleep without you," said Issei jokingly. Valerica smiled before she went to his bed and laid down next to him. Issei immediately hugged her and wrapped her into his warm and comfortable wings. The flames on his wings didn't hurt her. In fact, the flames comforted her. She wrapped her arms around Issei and they both fell into a deep and comfortable sleep. The month passed calmly with no surprises except for Valerica. It was getting harder and harder for her not to jump Issei and make him claim her. They sometimes even make out for almost whole hour. D-Drag says that it's because of the unfinished mark. So until they finish the mark by doing bedroom activities, they will want to do it each day more, until they won't be able to resist anymore. Right now Issei and Valerica are cuddling in the living room on one of the sofas in silence. That is until Issei spoke. "Hey Val, did you find anything about the Chaos Brigade?" asked Issei seriously. "We think that the rumors are true. Chaos Brigade are recruiting people with sacred gears or powerful mages," said Valerica. "And do you know who the leader is yet?" asked Issei. "Unfortunately not, he's like a cost. We can't find a lead," said Valerica. "I see. By the way, me and Tannen are planning to rebuild the dragon faction, and I'll be the leader of the said faction," said Issei. "Really? That'll be tough," said Valerica. "Yeah, I guess, but there aren't many dragons left, so I thought I could help with building the dragon faction, but I didn't expect him to make me the leader of the faction," said Issei. "Well, I think you'll do good," said Valerica, giving Issei a peck on the lips. "Yeah, thank you," said Issei with. "I think you'll do fine. You do have leadership skills, you just didn't put those skills into use yet," said Albion. "We made a communication link so that you could communicate with Albion just like with me if needed be," said D-Drag. "Thank you D-Drag and Albion, your support does calm my nerves a bit," said Issei. The rest of the day was boring for Issei. Valerica and her team got information about an attack in the underworld, so they had to inform Serzech about it. Issei walked into the living room right when everyone teleported to the underworld. "What's going on?" "Probably Azazel called for an urgent mission or something like that," answered D-Drag. "Yeah, most likely," replied Issei. "Time skip. Sigh, I wonder when they will return. I have a bad feeling." D-Drag wanted to say something but got interrupted before he could. "Issei, can you hear me?" contacted Albion. Yeah, Albion, is there a problem? Underworld is under attack this very moment. Devils almost won the fight, but the enemy has a hostage who is an important person. Valerica and her team can't help because they will be exposed as traitors to the brigade, and we think Devils won't be in control for too long. So get here immediately, said Albion hastily. All right, coming. Underworld Lilith, release our comrades from the prison or I will this girl here, demanded a young man as he held a beautiful girl in a tight hold with a sharp drag pressed against her neck. What to do? I can't just reveal myself, thought Valerica. But before anyone could do anything, a crimson-red armor with draconic features landed a powerful blow to the man, killing him instantly. The armor's helmet disappeared and revealed a handsome man with long hair tied in a ponytail. The girl immediately blushed seeing his handsome face. When Issei saw her, he couldn't keep his eyes from a beautiful girl who appeared to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura. She had long purple hair and orange eyes. She wore a white noble dress with cleavage that exposed part of her big breasts, high slits with sleeves. She also wore a black mini skirt. Issei had a new strong desire to protect her. Are you all right? Asked Issei. Why yeah, thank you, said the girl. What's your name? And my name is Ingvild Leviathan, said Ingvild. So that's the important person, no wonder, another Leviathan, thought Issei. That's a beautiful name, now how about we get out of here? Asked Issei with a warm smile. Ingvild only nodded shyly while still looking at Issei's eyes. Issei immediately grabbed her bridal style and flew away at astonishing speeds before anyone tried to fight him. Was that Issei? Shouted Riaz at top of her lungs. Yeah, Riaz and her peerage were helping to defend Lilith. Yeah, that was my mate, replied Valerica with a smug grin. The remaining members of Chaos Brigade retreated while some got caught trying, and the area was checked by Kuroka, Biku, and Lefei to see if it was safe to come out of the hiding. What? Shouted Riaz and her peerage. All right, let's calm down. And Valerica, where's Ingvild? Said the redhead man who was Surzech's. Don't worry, I'll bring her back, said Valerica. Elsewhere. Are you hurt anywhere? Asked a concerned Issei. And no, I'm fine, said Ingvild shyly while she blushed. Cute, muttered Issei, but Ingvild heard him and blushed even harder. They looked at each other's eyes, captivated by their beauty, but suddenly somebody interrupted them. Having fun? Asked someone from behind Issei. Issei turned around and saw Valerica pouting with arms crossed. And no, I was just, stuttered Issei, nervous, fearing what will happen to him. You know, I don't mind sharing you, but no harem, said Valerica. Hearing this, Issei's jaw dropped and Ingvild blushed like she never had before. I think we should bring you back, Ingvild, before Surzech freaks out, said Valerica. Valerica then teleported Issei, Ingvild, and herself back to the underworld. Issei, is that you? Asked Surzech. Yes, it's me, Zech, replied Issei. Issei, said Riaz silently, but Issei ignored her. I'll explain everything to you at your office. Valerica and Ingvild can come if they want, said Issei. Sure, right this way, said Surzech as he formed a magic circle. I'll go home with my team, so you'll be with Ingvild, said Valerica as she teleported away. In the office, Issei explained everything that happened to him, except the part about building a faction and learning Ddrag's signature flames, as those flames terrified the factions. I can't believe something like this happened to you, said Ingvild while tears streaming down her cheeks. Issei cupped her cheeks and whipped her tears away. I'm fine, Haim, I'm okay now. To some extent, said Issei. Ingvild blushed at his sudden touch and her new nickname. I don't want to leave you alone like this, said Ingvild shyly with her head turned away. I'm not exactly alone, but I'll enjoy your company, said Issei, smiling warmly. I'm really sorry for what my sister did to you, apologized Surzech. It's fine, Zech. I don't have anything against devils, just orc, except for Rossways, Ravel, Kiba, and Gasper, plus they are grown up enough to make their own decisions, said Issei. Hearing this, Surzech calmed down a little. How can I ever repay you? Maybe you desire something. This will be like an apology token, said Surzech. Well, I would love to get some land in the underworld near Dragon Mountain, said Issei. All right, but why there? Asked curious Surzech. Well, I'm a dragon now, so I started to love dragon apples. I want as much land as I can get, said Issei, not saying the true reason. All right, I understand. In a week or so, you'll get your land, said Surzech. Thank you, Surzech. Now I'll take my leave, said Issei. All right, Issei, goodbye, said Surzech, getting to his paperwork. Ingvild immediately got sad because Issei was leaving, but Issei saw her expression immediately and had a great idea. Hey, Haim, where do you live? Asked Issei. In the Leviathan mansion, here in the underworld, said Ingvild. All right, but how about you move in with me into Valerica's mansion? I bet it's lonely alone here, said Issei. Ingvild's eyes lit up with extreme happiness. For some reason, she didn't want to leave him and stay by his side. Are you sure about this? Asked Ingvild with hope in her voice. Of course I'm sure, replied Issei, smiling. All right then, I'll do it. I'll go get my things, said Ingvild before teleporting to her mansion. By the way, Issei, tomorrow is Ingvild's birthday and we are planning her a surprise birthday party, so could you bring her back here tomorrow evening, said Surzech while smiling at Issei. Sure thing, Zech, said Issei. And by the way, you'll have to go back to school. I already prepared a house here in Ku, said Surzech. Ugh, I forgot about school, groaned Issei. You'll be going with Ingvild to the same class, so I ask you to look after her, said Surzech. I would have anyway, replied Issei. After 15 minutes, Ingvild arrived with 2 bags. Issei immediately took the bags from her to carry. Ingvild, we can't go live in Valerica's mansion, said Issei. Oh, it's fine, I'll just get my bags back then, said Ingvild sadly. No need because we're both moving to our own house in Ku. We will be going to the same school, said Issei. Ingvild suddenly started jumping out of happiness while Issei chuckled. Ingvild then noticed what she was doing and started to blush badly. Shall we go home, Heim? Asked Issei. Ingvild only nodded because she's still not used to her nickname. They teleported to their new house. It was a spacious house, not as big as Hyoudou household but plenty enough for 2 people. It had 1 kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room. They went to their rooms and unpacked their belongings. Issei informed Valerica that he will be living in Ku before grabbing his belongings. When they were done they made a delicious dinner together, after which they went to sleep. The next morning Issei and Ingvild spent their day in Ku Town going to an amusement park, arcades, and restaurants. Issei bought her a beautiful necklace with a silver dragon's head which had red eyes. Ingvild loved it and had it on for the rest of the day. They got back to the apartment ready to make some dinner thinking it was over. Hey Heim, come over here for a moment, said Issei. Ingvild came into the living room and saw Issei standing with a red magic circle under his feet which had Welsh symbols. I need your help with something, can you come with me for a moment? Said Issei. Sure, replied Ingvild happily. When she stood next to Issei he immediately wrapped his arm around her waist, bringing her closer. Issei teleported them in a flash and arrived in a dark room. Ingvild couldn't see anything, only Issei's slightly glowing red eyes. Surprise! Shouted everyone in the room as the light turned on. Ingvild got scared and with a yelp, she jumped onto Issei, hugging him tightly. Issei and everyone chuckled at her reaction. Issei leaned to her ear and whispered, "Happy birthday, Heim," said Issei, smiling warmly. Ingvild had tears of happiness in her eyes. The party started, everyone was talking with each other and wishing happy birthday to Ingvild. Of course there was Ork too, but they just stayed in a corner and just stared at Issei, except for Roswace, who wasn't present for some reason. Kiba was elsewhere in the room. Everyone then left Ingvild alone with Issei as the guests continued the party. Are you enjoying, Heim? Asked Issei with a smile. Yes, very much, thank you, Issei. But I just brought you here, I didn't prepare anything for the party, said Issei. Well, I did enjoy our date in Ku, whispered Ingvild. Due to Issei's enhanced dragon senses, he heard her loud and clear. Glad you enjoyed the date, said Issei with a smirk. Then the music started playing and couples started dancing. May I have this dance? Asked Issei as he raised his hand for Ingvild to grab. Yay! Ingvild was surprised for some reason and started blushing. Issei found her reaction cute. You know, you're way too cute for your own good. May I have this dance, my lady? Said Issei with a smirk. Dummy, replied Ingvild as she took Issei's hand shyly and both of them started dancing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Rias thought it was a great chance to talk with Issei while offering him a dance, but all her hopes were crushed when she saw Issei dancing with Ingvild, seemingly happy. Rias felt hurt seeing Issei with another girl dancing, she felt like crying. While Issei and Ingvild were dancing, Ingvild felt a little uncomfortable because some people were looking at her with inappropriate gazes. Issei, the stairs are making me uncomfortable, said Ingvild shyly while pressing her head against his chest. Issei looked around and indeed a lot of men were looking at Ingvild with lust. Issei's eyes glowed bright and released his. All of the men shivered and turned away from them. There, better, Heim? Asked Issei with a smile. Ingvild only nodded shyly as they continued dancing. After the party, they returned to their house. Tomorrow, Heim, we will be going to school and you'll hear a lot of my past, how I was a huge pervert and all. But that's not the point right now. You can introduce as my girlfriend so that the guys won't annoy or harass you, said Issei. Oh, responded Ingvild simply. Of course, if you don't like this idea then you can introduce yourself as my cousin or something, said Issei hastily. And no, I don't mind being your girlfriend, said Ingvild shyly. Issei then warped his hand around her waist. Then wanted to be official. Will you go out with me, Heim? Asked Issei. Why, yes, answered Ingvild blushing. While Issei had a satisfied smile. Issei then raised her head by her chin and kissed her a gentle and chaste kiss. When he broke the kiss they stared at each other's eyes and it took only a second to lean again and this time it took longer. That was amazing, Heim. Ingvild couldn't answer Issei as her brain fried completely and had a smile on her face. Issei smirked at the smile she wore and took her by the hand and led her to his bedroom. They both cuddled with each other until they fell asleep. Morning finally arrived for the pair as Issei woke up first and saw Ingvild sleeping on his chest peacefully. He wanted to stare at her face for a little longer but then he noticed the time. Crap, Ingvild, wake up, we're gonna be late for school, said Issei as he started to shake Ingvild lightly. But it's too comfy. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're already late on our first day of school, said Issei. Ingvild instantly opened her eyes and remembered last night after seeing Issei's eyes. That made her fully wake up and understand that they were late. She immediately got out of the bed and ran toward her bedroom to get dressed. After 10 or so minutes, they quickly gathered their stuff and walked toward the school wearing their school uniforms. They arrived, but the classes had started already. Issei showed Ingvild the way to the student council room to get her books and schedule. Issei got to his class and after knocking on the door he walked in. All of the students stared at Issei, some with hearts in their eyes, others with flames of rage or jealousy. Is he the new transfer student? He's hot. I hope he is single. Please go out with me, whispered the girls, while boys cursed him. Damn it, another pretty boy. Another one will steal all the girls, leave some for us. Just I, cursed the boys. What's up with his eyes? Because of Issei's new look they didn't recognize him. Hello, I heard that we will have a transfer, but I was informed of a female transfer, said the teacher. Teach, it's me, Hyoudou, said Issei. Everyone dropped their jaws while Asia and Zenobia looked away in shame. Why is the perverted beast back? Whined girls. I see you have changed after summer, even your posture is more composed and mature, said the teacher. Yeah, probably because of Arthur's training, thought Issei as he shivered at flashback. All right, enough of wasting time and get to your seat, said the teacher. Yes, sir, replied Issei as he went to his seat. After a couple of minutes, there was a knock on the door. Come in, said the teacher, and Ingvild walked into the class. All of the students had their eyes widened at her beauty. Males stared at her with grins while girls had eyes full of happiness. Issei too looked at her newfound beauty because Ingvild now wore a female school uniform with long purple socks. To put it simply, she looked freaking hot. Even if he has already seen her wear the uniform in the morning, he barely had any time to marvel at her beauty. He didn't have any perverted thoughts, of course, he simply admired her looks with respect and mostly pride. All right, introduce yourself to the class, said the teacher. Hello everyone, my name is Ingvild Lavinia. I hope we can get along, introduced Ingvild as she bowed. All right class, you may ask her some questions, said the teacher. The first one to raise a hand was a male student. Where are you from? I'm from America, replied Ingvild politely. That wasn't a lie though. Before devils discovered that a descendant of Leviathan was alive, she lived with a human mother in America. What are your measurements? Asked one of the perverted duo. All of the girls had disgusted expressions and Issei was a bit pissed off. The teacher was about to scold him, but Issei knocked him out with a karate chop to the neck. Everyone stared at him in shock for a minute, but then gathered their attention back to Ingvild. Are you single? Asked another male student. No, currently I'm in a relationship, replied Ingvild shyly. All the males started to whine or even cry. Hello, my name is Eika, and who are you in a relationship with, may I ask? Asked the girl now known as Eika. I'm with Issei Hyoudou, replied Ingvild with a blush. What? Screamed all the students but Issei. Zenobia and Asia flinched once they heard her answer. They all glared at him, but he had a smirk of pride and victory as he mocked the males of his class with his arrogant grin. All right class, you may ask Miss Ingvild more questions after class and you may sit in front of Issei, said the teacher. With a nod, Ingvild sat in front of Issei with a smile. Time skip. The lunch break started and all of the girls except for Asia and Zenobia swarmed around Ingvild while the perverted duo were with Issei. With girls, what do you mean with Hyoudou? He's a massive pervert. Is he blackmailing you? Don't worry, we will save you from that perverted beast. And no, he's not blackmailing me, and he has changed after his previous relationship failed, said Ingvild, but immediately covered her mouth because she wasn't supposed to tell that. He what? Asked the girls in disbelief. Nothing, said Ingvild. No, now you have to tell us, said Murayama. Ingvild then proceeded to tell them a summary of what happened, but not many details, not that she knew much of the details. All the girls were conflicted by the news. Normally they would be happy that something happened to the massive pervert, but for some reason, they weren't. With perverted duo, you traitor, shouted both Matsuda and Madohama. Issei just ignored them and laid his head on the table and just looked outside the window. Hey, don't ignore us, shouted again. Could you just piss off? Lashed out Issei back at them. All of the class now had all their attention on Issei with expressions that of shock. If you want to get a girlfriend, then stop being this annoying and perverted, shouted Issei. What do you mean? You are a pervert too, replied Madohama. I was a massive pervert, that is until I was forced to change. You think I wanted any of that? Have you any idea how much it hurts to have your loved ones just stab you in the back more than once? Shouted Issei as he flared a tiny bit of his aura, but it was enough. For a moment there they thought they saw his eyes slightly glow and a western dragon appear behind him, looking straight into their very souls for a split second, but it felt like hours. They all shivered and started to tremble slightly. Ingvild immediately hugged him to calm him down. Issei reciprocated the hug and they left the class. He still didn't get over that. Girls now felt guilty for the wrong assumptions. He really did change, whispered Murayama. Scene changed, school roof. Issei, are you all right? Asked Ingvild, concerned. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Haim. Sorry for telling them about that, apologized Ingvild as she lowered her head from the guilt. It's fine, you have nothing to worry about. They were the ones to pressure you into talking, said Issei as he hugged her and kissed her forehead lovingly. I love you, Haim. And me too, I love you too, said Ingvild as she kissed him on the lips. The rest of the school day went without any special events. All the males avoided Issei because they were scared of him, even if they tried to convince themselves that what they saw was a hallucination. The whole school, mostly women, started calling him the Fallen instead of the perverted beast, but Issei didn't care about his new nickname. School day ended, Issei and Ingvild got ready to leave, but someone came into the class. Every girl started screaming out of joy. Oh hey bro, greeted Issei with a smile. Where were you all this time? Asked Kiba after he got close enough. I'll tell you sometime later, replied Issei. Fine, but Riaz wants to talk to you in the club room. You don't have to come as I know you won't anyway. I just came here to see you mostly, said Kiba. She can piss off. I have nothing to talk with her nor the rest of the traitors, snarled Issei. Yeah, I expected that. By the way, here, take it, said Kiba as he gave Issei a golden ring with a golden orange gem. That was Arena's ring. Oh, thank you. Kiba thanked Issei as he started at the ring for a few seconds. No problem. Are you okay? Asked Kiba, worried for his friend. I'm fine for now, don't worry, reassured Issei with a smile. If you say so, if you need help, know that I'll be there for you, said Kiba. Yeah, thanks, replied Issei and let Kiba leave. Kiba left the class. After packing their belongings, Issei and Ingvild left too. Why was he so angry at the orc? Asked one of the kendo club members. I don't know, wait, shouted Murayama. What? Asked Kades. We know that 5 women destroyed the relationship from Ingvild, even if she didn't tell us who exactly the women were. I think I figured it out by Issei's reaction at Kiba's words. In the orc he was the closest with Rias, Zenobia, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia, so I believe those 5 are the ones who heard Issei, explained Murayama. The whole kendo club's eyes widened in shock at the realization. That explains why Zenobia and Asia avoided him, said Kades. But what was that ring? Asked a random girl. Everyone stayed silent as they tried to connect the dots, but nothing more came to mind. Line break. What do you want for dinner, Issei? Asked Ingvild. Sure, I'll make some, said Ingvild cheerfully. Alright, I'll help you, said Issei as he got up but was stopped by Ingvild. No, not today. You need to relax for now after that whole school incident, said Ingvild sternly. Alright, I'll relax, said Issei as he chuckled lightly. Just what did I do to deserve you? Asked Issei as he walked to his room to take a nap. Ingvild blushed a bit and immediately started to prepare dinner. Time skip. Next morning Issei was woken up by Ingvild as it was time for school. They got ready, grabbed their bags, and immediately went toward the school. Upon reaching the school they were met by Sona and most of the student council. Good morning, Hyoudou, Lavinia greeted them. Sona. Morning. Right, could you come to the student council room after school? Asked Sona. Sure, we'll come, replied Issei with a smile. Alright, thank you, now go to class, it will soon start, said Sona as Issei and Ingvild walked away. Upon entering the class he was met with everyone's gaze, which annoyed Issei a little but chose to ignore them. Issei and Ingvild sat in their seats. Murayama and Kades came up to Issei to talk, but they immediately noticed that he started shaking a little. He didn't make eye contact either. Hey there, Mari, Kate greeted Issei. Hey Issei, how are you? Asked Kades. I am fine, answered Issei. We thought that we should try to become friends again, said Murayama. Why would you want to be my friends after everything I did to you? I don't think I'll be much of a good friend, said Issei as he started shaking even more. He immediately took some pills out of his bag and ate them hastily. Those were the same pills that D-Drag had to take when Issei ruined his reputation. After a minute he stopped shaking mostly. That was his fright of women kicking in. The only ones who didn't affect me were Valerica, probably because of her boldness, and Ingvild, who apparently had a strong dragon affinity according to D-Drag. Stronger than Asia's, Lefay was like a little sister, and Elaine was similar to Issei. She has a slight fear of men after what the guard tried to do to her. But here, Kades and Murayama were the ones who beat him up after his peeping, so he was quite scared of them belittling him. This scene hurt the girls a little from the inside. Sorry you had to see that, said Issei sadly. And no, it's fine. But I still think that we could restart our relationships. The only reason why we avoided you and disliked you was because you were a pervert and we didn't want to stain our reputations, but now you changed. So why not try again? Said Kades confidently while Murayama nodded. If you think it would work out, then I guess we can try, said Issei more confidently but still not sure. Ingvild was happy to know that Issei was trying to get past his trauma and those girls were helping him. The girls smiled and left Issei alone after hearing the bell indicating the start of classes. When lunch break started, Murayama and Kades came over to Issei and Ingvild. Hey Issei, Ingvild, wanna go eat together? Asked Kades. Sure, I would love to, said Ingvild. The girls looked at Issei for an answer. Murayama and Kades immediately noticed that he was shaking way less than before. It made them smile. Sure, said Issei. They went to the roof of the school to have their lunch. Issei sat down on the floor in a cross-legged position while the girls were on their knees as they were wearing their skirts. They started eating their meals, but Issei just stared at the sky, not even blinking. Murayama touched his shoulder out of concern and Issei jumped out of fright slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to frighten you, I was just concerned, said Murayama. It's fine, I was just lost in thought, replied Issei as he looked down and started eating his lunch. The girls didn't like to see Issei in that kind of state. After a couple of minutes, the roof doors opened, and a certain redhead walked in. Hello Issei, how are you doing? Asked Rias. Issei flinched as his eyes widened. The 3 girls immediately saw his reaction and knew that this may not end well. Issei didn't reply nor turn his head towards her, he just stopped moving completely. The 3 girls got even more concerned. Why didn't you come to the club yesterday? You're still a member of Orc, said Rias. But I'm not. I left it that night, did you forget it already? Said Issei with an emotionless voice. Rias flinched a little. But Issei, I just want to talk things out, said Rias sadly. There's nothing I have to talk to you about. And by the way, the Issei you are trying to talk with is dead. He died that horrible night and no one can bring him back anymore, and you and the others who participated that night are at fault, said Issei as he turned his head towards Rias, but Rias started to sob seeing his emotionless and cold look. It's like his eyes held no life anymore. Rias ran out through the door as she couldn't handle it anymore. I don't think you should have been this hard on her. What did she do to you anyway? Asked Kades. Remember when Ingvild told you about that? Asked Issei. The 2 girls nodded. The ones that did that to me were Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Asia, and Zenobia, and they did that when I wanted to propose to them. Can you imagine your loved ones that you'd do anything to protect them to make them happy just betray you with your best friends? Asked Issei as he still held an emotionless expression but his tears streamed down his cheeks. So I was right in the ring. Who was it for? Thought Niriyama. The three hugged him tightly. It's okay. Now you have your girlfriend and us as your support. If you ever want to talk or need something, you can always ask us. We will do anything, said Niriyama. You don't have to be alone. We can share your burden too. We want to help you, Issei said Kades. At those words, Issei finally broke down completely and hugged the girls tightly as he sobbed. When the bell rang, they cleaned themselves up and went back to class. When they arrived, all the girls saw that Issei, Ingvild, Niriyama and Kades had red and puffy eyes while the boys didn't care, so they didn't even notice. The rest of the school day went calmly for Issei as he didn't listen to what the teacher was talking about. He just laid his head on the table and looked outside the window and thought about what Niriyama and Kades said to him while they were on the roof. He chuckled a bit at that, but that didn't go unnoticed by the girls. They felt bad for what happened to him, and the boys of course didn't care. They were scared of Issei. As the class ended, he said his goodbyes to Kades and Niriyama as he packed his stuff. Issei and Ingvild walked downstairs ready to go and meet Sona, but an unpleasant sight stopped them. There the whole orc was waiting for him, except for Gasper because he's with Valeri, his childhood friend who they saved from Chaos Brigade not too long ago in the hospital. Issei, come to the clubroom and don't worry, I informed Sona that you won't come today, said Rias. I already said I have nothing to do with you nor that club, said Issei coldly. Those were my brother's orders, said Rias with some confidence. The nerve she has to even talk to Issei, no less order him around after what she did, thought Didrag angrily. There's a devil in my pawn, you ha. Rias didn't finish because Issei interrupted her. No Rias, I'm not your pawn anymore nor a devil to be ordered around. I'm a free dragon now, no one controls me, said Issei with pride. What do you mean you're not a devil? Asked Akino. What I mean is that when I was corrupted by the evil pieces, the only way for me to survive was to purge them and let Didrag and Albion take my heart to turn me into a dragon, explained Issei. Plus I would have done that anyways, corrupted or not, said Issei. Orc was speechless. But I guess I'll go to that stupid club, okay? I have some business talk with Zech, said Issei. So let's go already, I don't have all day. I have to make dinner for my princess, said Issei as he walked towards the club with Ingvild following him. In Orc, Issei waited for Surzech to arrive while Akino served some tea, but Issei didn't drink and that hurt Akino. Why did you bring her here? Asked Rias with jealousy. Well, she is my princess, so I have to protect her, replied Issei as he was looking onto the ceiling. This slut, shouted Rias. Ingvild didn't react to Rias, but Issei on the other hand. Well, he wasn't too happy. Say that one more time, Gremory, I fucking dare you, shouted Issei while flaring his aura, scaring the shit out of the whole club. They almost couldn't breathe and stand because of his power, except for Ingvild, Rosswace and Kiba. Ingvild just hugged Issei and kissed him on the cheek to calm him down. Later, a silver magic circle with Gremory ruins appeared in the middle of the room, and out of it came Surzech with Grafia. Hello Issei, glad you could make it, said Surzech with a smile. Sure, but let's hurry up, I want to go home already, said Issei. Sure, just come this way, I want to talk with you in private, said Surzech. Issei, Ingvild, Grafia and Surzech went outside of the room and created a powerful barrier around them to prevent eavesdropping. About your land. You officially have most of the lands around the Dragon Mountains. You can do whatever you want there as you are the rightful owner of the land, said Surzech. Thank you for that, said Issei. By the way, anything about the brigade? Asked Issei. Unfortunately no, but we have to stay on guard, said Surzech. Understood, then I'll be going home, said Issei as he walked out of the building with Ingvild beside him, but was stopped by someone. Eyes wait. They turned around and saw Rosswace coming toward them. Hello, I guess we haven't seen each other for a while, said Issei awkwardly. Why yeah, I'm sorry, apologized Rosswace with a bow. Well. Rose, what are you apologizing for? Asked Issei. Rosswace looked back up with a slight blush after hearing her nickname. Kiba told me what happened that night. If I was not drunk I could have watched over them. But I gave in to the booze again. Sorry, apologized Rosswace as she looked down at the ground ashamed. Issei stepped forward and hugged her, much to her confusion. It's all right, none of this was your fault, Rose. You can't be their babysitter all the time. They have to think for themselves too, so don't worry, you are not at fault here, nor do I blame you or ever did, said Issei with a soothing voice. Rosswace didn't know how to react, not what to say after Issei's speech, so she just hugged him back tightly. Issei released her from the hug and gave her a warm smile. Hope to see you very soon, Rose, said Issei. Why do you keep calling me Rose? Asked Rosswace. Because this is your new nickname, don't like it. I can stop, said Issei. No, I like it, keep calling me that, replied Rosswace with a blush. She likes him. Guess there will be a harem anyways, Valerica thought, Ingvild with a smile. See you later, Rose, said Issei. Yeah, see you soon, eyes. After the goodbyes, they went back to their house and had a delicious dinner, after which they went to sleep and slept like rocks after a long and tiring day. Morning sun finally shone through the windows. Issei woke up and noticed he was all alone, but almost immediately picked up a smell of a delicious breakfast being prepared in the kitchen by Ingvild. Morning, Didrag, said Issei as he got out of bed and started to dress up in his casual clothing. Morning, partner, replied a groggy dragon. Do we have any plans for today, partner? Asked Issei. I think you should tell Tannen about the official land ownership for the faction, said Didrag. Yeah, you're right. Didrag, I have a serious question, said Issei. What is it, partner? Remember when I absorbed Albion's soul fragment? Said Issei. Of course, there was the first battle between you and Valerica. You absorbed the gem of her balance breaker. What about it? Said Diedreg. I can use his powers to some extent, right? So what if I awaken his soul fragment to get better accessibility and more of his powers? Explained Issei. Diedreg thought for a moment. If you awaken his soul fragment you should get more powerful, but what are you planning? Asked Diedreg. I need to get stronger so I could end Trihexa, said Issei. Diedreg's eyes widened from the shock. Was Issei planning to do something unimaginable like that? What do you mean, partner? We believe Chaos Brigade plans to release the Beast of the Apocalypse, so I think we shouldn't. I kept thinking about it for the past week. What if I were to absorb all the Dragon King's soul fragments to get their powers and abilities like with Albion's soul fragment, said Issei. That might be possible but also extremely dangerous. We don't know what might happen to your body or your soul. Will it handle the power? Will you die? If you absorb more souls your life force might decrease even lower than it is now. Explained Diedreg. Yeah, well, I guess one way to find out. But how do I awaken Albion's soul fragment? Asked Issei. You need to be exposed to his aura long enough, said Diedreg. Alright, then we will visit Valerica and Tannen today, said Issei. Can I come with you? Asked Ingvild as she entered the bedroom with Issei's breakfast in her hands. Sure you can, by the way, that smells really good, said Issei. I made you breakfast. I thought that I'll make you today because you're working hard lately, so I didn't want to be a burden, said Ingvild. You'll never be a burden, Heim. I love you and I always will, said Issei, making Ingvild blush. She then sat beside Issei with a plate in her hands. She had made him pancakes for breakfast. Issei, said Ingvild shyly while trying to feed Issei. He chuckled as opened his mouth and did as instructed. Time skip. That was delicious, Heim. You are a great cook. I'm lucky to have you and Valerica with me, said Issei as he kissed her on the lips after eating her delicious pancakes. After some more kisses and hugs, they decided it was time to go to visit Tannen and check their new territory. Deciding that it was better to teleport than fly to save some time, Issei summoned a teleportation magic circle and disappeared with Ingvild in a flash and arrived at their destination. Issei's instinct picked up danger and immediately entered his balance breaker to cover Ingvild while he took a powerful fire blast to his back. Damn it, old man. Don't you see we have a guest here? Shouted Issei as he deactivated his balance breaker and glared at a purple dragon. Ingvild was too shocked to even move as she started a large purple dragon descent and transformed to appear more human-like. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you, apologized Tannen and bowed his head slightly to Ingvild. It's okay, said Ingvild, a bit shaking because in front of her stood a powerful being. No need to fret, young one, I won't do anything to hurt you. I wouldn't dare to hurt one of the future leaders, mate, said Tannen with a smirk. Leader? Of what? Asked Ingvild, stunned. Dragon faction, of course. Ingvild's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. You're the leader of the dragon faction, shouted Ingvild. Well, yes, but actually no. First we need to prepare everything to create a faction. Tannen said I should be a leader of it, and almost everyone here agreed with Tannen, so yeah, cool, right? Said Issei nervously. He was still not sure if he should be a leader. He didn't lead even a small group of people, but now, out of nowhere, he will have to become the leader of a whole faction. Don't worry, you'll do fine, reassured Tannen after seeing how nervous Issei was. Why, yeah. Anyway, I got some land, said Issei. That's great, just show me where, and I'll transfer Dragon Mountains to you, said Tannen. Well, I got everything here around the Dragon Mountains so we could fit here at least 30,000 dragons, said Issei. Even though Ingvild heard that Surzech gave Issei some of the underworld land, she didn't expect it to be that much. How did you get this much land, Issei? Asked a completely stunned Tannen, as even he didn't receive this much after becoming a devil-dragon hybrid. Well, I got a favor from Zech, and I asked as much land as he could give me, and he gave all this as an apology token. But when I said as much as possible, I didn't expect this much, admitted Issei. Well, that will help us greatly. I'll organize the farms, living places, and training army of dragons, said excited Tannen. Dragon army? Asked Ingvild. Yes, Heim, what faction doesn't have their armies? We need to protect our faction too, said Issei, smirking. Well, that's all for now, so we will go visit Valerica now, said Issei, but right as he was about to leave he remembered to ask Tannen for something. Heim, wait for me over here for a moment. I need to talk to Tannen about something really serious, said Issei. Getting a nod from Ingvild, he walked back to Tannen. Hey old man, could I borrow your soul fragment? Asked Issei. Tannen raised an eyebrow at his interesting question. What for exactly? Asked Tannen. Issei then explained his plan. Tannen understood and gave a small purple orb to Issei. Issei took the orb and placed it against his chest. The orb glowed brightly before it merged into his chest, and when he was done he could feel a bit stronger and a new presence within his body. Thank you, Tannen. And by the way, could you send someone to get Vritra's strongest gear for me? It holds Vritra's soul and all of its powers, asked Issei. Sure, do you know where it is? Asked Tannen. Issei then gave Tannen a map with its presumed location that Diedreg told about. Issei returned to Ingvild and teleported to Valerica's mansion right in front of the door and knocked on it. Soon it was opened by Elaine. Hey, Elaine greeted her Issei. Oh, hello, Issei, please come in, said Elaine happily. And you must be Lady Ingvild. My name is Elaine, said Elaine with a slight bow. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, replied Ingvild with a bow of her own. I think there's no need for the formalities. We are practically family, said Issei as he chuckled at the girls' interaction. When they entered, they met Lefay cooking lunch and Biku sleeping on the couch in the living room. Arthur is training right now in Valerica. I believe she is in your former room, said Elaine as she walked towards the kitchen to help Lefay with the cooking. Issei and Ingvild went to Issei's old room to meet Valerica, but as he opened the door they saw Valerica taking a nap on his bed. Issei and Ingvild chuckled a bit before he kissed Valerica on her forehead. She immediately smiled while sleeping. She looked too cute for Issei's heart. It started to melt. Hey Albion. Hello Issei, you need something? Replied Albion. Actually yeah. I need you to awaken your soul fragment by exposing me to your aura, said Issei. Albion was confused. Why did he want his soul to be awakened? Sure, but first explain what you're planning, said Albion. I'm borrowing soul fragments of Dragon Kings and 2 heavenly dragons to grow stronger for the Trihexa battle. So far I have D-Drag with me, Tannen's soul fragment and yours, but yours need to be awakened, explained Issei. Albion understood what the boy was planning. But Ingvild got worried. Was Issei planning to fight the beast of the apocalypse? What are you saying, Issei? Asked worried Ingvild with a whisper. Issei flinched as he forgot for a moment that Ingvild heard everything they just talked about and cursed himself for his stupidity and careless actions. It's fine, Heim, no need to worry, said Issei. What do you mean no need to worry? You are planning to fight the beast of the apocalypse, said panicking Ingvild. Yeah, I know it sounds really dangerous, but I have a plan. It'll work out, said Issei nervously. It better work. Will you tell Valerica about it? Asked Ingvild. I don't think so. She already has a lot on her plate. She has a lot of work to do and this stuff will just do more harm to her than good, answered Issei. Ingvild wasn't sure about this. You already know the risks, right? Asked Albion. Yeah, I do, replied Issei. Albion then flared his aura and Issei's aura revealed itself. The room started to shake a little and Valerica almost woke up, but they lowered their auras in time. Did it work? Asked Issei. Yes, it did, replied Albion's soul fragment. I'll call you Al because it will be confusing calling you Albion too, said Issei. I'm fine with that, replied Al. Alright, cool. When she wakes up tell her that if she wants to she can visit us at any time, said Issei. Sure, I'll do it once, but remember I'm not a messenger, said Albion. Thanks, Albion, said Issei as he and Ingvild went downstairs to say their goodbyes. They returned home and the rest of the day was just relaxed and Issei mostly slept. The next day Issei decided to visit another Dragon King. The one D-Drag told him was really mad at him, and that dragon was located in the familiar forest. Issei didn't have access to that forest because he was a dragon and not a devil, not anymore. So he decided to ask Ingvild if she could teleport them there because she's a high-class devil. Hey Heim, do you have access to the familiar forest? Asked Issei. Yes I do. What do you want to do there though? Asked Ingvild. I know there is a Dragon King that lives there and I need her help with something, said Issei. Alright, but I'll come with you, said Ingvild. Sure, you can come with me, said Issei as he kissed her on her cheek as a thank you. They arrived in the familiar forest and barely saw any familiars, probably because it was not a full moon yet. They just walked in a random direction until they saw a man standing on a tree branch looking afar. Issei immediately recognized him as the familiar master. Hey, catch him on drugs. Can you tell us where the Dragon King Tiamat lives? Asked Issei. The familiar master turned around and saw Ingvild and Issei staring at him. He didn't recognize Issei because his appearance was mostly different, nor did he ever see Ingvild. Why do you want to find her? Do you want to die? Said the familiar master. Just stop wasting our time and tell us already, said Issei annoyed. Just head north to that mountain, you'll see a cave where she lives, said the familiar master. Alright, thank you, said Issei as he and Ingvild flew in the said direction until they reached the cave. Alright Heim, stay here and don't get out of here under any circumstances, is that understood? Said Issei with a serious facial expression. But why? I thought dragons won't attack their faction leaders, said a confused Ingvild. Well, just the dragons that live in the dragon territory know about a faction we're about to build, and this dragon hates D-Drag so much she just by feeling his aura starts hunting him down, and his hosts explained Issei. Ingvild now was very worried. But don't worry, everything will be fine, said Issei as he started walking towards the cave, flaring a bit of his aura. Walking towards the cave he immediately noticed ice blue eyes staring at him with intent. D-Drag, roared Tiamat as she walked out of the cave. When she walked out of the cave, Issei saw a celestial blue dragon staring down at him and flared her aura to frighten Issei, but Issei flared his and easily surpassed her aura. She was shocked for a second before deciding to ask a question. Tell me, why you come here, D-Drag, snarled Tiamat with venom as she glared at Issei with her cold eyes. Just her glare made Issei feel the chill running down his spine. I'm not D-Drag. I'm his host. My name is Issei Hyoudou and I'm the future leader of a faction I'm building, said Issei. Oh, and what faction is it? Asked Tiamat. Dragon faction, replied Issei simply. Tiamat's eyes widened from slight shock but composed herself immediately. Oh, and you are here to bring me to your territory, dear leader. To make me do as you order? Asked Tiamat. No, you can live wherever you want. I came here to borrow your soul fragment. And why do you need it? Asked Tiamat as curiosity sparked within her eyes. Chaos Brigade will release Trihexa and I'm planning to it using all the Dragon Kings and 2 heavenly dragon soul fragments for power, said Issei. Are you crazy? You know you can die just from using all the powers at once. Asked Tiamat. I know, replied Issei. You one crazy man. Alright, I'll give you my soul fragment, but you have to do 2 things for it, said Tiamat with a smirk. Okay, replied Issei. First, you will have to fight me to prove that you are worthy of my soul fragment, and second, you'll have to kiss me and make me yours, said Tiamat seductively. Diedrag's and Issei's jaws hit the ground from the shock and Ingvild's eyes widened. That was the biggest plot twist for Diedrag and Issei ever. I don't know about the second one, said Issei nervously. What, am I not good enough? Asked Tiamat, feeling a little hurt from his words. And no, that's obviously not the reason. It's just I already have 2 mates and I don't know if they approve of this, said Issei. Well, it's normal for a dragon to have more than 2 mates, plus we can ask at least one of your mates that is hiding behind that tree, said Tiamat, as she pointed towards Ingvild. Ingvild knew it was useless to hide, so she came out and walked towards Issei. Well, what do you say? Asked Tiamat. I don't mind. Issei looked at her in pure shock and disbelief. Well, we have permission, said Tiamat, smirking. Tiamat then transformed into her human form as a bright blue light blinded the duo. As the light dimmed out, they saw her beautiful figure. She had beautiful blue icy eyes and silky pale blue long hair that reached her lower, was dressed in a regular shirt that beautifully hugged her big breasts, and tight jeans that hugged her big butt and thick thighs. Issei wasn't a pervert anymore, but he still couldn't stop staring at her. She was extremely hot. Seeing this, Tiamat decided to tease him a bit. Like what do you see? Asked Tiamat with a huge smirk. Of course I do. What man would I be if I didn't, admitted Issei. Then want to see more? Asked Tiamat with a seductive voice. Issei blushed like never before from the scene in front of him. Well, do you agree with being my mate? Asked Tiamat. I don't care, and Issei couldn't finish because Ingvild interrupted him. Just agree already. I know you want to, said Ingvild as she crossed her arms. Alright then, I agree, said Issei. Tiamat got really excited and kissed Issei with an intense kiss. Much to her joy, he reciprocated the kiss just intensely, if not more. And after 15 or so minutes they parted for air. Dragons can hold their breath longer than other beings, so they could enjoy one another longer. Then Issei's instincts took over his body and bit Tiamat on her shoulder. She was caught off guard and let out a moan. When Issei moved away, on her shoulder appeared a red dragon symbol. Why did you bite her, Issei? Asked Ingvild, confused. He did that to mark me as his mate, replied Tiamat. Then why didn't you mark me, Issei? Asked annoyed Ingvild. Because I thought that you might not like me after some time. I mean, we barely knew each other, so I thought, said Issei. You thought I might leave you. Well, guess what? I'm not leaving you, and I'll never will, so either you mark me now or I won't talk to you for a month, said Ingvild as she crossed her arms under her cleavage. She had a cute pout. Issei sighed before walking up to her and gently lifted her head by her chin and kissed her. They made out with her for a couple of minutes before parting and biting her shoulder. She, just like Tiamat, let out a moan and a red dragon symbol appeared on her hand. Ingvild smiled happily and hugged Issei from the excitement she felt. Well, now we're gonna fight so I could prove it to you, asked Issei. No need, I know that you are already Tannen's level if not stronger, plus I think you'll be a good leader of the faction, said Tiamat. What makes you think that? Asked Issei curiously. I don't know, just a feeling, replied Tiamat as she gave Issei a small blue orb. Issei took the orb and absorbed it by putting it on his chest like with Tannen. Alright Tia, see you later, said Issei as he was about to teleport back home. Tiamat blushed at her new nickname, but before Issei could leave, Diedrag spoke. Wait, Issei, spoke Diedrag. Issei stopped and turned towards Tiamat, knowing what Diedrag was doing. When Tiamat heard his voice, she had a look of hatred. Tiamat, I'm sorry for not giving you your treasure back. It got destroyed and I couldn't pay you anything for it because I got sealed. So I'm sorry, apologized Diedrag sincerely. It's okay, Diedrag. I'll let you off the hook this time, said Tiamat. After that they said their goodbyes to Tiamat. They went back home to relax. Ingvild started making dinner while humming happily. What made you this happy today, Heim? Asked Issei. You, of course. You marked me as your mate and I'm really happy about it for some reason, replied Ingvild. I see. By the way, tomorrow after school I'll bring Valerica to a date, so the next day after the date with Valerica I would like to go with you on one too. Is that alright with you? Said Issei. Of course. You just made me even happier, said Ingvild as she kissed Issei. Issei felt really happy and proud that he can make his girls feel happy. Suddenly Issei remembered what Valerica said the day Issei saved Ingvild. But no harems. Issei shivered at the thought of what she will do to him for this. Ingvild, what should I tell Valerica about Tiamat? Asked nervous Issei. Just tell her the truth. She may be a bit angry, but she will calm down eventually. Plus it's not like you planned that. Right, said Ingvild. Of course, I didn't plan that, said Issei with one thought in his mind. Women are scary. That they are partner, even Diedrag agreed. After dinner, they went to sleep together and relaxed for tomorrow. After waking up early in the morning, Issei decided it was time to start his training. Where do I even start? Sighed Issei. Partner, start by little. Try to gain their signature skills like you did with my flames, and later you can master them, advised Diedrag. Not a bad idea. It'll be hard and you might fail a lot, but you can do it if you truly desire to protect everyone, but don't do crazy stuff and experiments. Because we still don't know what may happen to you. Not only your body might get destroyed, but your very soul, warned Al. Alright, so who should I start with? Asked Issei. Start with Tannen, then Tiamat and then Al. Later on, you'll get Vritra's soul and maybe even Yulong's soul fragment, said D-Drake. Okay then, let's get started, said Issei as he sat on the ground in a cross-legged position and entered the gear to train with his dragons. Time skip. 2.5 hours passed since Issei started his training. Later Ingvild woke up and after entering the living room she saw Issei on the ground with his eyes closed. She let him stay like this for a bit but later decided to call him, otherwise they'd be late for school. Issei, we need to go or we'll be late, said Ingvild as she shook Issei lightly. Issei opened his eyes and saw Ingvild in front of him with a smile. With no hesitation, Issei kissed her on the lips as a good morning. Morning, Heim, is it time for school already? Asked Issei. Yes it is, so go get ready and let's go, said Ingvild as she walked away. Issei stood up and dressed in his school uniform and they went to school holding hands and smiling brightly. Ingvild was happy because of the upcoming date with Issei tomorrow, but Issei was happy for a whole other reason as he can use some of Tannen's abilities. He still needs to master those powers but he got the hang of it while his dragons were shocked just how quickly he learned. They reached the school gates but to their surprise, Kades and Miriama were waiting for them. Good morning, Issei, Ingvild greeted both girls. Good morning, replied Ingvild cheerfully. And morning, Mira, Kate replied Issei, even less nervous than the last time. The girls noticed that and smiled. Let's go to class, said Miriama with a smile. Right, time skip. After the bell, the teacher came to class and announced that some seats will be changed. When the moving was done, Miriama and Kades had big smiles because they got seated near Issei. Issei and Ingvild stayed in their original seats while Kades sat to Issei's right and Miriama behind Issei. The lesson was boring for Issei as he just folded his arms on a desk and used them as a pillow for him to sleep. In this case, he was in his gear training. When the lunch break started, the three girls wanted to go together with Issei on a roof to eat their lunch together, but they saw Issei still sleeping. Miriama and Kades tried to wake him up but nothing worked. Ugh, why aren't you waking up? Shouted Kades. Let's just go without him this time. He must be tired, said Miriama, and with defeated sigh Kades gave and the three girls went up to the roof to have their lunch. Maybe you and Issei want to go with us today to the arcade or something? Asked Miriama. I can, but Issei has a date today, said Ingvild nonchalantly but immediately covered her mouth as she remembered that she shouldn't have said anything about the other girls. What do you mean? Did you break up? Shouted both Miriama and Kades. And no, we did not, said Ingvild. You mean, you just let him go out with other girls? Asked Kades in disbelief. Well, that girl actually shares him with me. She was the one that saved Issei from going insane because of his betrayal, said Ingvild. You mean he has a harem again? Asked Miriama. Sort of. But he didn't plan any of this. He wanted just to close his heart from everyone and forget love, said Ingvild saddened. How many girls does he have right now? Asked curious Miriama. 3 in total, me, Valerica, and Tiamat, replied Ingvild. Well, that's unexpected, said Kades. Agreed, replied Miriama. Do you girls know each other? Asked Kades. Well, I know both of them, but Valerica and Tiamat don't know each other because Tiamat is new to the harem. Today Issei, after his date with her, will tell about Tiamat. Though I don't know how she will react. She said she doesn't mind sharing him with me but said no to harems, and here we are having a harem, said Ingvild, a bit concerned about what Valerica will do to Issei after his confession. The bell rang indicating that the lunch break was over, and when they came back to class they giggled a bit as they saw Issei still sleeping. He looked rather cute in the girls' eyes. The classes ended and Issei had woken up. As he and Ingvild were about to leave, Issei was stopped by a certain redhead. This just ruined his day. What do you want, Gremory? Asked Issei with no emotion while he was holding in so many emotions. Issei, I want you to come back to me. To us, we love you. Please just come back. I know we messed up by sleeping with other guys, but... The students were shocked because of their idol's words. The girls once looked up to Rias and the rest of the orc, but now they were quite disgusted by what she said. Listen here, Gremory. I don't care what you or what the rest of you want. I don't care what you need, and I don't care what you have to say. It's over. The old Issei is dead. Gone. He is no more. You have to accept the reality and move on, shouted Issei as he barely held back his tears. I just want us to be together again, said Rias while crying. It's too late. Your actions speak louder than words. Plus, don't you have college work or something? It's the second time you come here, asked Issei as he wanted her to go out of his sight. Rias turned around and slowly walked out as she clenched her chest from a sharp pain. Issei just stood there and looked at the ground as his bangs shadowed his eyes and had clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but students saw his tears hit the ground. They felt bad for him. Ingvild came and hugged him together with Kades and Miriama. After the incident, Issei went home, while Ingvild and the two girls went to spend some time together. As Issei came back to the apartment, he called Valerica via magic circle. Yeah, Issei, answered Valerica. Hey Empress, wanna go on a date today? Asked Issei. I would love to. When are we going out? Asked Valerica. How about in an hour? Asked Issei. Sure, that's perfect, replied Valerica, sounding excited. Alright, I'll come to get you in an hour, said Issei as he went to get changed. Issei changed into a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a black leather jacket with white and red dragons on its back. An hour later, Issei teleported to Valerica's mansion, and when he got there he saw LaFay making dinner. Hey, LaFay greeted her. Issei. Oh, Issei, hello. Are you here for Valerica? Asked Lefay. Yep, I guess she told everyone already. Asked amused Issei. About the date. Of course, she did. She was so excited. Right now I think she's with Elaine upstairs, so just wait here for a bit, said Lefay. Alright, said Issei as he sat down on the couch. After 5 minutes, Valerica came downstairs wearing blue jeans. She wore a white t-shirt and a half-leather jacket with a white dragon on her back. Wow, you look amazing, Val. I like your outfit, complimented Issei. Thanks, you look good too, replied Valerica. Well, let's go then, asked Issei as he stretched his hand towards Valerica. Yes, let's go, said Valerica, taking his hand, and Issei created a magic circle and teleported back to the apartment where Ingvild already was making dinner. Hi, Valerica greeted her Ingvild with a hug. Hey Ingvild, how are you? Asked Valerica. I'm great. It's fun here in Ku, said Ingvild with a smile. Glad you enjoy it here, said Valerica. Have a nice date, said Ingvild. Alright, bye Heim, said Issei as he and Valerica went outside. Well, where are we going first? Asked curious Valerica. Where do you want to go first? Amusement park or cinema? Asked Issei. How about we go to an amusement park first, then we'll go watch a movie, said Valerica. Alright then, let's go to the amusement park, said Issei as he grabbed her hand. When they got to the amusement park, Issei suggested going on a roller coaster first. Valerica agreed with Issei even though she didn't know what it was. She had never gone to an amusement park, it was her first time, so she didn't know what to expect, part of the reason why she chose to go here first. When the ride started to move, Valerica thought it was some sort of joke because it was moving slowly. But when they reached the top, the roller coaster started riding at insane speeds. Valerica was scared for her life and grabbed Issei's hand tightly while screaming. After the ride, Valerica was dizzy and she had to sit down on a bench for a couple of minutes. Did you like it? Asked Issei with a smile. Like it? I thought I would die there, said Valerica. Come on, it was fun. Look, I even have a photo of you screaming, said Issei as he gave a photo of Valerica screaming for her life and Issei laughing the whole time. Valerica immediately blushed and hid the photo in her pocket, but Issei had a few more of those. So what's next? Asked Valerica. How about we go to the arcade? Suggested Issei. Sure, replied Valerica. They later played in an arcade. Although it was the first time for Valerica, she crushed Issei in every game they played. GRR. This sucks, said Issei as he crossed his arms while Valerica just laughed. At least Issei won her a red dragon plushie that she loved very much. So what now? Asked Valerica. Now we either go eat dinner and then watch a movie or vice versa, said Issei. Suddenly Valerica's stomach growled for food, making Issei chuckle while Valerica gained a small tint of red on her cheeks. Okay, that's our answer then, said amused Issei. They went to a nearby stall and ordered some waffles. Issei liked those waffles, and because of his dragon appetite he ordered 3 times more than Valerica. As they were eating, Issei decided to tell her about Tiamat. Hey Val, I have to tell you something really important, said Issei. Alright, who is she? Asked Valerica as she took a bite of her meal. Issei was caught off guard by her question and almost choked on his meal, but understood what she meant somehow. Tiamat, answered Issei, clearly scared for his life. Valerica's eyes widened. You mean Dragon King Tiamat? Asked Valerica in shock and disbelief. Why yes, answered Issei, still scared. Ugh, I knew that would happen eventually, said Valerica with a sigh. It's alright, I'm not mad, I'm happy that you decided to tell me about this, but please, no more girls without my approval. I have to make sure that there wouldn't be any parasites like the previous ones, said Valerica with concern. But since I know that Tiamat won't even do anything like those whores, I guess she may join, said Valerica with a smirk. Issei was so shocked that his brain stopped braining and his body went on autopilot. He thought that she would surely him. By the way, how did you meet her? Asked curious Valerica. I wanted to meet her in the familiar forest to say sorry for what Drag did to her treasure and make it even somehow. And she said she wants to be my mate, explained Issei, telling half true. Alright, said Valerica, understanding the situation. Well, now that we are full, we'll go to watch a movie, asked Valerica. Why yeah, replied Issei, still in a somewhat shocked state. After a movie, they went on the last ride and of course, it was a Ferris wheel. Upon reaching the top, Valerica saw the beautiful sunset, deciding this was the right time to thank Issei. Thank you, Issei, for this wonderful date. I don't remember when was the last time I had this much fun, and the whole Chaos Brigade stuff just stressed me out. But you helped me to relax today, said Valerica, clearly happy. You're welcome, my empress, happy to make you happy, said Issei. After they were done with their date, they went back home. It was already dark and Issei decided to take a shortcut through a park. And suddenly they reached a fountain where Issei was. Issei's face immediately lost all emotions, which didn't go unnoticed by Valerica. What's wrong, Issei? Asked a concerned Valerica. Well, this is the place where I was for a moment, I forgot that even happened, replied Issei. Valerica immediately understood what he was saying. I hate it. I never asked for this to happen. But at the same time, I'm glad it happened. I'm not a sad, useless, and hated pervert. Somebody actually loves me as much as I love them. I just love you girls too much, said Issei. Valerica processed to kiss Issei before talking. We will never leave your side, Issei. We will always love you and stay by your side no matter what, even if the world turns against you, said Valerica confidentially. Issei smiled warmly and kissed her this time. After they were done, they finally made it back home. Well then, Issei, I'll see you next time. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow you will receive a surprise, said Valerica with a smirk. Alright my empress, good night said Issei as Valerica teleported back to her mansion. As Issei walked inside, he saw that the lights were off already, so he assumed that Ingvild was already sleeping. Issei took a quick shower and went to bed joining Ingvild. He kissed her on her forehead as a good night and brought her closer to himself. She wrapped her arms around Issei as he went to sleep. The next morning started as usual. Issei went to school with Ingvild and met up with Miriama and Cades. The bell rang and everyone got to their seats and the teacher came in with an announcement. Alright students, today we have a transfer student, said the teacher, gaining everyone's interest. Even Issei was a bit interested, but Ingvild already knew who it was as she just smiled. Please come in, said the teacher. The doors opened and Issei froze. Hello everyone, my name is Valerica Luferda and I'm Issei Hyoudu's second girlfriend, introduced Valerica with a huge smirk. What? Shouted the whole class except Issei and Ingvild. Issei just slammed his head on the table, which broke from the impact, much to everyone's shock. What? Shouted the whole class except Issei and Ingvild. Issei just slammed his head on the table, which broke from the impact, much to everyone's shock. After the table replacement, Valerica was seated in front of Cades. She saw that she will be sitting close to Issei, which made her smile greatly. Valerica saw Issei's reaction and it looked really funny in her eyes. Time skip. The lunch break started and Issei and the four girls went up to the roof. So I guess this is your surprise? Asked Issei. Yup. Are you happy that I'm here? Asked Valerica with a smirk. Yes, I'm happy, but did you really have to say that you are my second girlfriend? Asked Issei with a sigh. Of course, they have to know that I'm off limits, Valerica simply replied. You could have just said that you don't want any relationship or already are in one, deadpanned Issei. Valerica just giggled in response. Plus, now that Sona is in college and Zenobia is the president of the student council, all of the guys here became more daring and more perverted, as they do not fear Zenobia at all. So from now on I'll have to watch out not only for Ingvild, Mira, Kate, but after you too, said Issei with a tired sigh. Don't worry, you can show them who's superior here and everyone will not only fear you but listen to every one of your orders, said Valerica with a confident smirk. Actually, that might work, said Issei as he started to think about it while the girls introduced to each other. Hello, I'm Miriama. And I'm Cades. We are Issei's friends, introduced both girls. Hello, I'm Valerica. I hope that you aren't trying to get these girls into your harem, Issei said Valerica. Both girls blushed. And no, I'm not trying to get any girls. It just happens somehow, said Issei as Valerica's statement got Issei's attention. By the way girls, I didn't expect your reactions to be so calm hearing that Issei has a second girlfriend, said Valerica. Well, we know that Issei has 3 girlfriends, Ingvild told us, replied Cades. Issei and Valerica looked amused at Ingvild. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's alright, Haim, said Issei as he gave her a reassuring smile, making Ingvild immediately calm. Will you be living with us, Val? Asked Issei, already knowing the answer. Of course, I will be living with you. And where will you sleep? Asked Issei. That's a stupid question, Issei. Of course, I'll be sleeping with you as well, replied Valerica. What made you fall in love with him anyway? Asked curious Miriama out of the blue. Well, he's really caring, brave, gentle, strong, and handsome, said Valerica with a smile. The girls had to agree. Issei truly became handsome. He was befire to some extent, but no, he looks like a god of beauty. How did you meet? Asked Cades. One night I was walking home, but suddenly 2 big guys grabbed me into the alleyway. They wanted to use me, but I let out one single scream and Issei came and beat the crap out of those guys. He saved me from near death, or at least a deep trauma, replied Valerica. Of course, that was a lie, and the funny thing was that Valeric saved Issei from near death when he activated the Juggernaut drive. The 2 girls were shocked that Issei could be so brave and strong. The pervert changed so much, thought Cades and Miriama. The bell rang and all 5 of them went back to class. Time skip. After class was over, they all walked together until Issei suggested something. You girls can go and hang out, I have some business to attend to, said Issei. With who? Asked Valerica. Tan and Issei simply replied. Alright, when will you return? Asked Ingvild. I'll come back for dinner, said Issei. Alright, have fun, said Issei as he went in the opposite direction from the girls. Who's Tannen? Asked Miriama. He's one of the friends that Issei has. He's really a nice and fun guy, said Valerica. The girls then went to have fun while went in an alleyway and teleported into Tannen's cave. There he met Tannen and Bova. Well, do you have it? Asked Issei. Yes, here it is, replied Tannen as he gave Issei a purple orb much darker than Tannen's, almost black like shadows. Issei placed the orb on his chest like with others and absorbed the soul of Vritra. Issei sat down and transferred his consciousness into the gear. There he saw Dreg, Al, Tiamat, Tannen, and a large black eastern dragon with violet eyes, and 3rd eye on his forehead. He possessed 7 light purple tentacles growing at the back of his body. Who are you, and what do you want? Asked Vritra. My name is Issei Hyoudou and I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. I need to borrow your strength, replied Issei seriously. Why do you need me when you already have 2 heavenly dragons and 2 strongest dragon kings? Asked Vritra. I need all the strength of dragons to Trihexa, replied Issei. Interesting goal. Fine. But you'll get my powers only when you'll defeat me in battle, said Vritra. Alright, Dreg and the rest you can go and watch some TV, said Issei. Vritra was confused. You'll have a TV here? Asked Vritra. Of course, it's my mindscape, so I give the best comfort for them. Soon you'll join them, said Issei confidently. Vritra smirked and got ready for the battle. Issei only activated his boosted gear. They got ready and charged at each other while Issei boosted. Issei got the first punch into Vritra's head and sent him flying. Issei didn't waste any time and shot a powerful dragon shot. Vritra somehow managed to escape his dragon shot and Issei realized that he was using shadows to get out of the way. Vritra suddenly appeared from behind and sent Issei flying. He then proceeded with a fire breath which hit Issei. But to his surprise, Issei was already in his balance breaker. Not bad, said Issei. But how about this, said Issei as he launched a weak blazing inferno scorching flames in Vritra's direction. Vritra felt those flames before and knew they were no joke as those flames were D-Drag's. He immediately dodged, not wanting to get hit by the most powerful flames in the world. When Vritra dodged, he didn't expect Issei to be right there. Issei uppercut Vritra and launched him into the air. Issei then kicked Vritra from above and sent him to the ground, scattering it in the process, creating a small crater where Vritra was exhausted and damaged. Issei Hyoudou, you proved yourself worthy of my help. I shall help you with everything you need, partner, said Vritra as he got out of the crater. Alright, now go join the others and rest for a bit, said Issei as he returned to the real world. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Valerica's blue shining eyes staring at him. Issei looked unfazed by the sudden scare, but from the inside, he died a bit from the sudden encounter. I think I just lost some more of my life force, thought Issei. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked Issei. I was waiting for you to finish your training, answered Valerica. I said that I'll come back for dinner, said Issei. You've been here for a whole night, Issei deadpanned Valerica. What? Shouted Issei as he stood up. Yeah, you've been here for the whole night and didn't come back. Me and Ingvild got worried and I decided to check up on you. Then I met Tan and he said that you were training, said Valerica as she hugged Issei. I guess I was caught up in our fight, thought Issei. It's alright, Val, let's just go home, said Issei. Suddenly they heard Tannen's voice from behind. Did it work? Asked Tannen about Vritra. Yeah, it did, said Issei. What worked? Asked Valiana curiously. I learned how to use D-Drag's flames. Yeah, that's it, said Issei. Issei didn't want Valerica to know about his plan about getting dragon souls and Trihexa just yet, because she will worry way too much. Well, old man, we are leaving then, said Issei as he created a magic circle and teleported himself and Valerica back home. It was morning already and 1 hour before school. He wasn't that tired because when he is in his mindscape it's like sleeping for him on the outside. The trio went to school while the two maidens hugged Issei's arms from the sides. When they reached the school they received uncomfortable stares of lust and jealousy from the boys, but when Issei glared back they immediately got away from fear while all of the girls blushed as Issei showed his dominance. Issei now has two nicknames. One is the Fallen, that was given by the girls knowing his situation, and the boys called him the Dragon of Death as they can't forget the time they saw a dragon behind Issei. They were scared of Issei way too much. Issei has repaired his reputation in school, but Issei didn't care about that. He was more focused on getting stronger. He plans to go and ask Azazel for Fafnir's soul and go to Kyoto to get Yulong's soul fragment tomorrow. While Issei was lost in his thoughts, he didn't even notice he was already in class sitting in his seat while the four girls looked at him worried. Issei, are you okay? Asked Ingvild. Yeah, you've been spaced out and didn't even talk since you came here. The next one spoke Murayama. Sorry, I was just lost in thought, replied Issei. Is something wrong that made you space out so much? Asked Keres. And no, everything is fine really, replied Issei, trying to get out of this situation somehow. Okay, if you say so, said Valerica, still not fully convinced. The class started and Issei as always didn't pay any attention as he was thinking of a plan on how to defeat not only the Beast but the Chaos Brigade too, and any possible threats to his loved ones or dragon faction. Now that he will be a leader, he has to make sure that they will only grow stronger. But Issei started to overthink and started to stress over the days. D-Drake didn't want to wait any longer. Partner, don't overdo it. You need to take a break. If you keep working like this, all your plans and efforts will fail, said D-Drake as he was concerned for his partner. Alright D-Drake, if you say so, but I'll still train when I'm asleep, said Issei. That's good enough for me, answered D-Drake. So Issei decided to stop thinking about the problems. During the lunch break, they ate at their usual spot. They just talked about normal stuff and the girls saw Issei more relaxed and he talked more than usual. This sight made the four girls happy. After the class, Valerica, Murayama and Keres went home as Issei and Ingvild went on a date. They had a lot of fun together. They returned home almost the same time as he returned from the date with Valerica. Issei spent the whole night in his mindscape training with Vritra. He can manipulate shadows and serrate something like shadow chains and use Vritra's shadow flames. He mastered all of Tannen's powers already and made a lot of progress with Tiamat's powers. He can use ice magic and ice breath. So right now he has both fire, ice, and shadow affinities. Issei decided that he won't go to school tomorrow as he wanted to relax, so what's a better place than Kyoto? He wanted to visit Kanu and Yasaka because he hadn't seen them in a while. Plus he might get another soul fragment if he is lucky enough. When the morning came, he told his girls that he won't go to school today as he wanted to relax a bit, so he decided to go to Kyoto for a few days. The girls had no problems with it and left him alone. Issei formed a magic circle near his ear and called Azazel. He wanted to get Fafnir first. Hyo greeted Azazel. Hey Azazel, can we meet up for a couple of minutes? Asked Issei. Sure kiddo, where you at? Asked Azazel. I'm in my house in Ku, and by the way, take Fafnir with yourself, said Issei. Alright, but why do you need Fafnir? Asked curious Azazel. I'll explain everything to you, but I don't have much time, so I'll give you the short version when you come, said Issei. Alright, I'll be there in a moment, said Azazel as the magic circle disappeared. After 5 minutes, Azazel teleported into Issei's living room. Here's Fafnir. Now explain, said Azazel. I'm collecting Dragon King souls right now. I have Tannen's Tiamat's and Albion's soul fragments, Fafnir, D-Drag, and Vritra. I'll go to Kyoto to get Yulong's soul fragment. I need all these dragons to get all the power to Trihexa because we both know that Chaos Brigade will release it, explained Issei. Azazel was shocked but understood his plans and reasoning. Besides, he couldn't change his mind at this point anyways. Plus, I'm building a faction. I trust you a lot. You're like a second father to me, so I believe that I can tell you about my plans. Not a lot of people know, so I hope you keep it a secret, said Issei. This piqued Azazel's curiosity. What kind of faction are you talking about? Asked Azazel. Dragon faction. And I'll be the leader of the faction. We already got a decent amount of land, said Issei. Dragon faction. Damn, that's great. I'll support you with anything you need. You can consider us your allies, said Azazel proudly. I only needed to borrow Fafnir, but got the whole alliance with the fallen angels as well, their support. I call this day a success, said Issei as he and Azazel chuckled. Yeah, how are you holding up? You really scared me that night, asked Azazel. I'm doing better, replied Issei. If you need any more help, don't hesitate to ask, said Azazel. Sure, Azazel, replied Issei. Alright, kiddo, I have to get back to Grigori. I have a lot of work to do, so I'll see you later, said Azazel as he left via magic circle. Issei then called another person. Hello, answered the said person. Hey Yasaka, I just wanted to let you know that I'm coming to Kyoto today, said Issei. Oh, Issei, did Ria send you on some kind of mission? Asked Yasaka. Issei flinched at the mention of Ria's. And no, I just want to relax a bit and maybe talk with Sun Wukong about something if that's possible, said Issei. Yasaka immediately noticed Issei's change of mood at the mention of the redhead. Okay, we will be waiting at the train station. Kanu really missed you a lot, said Yasaka. Yeah, I miss her too, replied Issei. Well, I'll be going then, see you at the station, said Issei as he disconnected from the call and went to his room to pack some clothes for the weekend. Later he made his way to the train station and got a ticket to Kyoto. After a couple of minutes, the train started to move and Issei just closed his eyes and entered his mindscape to train a bit while traveling to Kyoto. As the train reached the station in Kyoto, Issei got out of the train and saw Yasaka smiling and Kanu running towards him while shouting his name. Issei, shouted Kanu as she hugged Issei. Issei hugged her back, and with that, his short vacation started. Issei, shouted Kanu, while hugging Issei. Hey, Kanu, I missed you. Why didn't you come back for so long? Whined Kanu. I had some problems to take care of, replied Issei. What kind of problems? Asked Kanu, tilting her head cutely. It's nothing, replied Issei, not wanting to talk about it. Well then, shall we go? Asked Yasaka from behind with a kind smile. Sure, replied Issei as he lifted Kanu and carried her on his shoulders. I'm so high up. Then get used to it. I'll be doing this for at least 3 days. We'll do anything you want. Really? Yep. So get ready, said Issei. Yasaka just watched from behind Issei's and her daughter's interaction. It made her so happy to see Kanu this happy. She never had a father, so to see Issei acting as a father figure to Kanu made Yasaka extremely happy. After reaching their destination, Yasaka showed Issei's room, and after that, Kanu wanted to go and spend time with Issei. Mom, can I and Issei go outside? I want to show him places that only the supernatural can enter, asked Kanu her mother with puppy eyes. Yasaka only giggled and looked at Issei, who only nodded with a smile. Alright, you can go, but come back for dinner. Hey, let's go, Issei. We will have so much fun. Alright, you want me to carry you on my shoulders again? Yes, please, replied Kanu. Issei picked up Kanu and carried her on his shoulders while Yasaka watched them leave with a big smile. Thank you, Issei, whispered Yasaka to herself. As Issei and Kanu walked through the streets, people looked at them with smiles. Kanu and Issei first went sightseeing around. They went to a restaurant where they ate breakfast because Issei didn't have any today, talked about different things while they were eating. Why are you so different now? Your eyes are red instead of the brown ones, asked Kanu, confused. Well, I'm a dragon now and I'm like a brother of D-Drag and Albion, so I have their similarities, replied Issei. What about your hair? Asked Kanu. Same thing here. Both of the heavenly dragons had a big influence on my appearance, answered Issei. That's cool, exclaimed Kanu. Everything was going well until Kanu said something that made Issei freeze. I hope next time you will bring Auntie Irina. She's fun to play with too, said Kanu as she took another bite of her meal. Issei just remembered that Irina was sent to heaven that day because Michael needed Irina's help for some kind of project. How will Irina react to what happened to Issei? What will she do? What will she think? He knew that Irina cares about him. Issei cares about Irina too, that's why he doesn't want her to fall because of her negative thoughts. He wondered where she was now, what she'll do when she'll return. Are you alright? Asked Kanu, sounding concerned. Oh yeah, I'm fine. What is it? Well, I was trying to snap you out of your thoughts for the past 10 minutes. Come on, we don't have that much time left before we'll have to return home, said Kanu as she stood up from her seat. Alright, let's go. They went sightseeing some more and went back home because it was getting dark already. Kanu seemed happy the whole day, but when they were walking back she looked kinda down. Do you want us tomorrow to spend some time together again? Asked Issei. Kanu's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, replied Kanu with excitement. They got back home and ate dinner together. Yasaka informed Issei about something while they were eating. By the way, tomorrow Sun Wukong will come to Kyoto to talk about something with me, so I think he can spare you some of his time too, said Yasaka. Understood, thanks, replied Issei. They finished their dinner and went to their rooms. Issei sat at the edge of the bed to get his thoughts together until someone knocked on the door. Once Issei looked up at the door, he saw Yasaka standing there. You need something? Asked Issei. I want to talk. What about? Asked curious Issei. What happened to you? Issei flinched at her question but decided to play dumb. What do you mean what happened to me? I'm perfectly fine, replied Issei. Don't lie, Issei. I can see that you act differently. You don't even look at my breasts. You changed so much, and I'm not talking about your completely new look, said Yasaka. Issei felt ashamed for ogling at Yasaka's figure. Plus, I can feel the emotions of the person with senjutsu. Your aura sometimes leaks and I feel that you are hurting. Just tell me what's wrong and I'll try to help you, said Yasaka as she sat beside him. I don't know, what can you even do about it? Ingvild, Valerica, and 2 other girls in my school are trying to help me already. Of course, it's working to some extent. Kanu helps me too, even without her knowing. Recently I realized that I love children. Kanu makes me so happy when I see her smiling and having fun with me. It's like she's my daughter. Is that what it feels like to be a parent? Said Issei. Yasaka didn't expect Issei to say something like this but was extremely happy nonetheless. I'm glad that you are already recovering, but I still want to know what happened, said Yasaka. I was stabbed in the back, said Issei. By who? Asked Yasaka. My former girlfriends, replied Issei with a shaky voice. What do you mean by former? What did they do to you? Asked Yasaka with concern. After the graduation of Riaz and her queen, we had a party at my house with Orc, Sereorg, Riser, and Saji. I left the party at night and went to Grigori to get the rings with Kiba that I made with the help of Azazel and Kiba. I wanted to propose to my girlfriends, but they didn't go as planned at all. Upon entering my room, I saw everyone in my bed sleeping while Riser and Akino were still at it, said Issei as he laughed at his misfortune. Yasaka hugged him tightly as she was deeply disappointed by the girl's actions. It's all right, it's over now, you have those other girls and friends to help and support you now, said Yasaka with a calming voice. Valerica saved me from death. I almost died because of a dragon curse which only dragons get when their mates die or betray them, and I even activated the Juggernaut drive for the 2nd time, said Issei. Yasaka kept hugging for a couple of minutes until Issei suddenly fell asleep. Yasaka laid Issei down and left him to sleep while she returned to her room, but unknown to them someone overheard their talk. He thinks of me as his daughter, whispered Kanu to herself with a smile that quickly disappeared. He went through so much. I will help him with everything I got, said Kanu with determination. She quickly opened the door to Issei's room and saw him still shedding some tears even when he was asleep. Kanu walked over to him and laid beside him, and Issei instinctively wrapped his arms around Kanu while still asleep. Somehow this helped Issei to stop crying and even made him smile. The next morning arrived and Issei opened his eyes as the sun shone on his face. Feeling someone be beside him, he looked down and saw Kanu sleeping with him. She looked cute asleep. He didn't know why she was in his bed but decided not to wake her up. He slowly got up but Kanu grabbed his wrist while still asleep. Dad, whispered Kanu. Issei froze upon hearing what Kanu said. Issei turned his head towards Kanu to see her still sleeping. He smiled and got back into the bed to sleep some more as he let her fluffy tail wrap around his body. After an hour, Issei woke up again, but this time Kanu was awake too. Morning, Pumpkin, said Issei. Morning, Da, Issei replied Kanu. Not that it bothers me, but why are you here? Asked Issei. Well, I just couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to come here, replied Kanu. I'm sorry, I won't do it, Aga. Kanu tried to apologize until Issei stopped her. It's fine, Kanu, don't worry. I understand. If you want to sleep here, you can come and sleep. It's no big deal, said Issei as he smiled warmly at Kanu. She immediately hugged Issei out of pure happiness. Later they went to the living room and saw Yasaka waiting for them to join her for breakfast. Morning, you two slept well? Asked Yasaka. Yep, like a rock, said Issei. Yes, replied Kanu. They sat down and started eating their breakfast. By the way, thank you for yesterday, thanked Issei as he looked at Yasaka. It's no problem. I'm just glad that I was able to help you, at least a little, replied Yasaka with a smile. They finished their breakfast and Yasaka informed Issei about Sun Wukong's arrival. Sun Wukong will arrive about at dinner time, so if you want to meet him, return home by then, said Yasaka. Alright, thank you, thanked Issei as he and Kanu left. Issei and Kanu went for a walk in the forest where a waterfall was located. Look, isn't it beautiful? Asked Kanu. Sure is, replied Issei as he looked at the waterfall as it calmed him a little. Hey, you like spending time with me, right? Asked Kanu. Of course I do, why are you asking? Asked confused Issei. What if we went to play with my other friends too? Asked Kanu. Well, I don't mind. If you want to, we can play with others, said Issei with a smile. Alright then, let's go back to the temple, some kids are living there too, said Kanu. Why haven't I seen any? Asked Issei. Because they are mostly outside playing, answered Kanu. Makes sense, I guess, said Issei. As they reached the temple, they went around it. Behind the temple was a small beautiful forest with 5 girls playing. Hey, shouted Kanu. Everyone looked at Kanu and saw that she was not alone. Hi, Kanu, who's this? Asked one of the girls. He's the Red Dragon Emperor and we came to play, replied Kanu with joy. The rest of the girls came too, interested in what they will be playing with the Red Dragon Emperor they heard so much about. So what are we playing then? Asked another girl. Everyone looked at Issei and saw Issei's smile turn into a smirk. You better run, said Issei. Everyone looked at him confused. But why? Asked Kanu. Because this hungry dragon will eat you all, roared Issei as he spread his wings and started to run at the girls. The girls screamed and laughed at the same time as they ran away from Issei. After some time, Issei caught one girl and started to tickle her, making her laugh so much that some of the adults heard from behind the windows of the temple. Those adults were the mothers of the girls. They saw Issei playing with the girls and made the women smile. I caught you. Now you're a dragon. You have to help me catch the others too, said Issei. Hey, alright, ha ha ha, said the girl as she still couldn't control her laughter. Both of them went to search for other girls, and after an hour of playing they found all of the girls except for Kanu. Suddenly the mothers of the girls called for them to come back. The girls said their goodbyes to Issei and left. Alright, Kanu, you can come out already, called out Issei. Kanu, come out already. We're done playing, shouted Issei, but she still hasn't came out. Issei started to panic. He flew into the sky to look for her from above, but once again nothing. What happened to Kanu? What will Yasaka think of Issei now? Partner, you have to focus, said D-Drag. He's right, partner. Just use that searching skill that you learned from Tiamat, said Vritra. Alright, replied Issei as he flared his aura. By flaring his aura he can detect the people he needs if he felt their aura once. Suddenly Issei found Kanu quite far now with 5 other figures. Issei descended back onto the ground and used a shadow under a tree to teleport to the location. As Issei came out of the shadows, 5 figures stopped running in front of him with Kanu in one of the guy's hands with a tape on her mouth. Give her back, said Issei calmly as he held his rage. And why should we, boy? You better not interfere or you'll die. Just get out of our way, said one of the kidnappers. And why do you need the princess? Asked Issei. That is none of your damn business, you dumbass, replied the other. Issei released his wings and the kidnappers started to fear Issei, because everyone knew that dragons were crazy powerful. Issei was now boiling with rage. He flared his aura and the group suddenly fell to their knees, barely able to breathe except for Kanu. His aura only affects the ones he wants to be affected. He learned this skill from Fafnir last night. Issei grabbed Kanu and took the tape away. You okay, Kanu? Asked Issei worriedly. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry, replied Kanu with a smile. Issei then teleported Kanu back into the temple while he stayed. Tell me, who is the leader of the Chaos Brigade? Asked Issei. How did you find out? Well, that's kind of their style, replied Issei. So answer my question now. We won't tell you, shouted one of them. Wrong answer, said Issei with a mixed voice of his and D-Drag's, and burned him to ash with D-Drag's flames, which burned him slowly while he was screaming in agony. Good thing Issei put a barrier around them. Everyone now trembled out of pure fear. I'll ask again. Who is the leader? Please don't kill us. We'll tell you. Just have mercy, said the other guy. Spill it, said Issei. It's rise and live in Lucifer, replied the guy. Issei's paused momentarily from shock. What do you mean, Lucifer? Asked Issei. We accidentally found out from Cao the other day. He is a pure Satan-class devil who was believed to be by the White Dragon Empress long ago, as she used her sacred gear to him when she was a child. But he faked his death as she wasn't strong enough as a kid to actually him. He is her grandfather, replied the guy. Grandfather? Was he the one Valerica told me about a month ago? Though Issei, about a month ago Valerica told Issei that she had a grandfather who killed her parents and tortured her just because her father fell in love with a human woman and gave birth to a hybrid. What is he planning to do? Asked Issei. We don't know, we are low ranked. There, so they don't tell us everything. We're only lucky enough to find out who the leader is, said the other guy. Alright, I'll spare you, because you gave me valuable information, said Issei, giving hope to the pests. The brigade members sighed, thinking they dodged a bullet there. So I show you painlessly, said Issei as chains of shadows wrapped around them. While they tried to stop Issei, but it was too late, he froze them in ice and with a dragon shot obliterated them with no trace of them even existing. Issei sighed and teleported back to the temple. As Issei teleported back to the temple, a small figure instantly latched onto Issei with a strong hug. Thank you for saving me, cried out Kanu. It's okay, Kanu, everything is fine. I won't let anyone hurt you again, said Issei as he hugged her back. Issei then looked at Yasaka, expecting her to yell at him, but instead of that, she talked to him calmly. I'm not mad at you, Issei. Everything is fine, Kanu is safe, and that's what matters, said Yasaka calmly with a smile. But it was my fault in the first place that she got kidnapped. I was supposed to look after her, said Issei as he looked away in shame. It's not your fault. No one knew that would happen, said Yasaka. It's fine, I'm just happy that you came for me. That shows just how much you care for me, said Kanu as she hugged Issei again. Of course, I do care about you, pumpkin, said Issei with a smile. Now then, Issei, I want you to come with me. Sun Wukong is here, said Yasaka. Alright, replied Issei. Can I come too? Asked Kanu. Yasaka looked at Issei for approval, but Issei answered Kanu himself. Sorry, pumpkin, but not this time. We need to have a really serious talk, said Issei as he patted her head. Kanu pouted with her crossed arms. Even her tail swayed in an unhappy manner, but complied nonetheless. Just wait for me in my room. I know that you want to sleep with me again anyway, said Issei as he and Yasaka left. Kanu had literal happiness shining across her face as she sprinted towards Issei's room. Issei already had a barrier set in his room so that the only ones that can enter are the ones he lets in himself. Issei and Yasaka entered another room where they saw Sun Wukong smoking his pipe. "Ah, Sekiryute boy," said Sun Wukong. "That's me, old monkey," said Issei with a smirk. Sun Wukong just laughed at his nickname before getting to business. "So what is it that you want to talk about, boy?" asked Sun Wukong. "Chaos Brigade plans on releasing the Beast of the Apocalypse. Rise from Livin' Lucifer, a Satan-class devil who was presumed dead, is leading the Chaos Brigade," said Issei. "What? Are you sure, Issei?" panicked Yasaka. "Yes, I'm sure. We need to get stronger for the final fight," said Issei. "So you want me to train you or something?" asked Sun Wukong. "No, not this time. I have plenty of trainers and I might get another one tonight," said Issei with a tired sigh. "But how do you know that Rizum is still alive?" asked Yasaka. "The ones that kidnapped Kanu today were from the Chaos Brigade. Before I killed them I asked who the leader was and they said Rizum wasn't actually killed," replied Issei. "So what are you saying?" asked Sun Wukong. "Right now I and Tannen are building a faction which I'll be the leader of pretty soon," said Issei. "That's interesting," said Sun Wukong. "So you want us to be your allies?" asked Sun Wukong. "That would be great, but I wanted to talk to you about something more in private," said Issei as he looked at Yasaka. She understood what he meant and left them both alone. "So what do you need?" asked Sun Wukong again. "I need Yulong's soul fragment," replied Issei. "For what purpose exactly?" asked Sun Wukong curiously. "I'm collecting Dragon King soul fragments. Right now I have Tiamat's, Tannen's, and Albion's soul fragments, Fafnir's, Vritra's, and of course D-Drag's souls," explained Issei. "Alright, but what's the purpose of all this?" asked Sun Wukong. "To kill Trihexa once and for all," said Issei. "You one crazy kid. But considering that you already have this many souls you won't back down now," said Sun Wukong with a smirk. "That's right," replied Issei firmly. "Alright, you will return to Kyo tomorrow, right? So then, by tomorrow you will get the soul fragment," said Sun Wukong as he teleported away. Issei stood up and left the room. He walked towards his room. As he entered his room he saw Kanu already sleeping in his bed, but he saw another figure sitting on the edge of the bed. "Came for more hugs?" asked Issei amused. Off-Eyes only nodded as Issei walked over to her and wrapped his arms around her, bringing her closer. Off-Eyes hugged Issei back with a small smile and soon enough she fell asleep because it was warm and comfortable in Issei's embrace. Issei just chuckled as he laid her down next to Kanu and laid down as well before falling asleep. In his mindscape, Issei talked with D-Drag for a bit before he started his training. "So you're still going with this plan, killing the beast I mean?" asked D-Drag. "Of course, I have no other choice. You might die and a lot of people will be devastated by your death, including the little girl," said D-Drag. "I know, but that's the price I'm willing to pay if they stay safe," D-Drag replied Issei. "Alright, I just wanted to make sure that you won't chicken out," said D-Drag with a smirk. "Oi, I'm a dragon, not a fried chicken," shouted Issei. "By the way, how are you feeling?" asked D-Drag. "Pretty good. Kanu brings me so much joy ... and calms me down in a way," said Issei as he smiled. "That's good. You almost stopped using divine dividing to divide your emotions. It's the third day without it, even when you told what happened to Yasaka," said D-Drag happy because Issei was getting over the dark past. "Yeah, you're right. That's good. Well, I'm off to train," said Issei as he walked away to start his training. D-Drag didn't want his best host, best friend, and brother to die. That's why he was questioning Issei all the time to see if he was serious or not, because if not he will surely die. Tim or skip. The next morning as Issei opened his eyes he was met by a bizarre sight that was Kanu and Off-Eyes staring at each other. The scene was cute and amusing at the same time. "What's happening here?" asked Issei. "Who is she, Issei?" asked Kanu. "Off-Eyes," replied Issei. "The dragon god of infinity, Off-Eyes," shouted Kanu from the pure shock she felt. "Yep, she's my friend," answered Issei as Off-Eyes hugged him. "But why is she hugging you?" asked Kanu. "She loves hugs," replied Issei. Kanu then suddenly hugged both Issei and Off-Eyes. "I love hugs too," said Kanu with a smile as her fluffy tails wrapped around the two. "Then how about you become a friend of Off-Eyes too?" asked Issei. "Really?" shouted excited Kanu. "Yeah, how about it, Off-Eyes?" asked Issei. "Sure," replied Off-Eyes. "Can I call you Fies?" asked Kanu. Off-Eyes nodded and hugged Kanu too. Later Off-Eyes left Issei and Kanu alone. As this was the last day of Issei's stay, Kanu wanted to spend as much time as she could with Issei. She even called the girls from the last time to play. The mothers knew that Issei is capable of protecting the girls from what Yasaka had told them. They were surprised to hear that he was the same Red Dragon Emperor who protected Kyoto and won the raiding game. His appearance and actions were completely different. Issei and the girls played different games, but mostly the game that Issei played with them last time. They called that game Hungry Red Dragon. They went to a family restaurant where they ate together. They went to souvenir shops and Issei bought everything they desired. "For some reason, I love to spoil these girls," thought Issei. "I wonder why," chuckled D-Drag. Issei had a bunch of money from a show for kids that he hates as much as D-Drag. The girls were extremely happy to spend time with Issei and they didn't want it to end. But sadly all things have to an end eventually. But until then, they just had fun with Issei. The local yakai saw Issei having fun with the girls and made them happy. They even saw how much Issei cared for the girls as one of the girls fell when some human scum pushed her and didn't even react. But before that human could walk off, Issei grabbed him by the shoulder. "Are you going to just walk off without apologizing?" asked furious Issei. And what he gonna do about it? Mocked the guy, clearly a scumbag. This said Issei as he knocked the lights out of the guy. The girls just hugged Issei as they stuck out their tongues. Issei and the girls spend the whole day together having fun, but Issei had to return because his train was leaving soon. So Issei came back to the temple and gave the happy girls back to their mothers. Issei said his goodbyes, but what they said back to him he didn't expect at all, nor did the mothers. "Goodbye, and we hope you'll return soon, Dad," shouted the girls as they hugged Issei. Issei's eyes widened and looked at the mothers, expecting to see some mad faces, but instead, he saw the mothers crying tears of joy. Issei and Kanu went back to Issei's room for his bag. "Ready to go?" asked Yasaka standing at the doorway. "Yep," replied Issei as he walked towards her. Yasaka, Kanu and Issei went to the train station, but before Issei could say his goodbyes and leave, Sun Wukong came with a small box. "Sekyude boy, take this box. Inside you'll find the thing you asked for," said Sun Wukong as he handed out the box. Issei took the box and put it into his bag. "Well, I'll get going then," said Issei. "Have a safe trip," said Yasaka with a smile. "And come back soon, Dad," said Kanu. Yasaka and Sun Wukong had their jaws dropped, but Issei just smiled and hugged Kanu before giving a peck on her forehead. Issei entered the train, and after a couple of minutes, the train started to move. They waved to them as he did the same, and the train left into the distance. "Dad?" asked Yasaka curiously. "Yes, he's our dad," said Kanu happily. Yasaka only smiled the biggest smile and shed some tears of joy. "Well, that boy is something else," chuckled Sun Wukong. With Issei thought that it was time to absorb Yulong's soul fragment. He took a box out of his bag and opened it. Inside he found a bright green orb on a small soft red pillow. He took it out and absorbed it while no one was looking. Later he entered his mindscape to meet Yulong. As he entered he was met with a green Asian dragon. "So you are the one that will be my new partner?" asked Yulong. "Yep," answered Issei. "All right, what do you need?" asked Yulong lazily. "I want you to train me with your powers," said Issei. "And what's it in for me?" asked Yulong. "You'll be able to watch TV here and eat any food you want." "I can do whatever I want here," replied Issei with a smirk. "Sign me in," replied Yulong. "All right, do you want to start right now or later tonight?" asked Issei. "Maybe later," said Yulong. "All right," replied Issei. "Fafnir, come here," said Issei. As Fafnir came, Issei asked him to train together some more because only 2 nights of training won't do the job. "You can go to the others," Yulong said Issei. He only nodded as he flew away. "Could I learn your curse and outrage abilities?" asked Issei. "You can learn my curse ability, but I don't know about the outrage," answered Fafnir. "That's fine, we will find out sometime later. Now let's get started," said Issei. Issei started his training as he had a few hours to spare as he traveled back to Ku. As Issei ended his training he could now use curse ability but was way too weak to be of any use as of yet. As he got out of the train he was met by Valerica and Ingvild waiting for him. "Welcome back," Issei said Ingvild as she hugged and kissed Issei. "Yeah, welcome back," said Valerica as she did the same, but her kiss lasted a bit longer. "Hello girls, didn't know you were coming to get me," said Issei as they parted from the kiss. "Of course, we came, we didn't see you for 3 days," pouted Ingvild. Issei chuckled and patted her head before giving a peck on her forehead. "Let's go home then," said Issei. They got back home and had dinner together. After a long day for Issei, he went to sleep with his 2 mates. At night Issei in the gear trained with Yulong. He learned how to use his powerful fire breath that can cause massive destruction. The next morning when they woke up they got ready and left for school. In the classroom, they met Muriel Makades and Irina standing and talking together. Issei didn't know what to do. He wanted to welcome her back, but he didn't know if she knew what happened to him yet. Irina turned her head towards the 3 and saw Issei with Ingvild's and Valerica's arms wrapped around his arms. "Hey, Issei, I've missed you," said Irina cheerfully as she jumped at him and hugged him. He hugged back. I missed you too," Irina replied Issei. "What are you doing with Valerica and this new girl here?" asked Irina as she eyed Valerica suspiciously. Irina didn't know that she was on their side now, but her presence here alone made her think that she was an ally. "Well, we Issei didn't get to finish," as Valerica answered for him. "We both are Issei's mates," replied Valerica. "Why?" asked Irina. "That's true," Irina said Issei. "What about the others?" asked Irina. "They betrayed Issei by sleeping with his friends this time," replied Ingvild with a hint of anger. "Why? This can't be true, Issei." "Right?" asked Irina with a voice filled with utter disbelief. Unfortunately it's true," replied Issei. "Those whores," shouted Irina as an intense holy aura spread throughout the whole building, hurting the weaker devils and even shocking the students as they never thought of a moment hearing such words from someone like Irina. "Wow, for an angel she has some nice words. I like her already. I think she will be great to your harem. I approve of her," said Valerica amused. Irina heard what Valerica said and blushed madly. "I can't believe that Zenovia could do this. My best friend cheated on my crush," said Irina in utter disbelief until she realized what she said. She immediately covered her mouth with her arms. "Well, that checks out. Then welcome to Red Dragon's harem," said Valerica while Ingvild giggled and Issei sighed and the males groaned in the back of the class. The bell rang and they went to their seats, starting their school day. When class started, Zenovia and Asia glanced once in a while at Irina, but she glared at them for a few seconds before turning her head away with a scoff. This action made both girls sad. When the lunch break started, Issei and the 5 girls went to their usual spot on the roof. "All right, Issei, now explain what happened while I was gone," said Irina, holding her anger and sadness in. "Yeah, we want to hear it too," We just know that you were betrayed, but how we do not know, said Cadiz. Alright, I'll tell you, replied Issei. It was a party night at my house. I was out because I went to get the rings from my friend. That's right, I wanted to propose to them that night. But when I returned home, I found all of my girlfriends in my bed with my best friends that were like brothers to me. They slept together while I was getting the rings ready to propose to them. But I guess my luck just cursed, said Issei as he looked at the ground. Suddenly Irina hugged Issei and kissed him. Her actions shocked Murayama, Cadiz, even Issei. I'm sorry for not being there for you when you needed me the most. But I promise you that I won't leave you ever again. I always want to be by your side because I love you, whispered Irina. I have always loved you since childhood. I never stopped loving you. Even our first kiss happened when I kissed you while you were asleep, said Irina while crying into Issei's shoulder. Issei hugged her back and started to rub her back, and once Irina calmed down, Issei wiped her tears away and looked straight into her eyes. I love you too, Irina, and I guess it was the right choice to hold on to this, said Issei as he kissed her back before taking something out of his pocket. What he took out shocked the whole group. This was made specially for you, said Issei as he showed the same ring that Kiba returned to Issei. Irina smiled brightly. We don't need any rings, dummy. You are enough, said Irina. Still, I want you to have this. Irina lifted her hand and Issei carefully mounted the ring. There, it looks good just like I imagined, said Issei. Are you okay with this? Asked shocked Murayama. Yes, we are. We just won't let girls like an orc get to Issei. And of course, we won't let too many girls get him, replied Valerica while Ingvild nodded. What? Do you want to join his harem, HM? Girls, teased Ingvild. I wouldn't mind, replied Murayama quietly. Issei heard her because of his enhanced senses and looked at Murayama with wide eyes. Murayama saw Issei's look and understood that he heard what she said. Well, I was just joking, said Ingvild was a bit shocked. That was unexpected yet expected at the same time, replied Valerica amused. Irina just giggled. Murayama turned beet red. How about you, Cadiz? Asked Irina. And me too, whispered Cadiz. Alright, I think it's enough with confessions for me today. But why? I thought you'd never be with someone like me, said Issei. Remember when you always said you wanted a girlfriend? Well, if you hadn't been a pervert, you'd have 2 girlfriends from the very start. Because we always liked you, Issei. You weren't always a pervert. You always were gentle, caring, overprotective, and fun. I still remember when you took on all of the boys in the kindergarten that always made fun of us and Irina. But you changed when Irina left, said Cadiz. Issei was truly speechless. He never felt so dumb. Plus, that's why we let you peep on us. We even did some lewd poses just for you. We didn't even beat you full force with our kendo sticks, said Murayama. We wanted you to look just at us, said Cadiz. Haha, funny thing is I always looked just at you too because I always had a huge crush on you. That's the whole reason why I wanted a harem. Because I wanted you too, and it, confessed Issei. I was so messed up to turn into a pervert, said Issei ashamed. Both Murayama and Cadiz hugged him tightly. But the real you is back. That's what matters, said Cadiz. We still love you, said Murayama as both of them kissed his cheeks. But I changed too much. I don't know if you'd still love me if you knew the whole truth about me, replied Issei. Both girls looked at him confused. What do you mean? Asked Murayama. I'll show you after school. How about we go to our house after school? Asked Issei. Sure, replied Cadiz. The school bell rang and the group went back to class to continue their boring lessons. After the class, the group got ready for their stuff and left together. They went to Issei's house. When they got there, Murayama, Cadiz, and Irina went to the living room while Issei went to change his clothes. Valerica and Ingvild went to their room to change their clothes. After they were done, they made some tea for everyone and sat down on the sofa opposite to Cadiz, Murayama, and Irina. Issei, are you sure about this? Asked Ingvild. If they want to be with me, they have to know the truth, replied Issei. What truth? Asked Cadiz. I'm not human, said Issei. What? Asked Cadiz, confused. You two are the only humans here right now, said Valerica. What do you mean? Asked Murayama. Valerica showed her 10 devil wings together with Ingvild while Irina showed her angel wings. Both girls had shocked faces. Valerica and Ingvild here are half devils, half humans. While Irina, as you can see here, is an angel, said Issei. Then what are you? Asked Cadiz. You sure want to know? Because from now on you will have to learn a lot about what's happening in this supernatural world, and you will have to learn how to fight. The good thing is that you can wield swords already, said Issei. Yes, we are sure, replied Cadiz. I'm a ... the Red Dragon Emperor. Me and my partner are 2 and only dragons of domination, said Issei as he unfolded his scaly wings with dark red fire on the tips. Well, said both girls. I understand if you don't like me anymore. Issei tried to say something, but both Murayama and Cadiz jumped out of their seats and kissed Issei one after another. Dummy, we still love you. Now you're even cooler. A dragon and dragon of domination no less, said Murayama. We want to always stay by your side, said Cadiz. Are you sure you aren't scared? Asked Issei. Nope, replied both girls. Issei then hugged both girls tightly. Can I touch your wings? Asked Murayama. Sure, but I don't know about the fire, said Issei. Murayama and Cadiz touched his wings in the fire too. But they didn't get burned by the flames. They were honestly relaxed because of them. Wow, it's so warm. I love your wings, said Cadiz. Yeah, same here, said Murayama. The 3 remaining girls giggled at the scene, and after a couple of minutes, both girls sat back down. But I don't understand one thing, said Cadiz. What? Asked Irina. Shouldn't devils and angels hate each other? Asked Cadiz. Well, not anymore because of Issei. We have peace between the Christian factions, said Valerica. Both girls looked in awe at Issei. By the way, you said you are the Red Dragon Emperor? Asked Murayama. Yeah, why? Asked Issei. Then you are this generation's rival of the White Dragon Emperor? Asked Murayama. Yeah, wait, how did you? My father is one of the strongest exorcists, but he is retired now, so I'm aware of the supernatural. But before you were a human and only after a devil. But how did you become a dragon? Asked Murayama. Cadiz just looked at Murayama in shock. Hearing that her friend was knowledgeable of the supernatural world was something she did not expect. After that horrible night I ran away into the forest where I hid in the cave. I got a dragonfall curse, and because my evil pesties got corrupted, the curse process got accelerated, but it got worse as I activated the Juggernaut drive for the second time, which consumed more of my remaining life force. But D-Drag and Albion turned me into a dragon and purged the pesties. Later Valerica became my mate to remove the curse after the drive was deactivated, explained Issei. Murayama nodded in understanding. Who's D-Drag? Asked Cadiz. He's my partner and brother. You have a brother? Asked Cadiz, shocked. Yes, he's my brother by everything but blood. Wait, now that I think about it, when I turned into a dragon he and Albion had to take my heart, so that means his and Albion's blood are pumping through my veins, wondered Issei. Suddenly a red gauntlet materialized on Issei's left arm. That's right, Issei, you are my family. Now you are my brother, replied chuckling D-Drag. What? Why is that gauntlet talking? Asked stunned Cadiz. He's the dragon who we're talking about. He's sealed into this gear, explained Issei. So that's your partner and brother? Asked Cadiz. Yup, the one and only D-Drag Wygok, the Red Dragon Emperor and the Dragon of Domination, one of the two, soon to be three, great heavenly dragons. Hello mates of Issei, I'm D-Drag, introduced D-Drag with pride. By the way, Issei is the last Sekyute because our souls are connected. When he dies I die with him unless I'm out of the gear, said D-Drag. Wow, you really do care for him, said Murayama. Of course, he's my brother and he's the only host who treated me as a living being, not a tool, replied D-Drag. One of the heavenly dragons? Asked curious Cadiz. Yes, there's a second one. Albion, the White Dragon Emperor and the Dragon of Supremacy, former rival of D-Drag and my second brother, said Issei. Where is he now? Asked Cadiz. In this room, replied Issei. Suddenly another pair of blue energy wings appeared on Valerica's back. Hello younglings, my name is Albion and I'm indeed Issei's second brother, introduced Albion with pride. Whoa, that's amazing, said Cadiz. Yes, indeed two arch rivals became brothers, said Murayama, impressed. Okay, now that that's over, how about we'll explain about the supernatural and what happened recently, said Issei as he began his explanation. Time skip. You went through so much, said Murayama. I just hope everything will be fine from now on, said Cadiz. Sadly it won't until the Chaos Brigade is completely gone. Plus I know who's the leader, said Issei as he looked at Valerica. What? Asked Veliana. Issei immediately hugged her as the confusion only grew for Valerica. I'm sorry, but it's him. Rise from, said Issei. Why, what? That's not possible, said Valerica. Valerica couldn't hold her emotions in as her aura started to manifest in a violent way as her horrible memories flashed in her head. It's okay, Val, we'll get him and end it once and for all, said Issei as he kissed her forehead. Valerica calmed down a bit but didn't release Issei. Who's the leader? Asked Cadiz. Rise live in Lucifer. Valerica's scum of a grandfather. Hey, he killed her parents. He wanted to do the same to her after torturing her. And it was all because she was half human. Luckily when she killed him and escaped, Azazel found her and let her stay with him for years, explained Issei. Alright, it's getting late now so I think we should go and process all of the info, said Murayama. Alright, you didn't change your mind? Asked Issei. Nope. Oh, and by the way, give us our marks, said Murayama. Alright, come here, said Issei as he released Valerica and stood up. He then kissed Murayama and Cadiz passionately for a couple of minutes and bit their shoulders. Red dragon mark appeared on Murayama's back while a mark appeared on Cadiz's forearm. Wow, looks cool, but how will we explain this to our parents? Only the supernatural can see the marks, explained Issei. But my father is an exorcist, reminded Murayama. Oh, that's right. I don't know, just hide it for now. It's not like he'll check your back or anything unless he'll feel a magic presence there, or let me introduce myself to him, said Issei. I would rather not lie to my father, so if you could, said Murayama with her head turned away. Sure, just tell me when, said Issei as he gave her another short kiss. Will we be living here too? Asked Cadiz. I mean, you can if you want. I for sure would feel better knowing you here safe, said Issei. Alright, we will move in, but I don't know if this place has enough space though, said Cadiz. It will be renovated by tomorrow after class, said Issei. Okay, bye then, said both girls as they left. Issei turned his head towards Valerica. You okay, my empress? Asked Issei a bit worried. Yes, let's just go to sleep, darling, replied Valerica as she and Ingvild went to Issei's room. Issei then looked at Irina. I'll stay here for the night and tomorrow after school I'll go get my stuff from your old house, said Irina. Issei only nodded and he was about to get to his room until he remembered something. Hey Irina, why didn't you fall when you kissed me? Asked Issei. Well, actually that's why I was in heaven this whole time. They modified my ace card and now I can't fall because of lust. I'm what's called an hero angel now, said Irina as she whispered the last part a bit embarrassed. But you're my hero angel, said Issei as he kissed her. Plus, when you go for your stuff, I'll come with you. I want to talk to my parents. Haven't seen them in a while, said Issei. Alright, said Irina as both of them went to Issei's room and all four of them fell asleep. The next morning came and Issei woke up to a heavenly sight. Valerica and Ingvild were to his sides, while Irina was sleeping on top of him with her head close to Issei. Issei kissed her forehead and Irina woke up. Morning, my angel, greeted Issei. Good morning, Issei. Irina greeted him back with a small yawn. The two other girls woke up and greeted Issei, then had a couple of minutes of make-out session before getting ready for school, the usual routine. As they walked to school, they met up with Miriama and Cadiz midway to school. They all entered the school and went to their class. Issei got plenty of jealousy looks from the guys. The guys gave him a new nickname. Now he's called a greedy dragon. That's because they say that Issei is stealing their ladies, but Issei of course ignored all that nonsense. As they entered the class, kendo girls tried to tease their captains. Oh, are you two now dating, Issei too? Teased one girl. Cadiz and Miriama looked at them with big smiles. Yep, we are dating, Issei replied both girls proudly. Kendo clubs and other students' jaws dropped from the shock. Valerica, Ingvild and Irina just giggled. What are you giggling about, Irina? Asked Aka. I'm Issei's girlfriend too, said Irina. Well, now I've seen everything, said Aka. Asia and Zenobia lowered their heads from sadness. After school, Issei and Irina walked toward Hyoudu's household. Before they parted with Valerica, Ingvild, Miriama and Cadiz, he told them that the house should be renovated by now. He asked Azazel to do it in the morning and gladly did it. Well, not himself, he sent some of his subordinates. Irina and Issei got to the front door of Issei's former house. Irina knocked on the door and Issei's mother opened the door. Oh, hello, Irina, and who's this? Asked Mickey, not recognizing Issei, which was not surprising considering his appearance. If not for Issei's slightly leaking aura, Irina herself wouldn't have recognized Issei right away. That's Issei, said Irina cheerfully. Oh, is he your boyfriend? Asked Mickey. Irina grew confused and looked towards Issei, who still had the same smile as when they came here, but she could see in his eyes he held a huge amount of rage but mostly sadness. Yes, I'm her boyfriend. My name is Issei Pendragon, said Issei with a fake smile. He decided to use Arthur's last name for now. I'll be moving to his place, so I came to get my stuff, said Irina as she went inside, not sure what just happened. She thought that his mother didn't recognize him because of his different appearance, but something clearly was wrong. Come on in. While you wait for her, we can talk with some tea, said Mickey. Issei went inside and sat on the couch in the living room. So you have a son or a daughter? Asked Issei. Well, I have 5 beautiful daughters but no son, said Mickey. I see, replied Issei with a fake smile. Suddenly Kaneko and Asia walked into the living room. Here are 2 of the mentioned daughters, said Mickey as she looked at Asia and Kaneko. Issei turned his head towards them with a smile which scared both of the girls. Hello, my name is Issei Pendragon, introduced Issei. Hello, I'm Asia Hyoudou, introduced Asia, scared. I am Kaneko Hyoudou. Kaneko did the same while trembling slightly from fear. Don't mind them, they're just shy, said Mickey. 5 minutes later, Issei remembered something he had to grab in his former room. I'll go see if she needs my help, said Issei as he stood up and walked towards the elevator. Sure, go on ahead, you should find her easily despite the size of the building, said Mickey with a kind smile which hurt Issei slightly. Issei went to his old room and as he entered he noticed that it was still being used by the girls because it was clean. The sheets changed but the pillows were wet from what he thought were tears. He walked towards the now cursed bed where the incident happened, crouched down and took a cardboard box from under the bed. Just as he was about to open the box, someone entered the room. Left something behind? Asked Irina as she walked in. Yeah, my grandfather left these for me. You remember me talking nonstop about the Yamato, said Issei as he took out 3 warship models from the box. Those ships were the Yamato-class warships, 2 battleships and 1 carrier. Those were said to be the most powerful, heaviest, and largest warships in the world. Of course, I remember. I almost know as much as you about them just because you couldn't stop talking about them, replied Irina. Yeah, those were the days, said Issei as he put the models into his pocket dimension. They came downstairs as Issei carried Irina's bags. Let's go, Issei, said Irina. Sure, let's go, my angel, replied Issei. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Hyoudou, thanked Irina. It was no problem. Irina, take care, said Mickey as Issei and Irina left. They walked in silence until Irina decided to talk. Issei, are you okay? Asked Irina, concerned. They stole my parents. They erased their memories of me, said Issei. Irina hugged Issei from the side. It's okay, Issei, everything will be fine. We can just go tomorrow to the club and ask them to remove the spell, said Irina with a gentle voice. They came back to the newly remodeled house and set up their stuff. Issei said that he needed some time alone and locked up in his room. When the other girls saw his door locked, Irina explained everything that happened not too long ago. The girls were furious. Not only those whores broke Issei and used him, now they stole his parents and erased him from their memories. They decided to wait for tomorrow to see how things will go in the Orc. Are you alright, partner? Asked Diedrag. I'm fine, Diedrag. Don't worry, darling. Everything will be fine. You'll get your parents back, reassured Tiamat's soul fragment. Hopefully, but I have this bad feeling, replied Issei. Everything will be fine like Tiamat just said. Just go and get some rest, said Vritra. Fine, thank you guys, said Issei as he unlocked the door and went to sleep. After an hour, girls came to his room to find him already asleep and joined him, of course. The next morning, Issei woke up feeling quite well. He woke up an hour early, but he decided to get up anyway by somehow managing to get out of his morning prison without waking the girls up. He dressed up and teleported to the dragon territory. There he just wanted to relax, so he spread his wings and started flying at calm speeds, but not long after someone joined him. "Hello Issei, how are you?" greeted Tannen. "I'm fine," replied Issei. Tannen instantly noticed that something happened to him. "So what happened?" asked Tannen. Nothing goes past you, huh? It's just yesterday I went to visit my parents after all this time ... but they don't remember me. They replaced their memories," said Issei. "It will be fine as long as they didn't erase you and just replaced you, otherwise it won't be reversible," said Tannen. "Yeah," said Issei. "Is there something more?" asked Tannen. "Raizum is the leader of the Chaos Brigade," said Issei. "I heard he was killed," asked shocked Tannen. "When I was in Kyoto I killed a few Chaos Brigade members, but before that, I wanted to find out who's eating them ... and they said that it was Raizum ... He's alive," said Issei. "Well, that just guarantees that they will release the beast, as I heard he was pretty crazy in the past." "So what are you going to do now?" asked Tannen. "Right now I have about an hour left, so I need to let off some steam somehow," said Issei as he looked at Tannen with a smirk. Tannen understood what he meant and they flew to their usual spot to spar. This time it was way harder for Tannen as he had a hard time even getting a single blow. After Tannen's beatdown, Issei teleported back home and found the girls at the door waiting for him. They all went together to school as usual. After school they went to the Orcades and Miriama tagged along. Valerica knocked on the door and they heard a faint come in. As they entered the room they saw Asia and Kaneko with terrified faces. Akino stood by Riaz with her head low and Riaz had a look of surprise, hope and jealousy. "Hello there, did you come here to finally talk things out?" asked Riaz with hope in her voice. Before Issei could say anything he was interrupted by Kiba. "Why are Kades and Miriama here?" asked Kiba nervously. "They are here with me, after all, they are my mates," answered Issei. The club members had looks of surprise. "Anyway, we are here with serious business," said Arena angrily. "And what might that be?" asked Kiba. "Why did you replace Hyoudou couple memories?" asked Ingvild while pointing at Riaz. Well, when Issei disappeared we assumed he died because he activated the Juggernaut drive for the second time. "Well, that's at least what my brother told me, so we changed his parents' memories," answered Riaz nervously. "But that doesn't explain why you are now the daughters of his parents," said Miriama. "We lived there with Issei and didn't want to leave," said Riaz. "Alright, that doesn't matter anymore, just remove the spell," said Issei. I can't," said Riaz. "Why?" asked Kades. Because we didn't just replace, we erased him from their memories," answered Riaz, shaking in fear. Issei just stood there with no movement, no emotion, nothing. "How dare you?" screamed Arena with tears. "No, it's fine. They always wanted daughters and always been disappointed in me anyway," said Issei. "Issei," asked Miriama. "To them, I was just a useless perverted son. But that doesn't mean I didn't love them," said Issei as he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes started to glow. "You're just one messed up person. You truly are a devil ... but at least take care of them properly," said Issei as he walked out of the room with the girls following him. They got back home and Issei left to fly some more, but this time in the familiar forest, while the girls discussed what to do. "We have to tell Surzech about this," said Arena. "I can call Grafia," said Ingvild. "Alright, do that and I'll talk with him," said Valerica. Ingvild called Grafia and asked for a talk with Surzech. Grafia accepted their request and she and Surzech teleported to their house. "So what happened?" asked Grafia. "Riaz erased Issei from his parents' memories," said Arena. Grafia's and Surzech's eyes widened from the news. "What do you mean by erased?" "I asked her to replace him for now because we didn't know if Issei truly died. We waited for confirmation from Valerica," said Surzech. "What do we do now? I don't even know what to give him anymore. I gave him some of the Underworld's lands already," said Surzech. "We don't know, you'll have to ask Issei for that yourself." "Not that there is anything to replace his parents," said Valerica. "Alright, I understand," said Surzech as he lowered his head in shame. With Issei, meanwhile, Issei in the familiar forest was flying and rethinking what to do. "I think that I'm really cursed with bad luck," said Issei. "Bad luck? Why's that?" Suddenly a sweet voice asked from behind. Issei looked behind and saw a beautiful dragon flying after him who was Tiamat. Once she sensed his presence she immediately tracked him down. "It's just bad things after bad things happened to me recently. I just don't know what to do anymore," said Issei. "How about we go to my cave and rest for the day?" suggested Tiamat. "Sure," answered Issei. Some time later they reached the said cave and as they entered Issei saw just how beautiful the cave was. It was shining pale blue, there were crystals and ice all over the place that made it look majestic. "Whoa, Tia, this cave looks amazing," said Issei. "Right, that's the reason I live here, it's just so beautiful," said Tiamat. "Yeah, just like you," said Issei without even realizing what he said. Tiamat smiled at his statement. Tiamat stayed in her true form and laid down on the floor. Issei came up to her and sat down against her neck. "Well, that's comfy," said Issei, making Tiamat giggle. "So what happened?" asked Tiamat in her sweet tone. "Sigh, where do I even begin? I was killed by my first girlfriend, betrayed by my previous mates after I protected and loved them. I was ready to die for them, not because of them. Then the Chaos Brigade started to ring warning bells by tons of rumors. Found out some crazy old Stan-class devil is the leader of the brigade and wants to release the beast. I need to get stronger as fast as I can to protect everyone. I have to lead a faction. My parents forgot who I am. I was erased from their memories and replaced by my ex-mates. So many things are happening way too fast, I can't keep up anymore. It's like fate itself is trying to completely destroy me, said Issei. Tiamat lowered her wing and covered Issei like in a blanket. It was so warm and comfortable for Issei. He could just fall asleep immediately. Everything will be fine. You have your faction as your support. You have your new family as your support that includes me too. You have D-Drag and other souls as your support. We will help and support you with everything we got because we love you and care for you. We need you, said Tiamat in the sweetest voice she could muster. Yeah, thank you, Tia. I love you too, said Issei as he fell asleep. Tiamat looked at him for a couple of minutes before asking D-Drag something. D-Drag ... Is it really that bad? Asked Tiamat. Unfortunately, yes. He's trying to get stronger so hard. He wants to protect everyone and that includes you. He's overworking and overthinking and I fear that he's too stressed. He hides it from the others really well. No one noticed how he's stressed and tired. Actually, he's training with Vritra right now, replied D-Drag. I see. What do you suggest we do? Asked Tiamat, wanting to help her mate. He needs to relax some more. 3 days isn't enough to relax. Actually, when he was in Kyoto he relaxed just a tiny bit because he was looking after his daughter, said D-Drag. Wait, daughter? Asked shocked Tiamat. He's like a father figure to one. No 6 Yaokai girls. They didn't have a father and Issei fit that role perfectly and they started to call him dad. That made him very happy. Issei and the mothers looked so happy hearing the girls call him dad. On the last day he even spoiled them as much as he could. He's now overprotective of them. It looks like he wanted a family. A child, explained D-Drag. Tiamat was stunned and at the same time happy that her mate wanted to have children. Plus, before Kyoto, he always played and spent time with hatchlings in the Dragon Mountains. He trained them, played with them, ate with them, said D-Drag. I believe he will be the best father. No, he already is one, said happy Tiamat. That he is, said D-Drag. Later Tiamat went to sleep as well. They slept very comfortably and wore happy smiles the whole time. Morning arrived and Issei woke up from his slumber. He looked around and saw that Tiamat was not there. Standing up he fixed his clothes and started to walk out of the cave. Wow, that was the best sleep I got in a while, said Issei as he stretched. Good morning, darling, said Tiamat as she approached Issei. Oh, morning, Ted, greeted Issei as he looked at the entrance and saw Tiamat in her human form. Suddenly Tiamat came up to Issei and kissed him. Someone can't wait any longer, chuckled Issei as they parted. Tiamat just smiled. Well, I better go now, I need to go to school. Plus the others don't know where I went yesterday, said Issei. Alright, darling, but don't forget to visit me, said Tiamat. Sure, you know you can move in with us, asked Issei. Of course, I will live here for some days and there for some days, said Tiamat. Alright, then I'll see you later, said Issei as he left, of course not before kissing her. As he teleported back into his house in his room, he accidentally saw what he wasn't supposed to. He saw Valerica, Ingvild, Irina, Miriama and Cadis changing their clothes while still completely nude. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude like this, I'll get out, said Issei as he started to walk towards the door with his eyes covered by his hand. This action surprised Cadis and Miriama a bit. If it was the old him, he would have kept looking with a goofy smile. But something unexpected happened to Issei. Cadis grabbed him by his wrist and stopped him from leaving. Why, you know you can look at us. We're yours, so you don't need to be this worried. We won't yell nor beat you ... We enjoy when you pay attention to us, said Miriama. So don't be this scared around us. We don't mind you looking at us. You make us happy when you do, said Cadis. All right, said Issei as he turned around and saw the girls smiling and blushing as well. They all kissed him one by one and got dressed. Later they had breakfast and went to school. Issei was more relaxed than usual, probably because of what Tiamat said last night. It made him happy that he has such support, and a newfound determination lit into his soul. When he sat at his seat he asked D-Drag if any other dragons could help him or if there was any other way to get stronger fast. D-Drag, are there any other dragons that would give me their soul fragment if I asked them? Asked Issei. I think there is one that would. His name is Krom Kruech. The last time I fought him he told me that he just wants to fight strong opponents and not destroy or dominate the world, explained D-Drag. Okay, but how do I find him? Asked Issei. I can try to communicate with him by mental link, said D-Drag. Alright, do that after school, said Issei as he looked out the window. But a small warning, Issei, he is an evil dragon so you shouldn't drop your guard around him, warned D-Drag. Sure, partner, replied Issei. He stared through the window the whole lesson with a smile, remembering Kanu and the other girls. He already missed them and he wished to see them. After school, he decided to visit Kanu. He teleported into his previous room and saw Kanu on the bed doing nothing. She didn't notice Issei. I miss Dad already, said Kanu. I missed you too, Pumpkin, said Issei with a smile. Kanu immediately looked toward the voice she heard and saw Issei smiling. Dad, shouted Kanu as she rushed towards Issei and hugged him tightly. I missed you, Dad, said Kanu. Me too, Pumpkin, said Issei as he hugged her back. How are you? Asked Issei. Fine, I guess, but it's boring right now because my friends had to go somewhere with their mothers, said Kanu. It's fine, I'm here and I can spend about 4 hours with you before leaving, said Issei. Kanu's smile grew from happiness. Yay, shouted Kanu. Suddenly the door opened and Yasaka came in. What are you so happy about, Kun, said Yasaka until she saw Issei. Hello, Yasaka, I came to spend some time with Kanu, said Issei. Alright, just don't get into trouble, said Yasaka with a warm smile. With that, Issei and Kanu left the temple to spend some time together, and Issei spoiled her until he had to go back home. Next day, Issei woke up alone because he said he won't go to school today as he has important business to take care of. So Dreg, did he answer? Asked Issei. Yes, partner, but he won't come. You have to come to him, said Dreg. Alright, where is he right now? Asked Issei. He's in Romania waiting for you, but be careful and don't drop your guard as I told you last time. He's an evil dragon, an extremely strong one at that. Try not to pick a fight, warned Dreg. Alright buddy, shall we go now or later? Asked Issei. Right now would be the best choice. You should bring some backup, but since this mission is secret and Tannen is busy, you have to go alone, said Dreg. Alright, that's how I planned anyway, replied Issei as he created his magic circle and disappeared in a flash. As he teleported into the place, he sensed danger, so he created the strongest barrier he could, but saw that it wouldn't last long. He leapt to the side quickly before a fist made contact with Issei. Issei stood up and quickly had to block another barrage of fist attacks by a figure that appeared in front of him with a smirk spattered on his face. The attack stung Issei's arms, and the pain made him feel anger that slowly grew. Fuck off, shouted Issei as he pushed the figure away and followed up with a right hook and an uppercut to the chin, sending the attacker flying far. You passed, spoke the attacker. Huh, I said you passed the test. I'll give you my soul fragment, replied Cruech. Wait, it's him. Yes, partner, it's the evil dragon you were searching for, replied Dreg. That was easier than I thought, said a surprised Issei. Cruech just chuckled in response. You don't want anything for it? Asked Issei. No, because I'd rather have the world intact so I can fight strong opponents. Plus I know you will overuse dragon powers, and when that happens you'll become a full-blown dragon, powerful at that, if your body will handle the stress. Plus the soul fragments will return to their rightful owners. Yes, even Dreg will return to his body, said Cruech. It just gives more benefits than nothing. The world is safe with strong opponents, and you will become a powerful dragon that will reach, if not surpass, the heavenly dragons, explained Cruech with a huge battle-hungry grin. Dreg, is that true? Asked stunned Issei. Unfortunately, yes. Once you overuse your dragon abilities and powers, you will lose all your humanity, and all of the souls, including me, will be released from the boosted gear, explained Dreg. Well, that's great and all except for me losing my humanity. That's the only thing left that shows me as a human. But I want you free from this gear, so I guess it's a small price to pay, said Issei with determination. Dreg just smiled at Issei's words. By the way, are you really building a dragon faction? Asked Cruech. Yup, if you want to visit sometime then please do. Now that we have a lot of lands, dragon apples growth increased by a lot. Just don't try to fight everyone you see, said Issei. Sure kid, answered Cruech. By the way, I was in the Chaos Brigade until now, so I can give you some information. There are 2 other evil dragons and they are strong. One of them expects your arrival and wants to fight you, so be on your guard, warned Cruech. And those are? Asked Issei. Azidahaka and Grendel. They are the most twisted evil dragons, so be careful as I said Cruech. I see, well see you later, said Issei. Yeah, good luck kid, said the evil dragon as he flew away. That was strange, said Issei out loud as he created a magic circle and teleported in flames. He arrived back home and saw that he was still alone. That meant that the girls were still in school, so he decided to go to Miriama's house to talk with her old man. Issei was dressed in a blue jeans, red t-shirt, and his favorite leather jacket with 2 dragons on its back, one white and another red. He got ready and left. As he was walking toward her house, he met Valerica, Miriama, Cadice, Ingvild, and Irina. Oh, Issei, what are you doing here? Asked Miriama. I'm going to talk with your old man, replied Issei smirking. What now? Asked Miriama with wide eyes. Yep, I promised you that I'll talk with him later, said Issei. Oh okay, I'll go with you then, said Miriama as she hugged and kissed Issei out of happiness. The girls behind giggled at the actions of their harem sister. Miriama turned her head with a blush out of embarrassment. I love this, said Issei. What do you mean by that? Asked Irina. What I mean is that I love how peaceful and pleasant your interactions are. With the old group there would be a fight of jealousy broken out by now. I'm happy that that's not the case here because I was getting tired of those pointless fights. The girls smiled. As you said, these fights are pointless. We know that you love us all equally, and harem sisters have to support each other and act as a family, not jealous or mad. We are family after all, answered Valerica. Issei came up to them and hugged them in a group hug. I just don't get it, said Issei. What do you mean? Asked confused Cadice. How am I even worthy of having you by my side? Said Issei. I love you, my princesses, said Issei. We love you too, our red dragon prince, said the girls in unison. What's with the nickname? Asked amused Issei. Well, you keep calling us princesses, so that makes you a prince, replied Ingvild. Well, alright, we'll see you at home. Let's go, Mira, asked Issei. Sure, replied Miriama. The girls returned to the apartment while Issei and Miriama went to meet her father. They finally reached her house. Issei knocked on the door and soon it was opened by a man who looked like an average guy with brown hair. He was wearing a simple shirt and gray pants. Hello, Miriama, is this him? Asked the father with a stern expression. Why yes, father, replied Miriama. I see. You don't see much. Could you even protect a puppy from a fly? Mocked the old man. Of course I can, old man. If you want proof, how about a spar? Asked Issei with a battle-hungry grin. No, I don't want that. You can just use your aura so I can understand just how strong you are, said Murayama's father. Sure, but not here, said Issei as he created a magic circle underneath their feet and teleported somewhere secluded. Well, show me, said the man. Issei just looked at him and started to flare his aura about 15%. Is that all? Weak, said the old man. Issei just smirked and released 80% of his dominating aura. The old man was stunned by the power. He was seconds from passing out, but he wanted him to use all he had. While Murayama was worried that her father wouldn't stand the pressure. Still weak, he said again. Issei now got angry. No dragon likes being mocked. He flared his aura full power out of fury. He flared his shadow supremacy with other Dragon King's auras and Evil Dragon's aura to 5%. The old man couldn't withstand the pressure anymore even when he had created a powerful holy barrier. He puked out some blood. Seeing this, Issei calmed down and suppressed his aura and rushed towards the old man who was on his knees and Murayama was holding him. Sorry I went overboard, said Issei as he turned his head away in shame. The old man chuckled and got the attention of both Issei and Murayama. I see you found a rare one, Murayama, said the old man. Murayama blushed and turned her head away. Well, I see that you can protect her, so take care of her for me, said the old man. I'll protect her with my life, said Issei as he teleported them back. It was rather dark outside. Murayama, you go ahead, he'll catch up to you, said the old man. She only nodded and left them alone. Just don't hurt her or I'll make you suffer. Trust me, I won't. I know how it feels, said Issei as he took off too. I see. Well, good luck and look after her. She may be a handful at times, but she's dependable. Sure thing, old man, said Issei before leaving, but after walking a little he became worried. He couldn't find Murayama anywhere and started to panic because she couldn't have reached home that fast. Suddenly he heard a scream of a girl. Mura, shouted Issei as he ran towards a dark alleyway. When he reached, he saw 4 tall and muscular men surrounding Murayama who was resisting their approaches. Come on, girl, don't scream, we just want to show you a really good time, said one of them. Hearing this, Murayama froze. She was afraid. She even started to shake while whispering Issei help while started to sob. Issei of course heard what she whispered. He stepped into the alleyway. You better get out of here before I kill you, said Issei with killing intent as his eyes glowed. Why should we, punk? Trying to be a hero. Mocked him. I'm her boyfriend, said Issei. And what are you gonna do about it? Mocked him again. You, replied Issei. They shivered as an enormous wave of fear washed over them when they saw his eyes glow, so they just ran away. We will let you go this time, said the jerks. Issei immediately went over to Murayama and hugged her while she cried into his shoulder, terrified. It's okay, Mura, I'm here. Everything is fine. I won't let you get hurt, said Issei. Murayama just fell asleep on him from all the stress as he picked her up bridal style and teleported home using shadows. The girls saw Issei come out of the shadows with Murayama in his hands. The girls got worried. What happened? Asked concerned Ingvild. She's just tired. Some guys took her to an alleyway while I talked with her father for 2 minutes. I'm an idiot, said Issei as he went to his room to rest with Murayama. I just promised to protect her and the promise was broken only a moment later, thought Issei. After an hour or 2 other girls joined them for a peaceful night's sleep. When the morning came, Issei woke up and sat up while panicking with sweat all over him and tears streaming down his face. All the girls woke up and saw Issei with a horrified face and tears while breathing unevenly. The girls got very worried and hugged him, trying to calm him down. It worked as he regained his senses. What happened, eyes? Asked Valerica. I just had the worst nightmare I ever, said Issei, still terrified. Roared out Diedrag these words for the first time in a while. What was the nightmare about to make you this terrified? Asked Ingvild. I saw all of you there, said Issei. I saw you being hurt, assaulted, tortured while I was chained up on a wall by some kind of black chains and couldn't do anything. I screamed and begged them to stop, but they didn't. And you died. I activated the Juggernaut drive or something like that, only 1,000 times worse, and destroyed everything. I couldn't die as much as I wanted, said Issei as he started to cry even more, remembering what he saw. Truly a horrible sight. I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything. Issei started to panic again. The girl stared at him, feeling utter sadness. I guess what happened yesterday to Mura rubbed onto me, said Issei. It's okay, we are fine, Issei, don't worry. Besides, you saved me yesterday anyway, replied Murayama, trying to reassure Issei. Yeah, but what if I was too late? Said Issei as he looked at Murayama and an image flashed of that horrible sight. He immediately hugged her. The sudden action spooked her a little. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't leave me. All the girls hugged him again and they stayed in silence. After some time, Valerica spoke. I think we should stay here today and not go to school, said Valerica. All the girls nodded while Issei fell asleep again. Thank you for being here for my brother. I saw the nightmare too. I couldn't pull him out of it. It was a horrible sight. It was much worse than what he said too. He just said the short version, while there it felt like days, said Diedrag as he was grateful and extremely worried. How bad was it, Diedrag? Asked Ingvild. 1,000 times worse than what he told you, said Diedrag. He doesn't want to worry any of you. And now after this nightmare, he most likely will go and do intense training to become more powerful to protect all of you. I suggest that you start training too, especially 2 human girls. I feel they have immense magical power, so you can teach them that. And please take care of him, said Diedrag as he went back to sleep. To keep Issei from thinking about the nightmare, they all went out to spend time together and relax. When he woke up, It worked because Issei relaxed a bit and didn't think about the nightmare, but he did think about how to get stronger. They went to arcades, amusement park, and beach too. The summer ended not too long ago. The weather was hot enough for them to enjoy the beach day. When they got back home, Issei went to his room to do some thinking, while the girls gathered for a small meeting. We need to get stronger for Issei and our sake. He worries too much, because half of us can't protect ourselves, said Valerica. And he's pushing himself so much already, and after that nightmare, he will overdo it, said worried Ingvild. It's my fault, said Murayama. If it's someone's fault, then it's ours too, not just yours, because he's doing this to protect even me, who's supposed to be his rival, said Valerica. So how do we get stronger? Asked Murayama. I have an idea, said Ingvild. What is it? Asked Irina. Issei has another mate, said Ingvild. Valerica's eyes widened at realization. That's right. Tiamat might help us get stronger, said Valerica. Who's Tiamat? Asked Cades. She's a dragon king, a very powerful dragon and a mate of Issei too, answered Valerica. Oh, now I remember. Ingvild told about her once to us already in school, said Cades. So we will ask her for help, asked Murayama. Yes, tomorrow we will go ask her, said Ingvild. After some tea, they joined Issei in bed for a peaceful sleep. After waking up, Issei noticed that he was alone in bed. It was weird because girls always woke him up for school. As he got dressed, he went to the kitchen and saw that no one was there either. But then he noticed a letter in the living room on the coffee table. Good morning, Eyes. You're probably wondering where we are, but don't worry, we are fine. We will be gone for about a month or so because we'll be staying with Tiamat. You'll have to live alone for a little, but don't miss us too much. We will see you in a month. Bye-bye, our red dragon prince. A whole month. Just what are you planning? Wondered Issei. I guess they'll be fine. If they need me, they can just call me, said Issei to himself. Later, Issei made lunch for himself and packed his bag and went to school. As he got there, everyone noticed that Issei came alone and they wondered why was that. The school day was more boring than usual. Issei just slept most of the time and trained in his mindscape. The teacher has given up on him already. But finally the school day was over, but before he could leave, someone came up to him. Hey, Issei, said an emotionless voice behind him. As he turned around, he saw Momo standing with a smile, but he saw right through her. She was extremely sad and depressed, just a walking shell of her former self, a simple doll. But for a moment Issei thought how beautiful she looked, and her hair looked so silky. Come on, Issei, get it together. What's happening to you? Thought Issei. Partner, I think she will fit well in your harem, said Didrag, amused with a chuckle. Yeah, said Issei. Sona called for your presence, replied Momo. Issei saw how sad and broken her voice sounded. He didn't like that, not one bit. But then he remembered that she had a huge crush on Saji. Yes, she's just like me, thought Issei. Issei then came up to her and hugged her, bringing her head to his chest, and started to stroke her hair carefully. That shocked Momo, not understanding what was happening. It is all right to be sad. I can see you're heartbroken just like me. Don't hold it and just let it all out ... and stop thinking about that jerk ... You deserve happiness ... Don't let him ruin your happiness and future, said Issei. Hearing his words, Momo slowly hugged him back tightly and broke down completely. The hallways echoed with cries. Unknown to them, someone watched the whole thing silently. It was Saji. He was sent to check on why they weren't coming yet. Now he felt even worse than before. Not wanting to make it even worse, he just left. After 10 minutes of crying, she stopped but didn't stop hugging him. Better? Asked Issei as he put his chin on top of her head. She nodded slightly. She felt full again as all of her emptiness was filled with warm feelings. She felt warm and comfortable. She didn't want to let go. She wanted to stay with him and feel like this forever. Thank you ... but ... you don't need to hold it, and either ... you deserve your happiness too ... you don't have to hold it, and said Momo. Issei chuckled. I don't know if I should cry anymore. I'm a dragon now. I should be strong ... but I cry like a crybaby, said Issei. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon. Everyone cries ... even dragons ... so don't hold it in, she said as she tightened the hug. I think it's enough of crying for me. Real dragons bleed, not cry, said Issei. He didn't cry this time as he thought that enough tears were shed already over that. Issei looked into her eyes. To him, those eyes were one of the most beautiful eyes he saw. Your eyes are beautiful, said Issei with a warm smile. Momo's heart skipped a beat and blushed slightly and did something unexpected. She kissed Issei full on the lips, shocking Issei to his very core. But ... he returned the kiss. After 5 more minutes of that, they stopped to catch their breath. Issei looked into her blue-green shining eyes and she looked into his slightly glowing red ones. I want to stay with you forever, Issei, she shouted as she hid her face in his chest. Issei was taken aback. But why? Aren't I disgusting pervert? I don't get it, said Issei, doubting her. No, you were a disgusting pervert ... but now that side is gone, or at least reduced greatly ... and now you show more of your good sides. You are caring and gentle. I came here just to fetch you, but you made me feel better just with words and a warm and comfortable hug ... Your calm and soothing voice made me calm ... and your strong embrace made me feel safe. I never felt like that, said Momo as she looked straight into his wide open eyes and kissed him to prove her point. Suddenly Issei's instincts kicked in and he gently bit her shoulder. She let out a small moan. As she backed away, she looked at him one last time. I love you, Issei Hyoudou, she shouted as she ran out of the class. Issei stood there for 2 minutes stunned. What just happened? I let my instincts take over my body, asked confused Issei. Aha, you just got another girl to your harem partner. That's the power of dragon's aura, said D-Drag out loud, laughing his ass off. Issei sighed and left the class as he took his bag. As he walked towards the student council, Momo was standing around the corner opposite to where Issei was going. What just happened? I can't believe what just happened ... but ... I don't regret it. I fell in love this quickly, said Momo as she stood against a wall. So who's the lucky guy? Asked voice. Momo looked to her left and saw Tsubasa standing with a smirk. Momo blushed because she got caught. So who is it? Asked Tsubasa once more. Issei, replied Momo. Tsubasa's eyes widened from shock. You for real? Asked shocked Tsubasa. Momo just nodded shyly. How? When? Why? Asked Tsubasa. Just now in class. Sona asked me to fetch Issei, but he somehow saw that I was hurt from the inside. Maybe because he experienced it too. Without a word he just hugged me and said to let it all out. I cried for about 10 minutes. I felt so good with him. I felt safe. I felt full again ... His voice calmed me. Suddenly I kissed him ... and said that I want to be with him forever ... And as I ran out of class I said that I love him. Explained Momo with an ever-growing blush. Wow, that was unexpected ... Well, good luck I guess, said Tsubasa as she left for the student council room. Thank you, Issei. She's finally back to being herself, thought Tsubasa. With Issei knocked on the door, which was soon opened by Sona's queen Tsubaki. Oh, Issei, please come in, said Tsubaki. Issei came in and saw Sona and the whole peerage except for Tsubasa, Momo and Saji. All of the peerage members looked at him with pity. Issei then looked at Sona. Hello Sona, how can I help you? Asked Issei. Hello, Hyoudou. I just wanted to apologize for what my pawn did to you, said Sona. As she said that, everyone saw Issei tense up. It's not your fault ... You had no control in this matter, replied Issei as he looked at the ground. That is true, but still, said Sona, feeling a little guilty. Sona, don't worry, I'm not mad at you nor your peerage except for Saji. You can rest assured that everything is fine now. I'm getting better. I have some help. You don't need to feel guilty like Rossways ... None of you are at fault here, you aren't their babysitters. Honestly, I don't care about them anymore ... We still are allies and maybe friends. I just don't want to feel heartbroken for the third time, said Issei. Hearing his words, Sona and her peerage felt better. To some extent. Who broke your heart the first time? Asked Tsubasa as she walked inside. Everyone looked at her and Sona was about to scold her, but Issei answered the question. It's my first girlfriend, Rainer. She killed me and that's how I got into this mess, answered Issei. Tsubasa felt guilty now for asking him this question. She was about to apologize, but Issei continued. But unlike Orc, I still love her with all my heart, even now, said Issei. Everyone looked stunned at Issei. I mean, she was ordered to kill me ... It wasn't her fault really ... And the worst part is that she looked very guilty when she killed me. It looked like she hesitated, said Issei. I have to go now. Sorry, said Issei as he disappeared in a flash. Everyone in the room was silent for some time, but Ruruko was the first to talk. He still loves her even when she killed him, said Ruruko out loud. And the best part is that Momo is in love with the guy, said Tsubasa, shocking everyone in the room once more. What do you mean, Tsubasa? Asked Sona. Momo said it herself that she loves him. They even kissed, haha. Alright, I think it's enough surprises for today. Everyone can go home now, said Sona. Everyone packed their stuff and left. The next day Issei woke up a bit later than usual. He almost arrived late for school. When he was waiting for the bell, someone came to his desk. Oh, so he's still a pervert? That means he lied to everyone about changing. I wonder what he did now that student council member is here, said one of the boys while the girls didn't know what to think. Hey Issei, said Momo. Oh, morning Momo, replied Issei. Do you want to go for lunch today? Asked Momo. Sure, why not? It's boring here alone anyway, said Issei with a smile. Alright, then see you later, said Momo as she left. The boys were shocked while the girls sighed in relief. The lunch break started and Issei went to look for Momo, but after 10 minutes he still couldn't find her anywhere. Just where is she? Asked Issei out loud. As he was about to leave he saw a group of boys and Momo arguing. Just go away, Scarecrow. You ugly bitch, think you can do whatever you want here just because you are a student council member, said one of the guys. No one even wants to see someone ugly as you, mocked another one. Momo was about to cry. Now Issei was pissed as someone just insulted a dragon's greatest treasure, dragon's mate. He went straight to Momo and hugged her from behind and put his head on her shoulder, touching cheeks together. Sweetheart, are they bugging you? Asked Issei. Momo nodded slightly. Issei looked at them with a cold expression. His eyes glowed menacingly. A huge western dragon appeared behind him, looking at them coldly. They got so scared that they literally pissed themselves. If you're gonna do anything to my precious princess again, I will make you suffer, said Issei with. The whole squad of boys couldn't take the pressure anymore and passed out. Are you okay, sweetheart? Asked Issei. Momo looked at him straight into his eyes. Am I really ugly? Did I really force you to be with someone ugly like me? Asked Momo. Of course not. My princesses are the most beautiful women there are. I love you and nothing will change that, said Issei as he kissed her. Momo felt better after hearing his words and kissed him back. Students around the school who saw them were shocked. Now, how about that lunch? Asked Issei. Momo looked at him happily with a smile. Yes, let's go, Ice, said Momo as she grabbed his hand. They went under a tree that Issei once loved to take naps under. I wasn't here for a while, said Issei as he sat down. Momo sat down next to him as close as possible. Oh crap, said Issei. What is it? Asked Momo. I forgot to make some lunch, said Issei. Normally Ingvild or Irina would make them lunch for school, but now that Issei was alone he didn't even think about it. We can share mine, said Momo as she opened her lunchbox. Inside there were a couple of sandwiches and rice with some fried chicken. I have only one pair of chopsticks, so we will have to share that too, said Momo. Seiya, said Momo. Issei did as commanded and let Momo feed him some chicken. Wow, it's delicious, said Issei. Really? I made it myself, said Momo, happy. You are a great cook, Momo, said Issei as he enjoyed the food. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it, said Momo with a smile. They ate together for a couple of minutes in silence until Momo decided to ask Issei something. Hey, Eyes, do you still love Rainier? Asked Momo. So you know that too, huh? To answer your question, yes I do, said Issei. But why? She killed you, said confused Momo. True, but she was ordered to do so. Plus I could see she didn't want to do any of that ... she was ordered to. I think she was threatened to do so. I saw guilt and fear in her eyes. I actually wanted to help her, but when she killed Asia my mind was lost in blind rage, explained Issei. Mono just nodded in understanding. Where are the others? I mean the rest of your harem, asked Momo. They left for a month to meet someone, said Issei. This red mark appeared yesterday on my belly, said Momo as she revealed a red dragon mark on her belly. What does it mean? Asked Momo. Remember when I bit you? That's how dragons mark their mates, explained Issei. Plus it looks cool on your cute belly, said Issei as he started to caress her belly. Momo blushed as she covered her belly while Issei just chuckled. They finished their lunch break with a short kiss and made their way back to class. Once school day ended, Momo had to go to student council even if Zinovia was the new head of it and do her work, so Issei decided to visit someone as he had free time. There he stood in front of the old school building. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and walked in and walked upstairs. Upon reaching another door he knocked, and after hearing an approval of enter he opened the door and entered the room. He was met by looks of surprise from everyone but Kiba and Roswace. Issei, do you need something? Asked Ria, surprised, who was sitting on one of the sofas. She hoped that he came here to get back with them, but all of those hopes were crushed when Issei answered. I need a moment with Roswace, said Issei. Roswace stood up and walked towards him. They were about to leave until Kiba said something. Go get her, tiger, said Kiba with a smirk as he mimicked the tiger's claw, making all of the girls glare at Kiba while Roswace had a huge blush. I will do, brother. But you should think about yourself right now, replied Issei, making the poor Roswace blush even more. I have someone in mind, don't worry, replied Kiba, making Issei smirk. They left the building and were slowly walking away from it. What do you want to talk about? Asked Roswace, still with a blush but calm and collected voice. Rose, can you bring me to the old man? Asked Issei. You mean Lord Odin? Sure, but I can't teleport us there directly as I don't have access to the territory because I became a devil. So they had to take away my direct access so I wouldn't attack them with armies from the inside. So we will have to go to Norway and enter from there, answered Roswace. Alright, can you take me there tomorrow? I need to ask something from him and invite him to a meeting I'm planning, said Issei. Of course I can, but I'll need permission from Riaz, replied Roswace. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at the park, and if you won't get the permission then come anyway, said Issei as they stopped walking. Okay then, see you tomorrow, said Roswace with a blush. She must be fantasizing about something she watched from tons of movies about romance, and the scene reminded her that a man always kisses the woman before leaving, plus Kiba's words kept repeating in her head. For some reason, Roswace got very excited. Issei saw her blush and her eyes couldn't concentrate on one thing, especially on his eyes. Issei chuckled inside his mind before he walked up to her. Meet me 10 minutes before school at the fountain in the park, said Issei as he kissed her cheek. Issei felt just how hot her cheek was from the blush. Bye-bye, said Issei as he left her alone to stand and think about what just happened. She touched her cheek where Issei kissed her and a small smile formed by her beautiful lips. She turned around and went back to the old school building. Time skip. Issei was standing in front of the fountain, waiting for Roswace, and right on time he heard someone calling for him. Eyes, called out Roswace from behind. Issei turned around and saw her with a big smile as she waved her hand. He smiled at the sight of Roswace. Hey Rose, you got permission I guess, said Issei. Well actually no, she was very against it as she said, and I quote, I won't let you go with my precious and adorable pawn. I know that you are going to steal him from me too like the other horse, said Roswace. Well, are you? Asked Issei with a smirk. What? Asked Roswace. Are you trying to steal me? Asked Issei. Whwa. Roswace couldn't utter a word as she started to tremble as a strong blush formed on her face. She looked cute to Issei as well as amusing. He rarely saw a flustered side of her. Don't worry, I was just joking, said Issei. Roswace looked at Issei with an angry pout. Stop teasing me. You know that I haven't had a boyfriend once and I can't tell when you are serious and when you are teasing me, said Roswace as she crossed her arms under her breasts. We can change that once all the bullshit is over, said Issei as he started to walk away. What do you mean? Shouted Roswace as she started to speed walk towards him. Norway. Issei and Roswace arrived in Norway by teleporting. Issei wanted to arrive by plane but he had limited time, plus he had something else planned for later. Roswace was wearing her Valkyrie armor, even if it was revealing her skin, and had magic seals that prevented her from getting cold. Well, where is Asgard? Asked Issei. Behind these 3 mountains, we need to climb over them, and right behind them, we will reach an invisible barrier that surrounds Asgard, explained Rosways. You intend to climb that? Asked Issei as he pointed at the mountains. That's the only way for us to get into Asgard, as I don't have direct access, replied Rosways. Nah, I'm good, I don't have much time anyway, said Issei. What do you mean? Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. He didn't let Rosways say a thing as he just grabbed her bridle style and took off fast. You intend to climb that? Asked Issei as he pointed at the mountains. That's the only way for us to get into Asgard, as I don't have direct access, replied Rosways. Nah, I'm good, I don't have much time anyway, said Issei. What do you mean? Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. He didn't let Rosways say a thing as he just grabbed her bridle style and took off fast. Oh, her eyes, shouted Rosways as she clung to him from the fear of falling despite having wings of her own. Just relax, Rose, said Issei. Sometime later they had already reached the other side of the mountain. So Rose, where's Asgard? Asked Issei as they landed. Issei saw nothing, just snow all over the place. Rosways walked away a little and whispered something that Issei couldn't understand. Suddenly an entrance like a gate appeared out of nowhere in front of Rosways. Issei watched in awe as Rosways opened the golden gates that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Well, let's go in, said Rosways. They were walking some kind of corridor as soon as they entered the gate, which disappeared after entering. They were walking in silence until 2 Valkyries stopped them. Halt! Who are you and how did you get here? Asked one of the 2 who pointed a spear. She was wearing more revealing armor than Rosways and her partner. We came to meet Lord Odin, answered Issei. And you are? Asked the other. He is the Red Dragon Emperor, and I'm the strongest Valkyrie sister and previous Lord Odin's personal guard, answered Rosways. The 2 of them looked at Issei and Rosways for a moment and noticed Rosways' armor that was proof. They could tell that it was a real Asgardian armor and not a fake. All right, come with us, we shall escort you, said one of the girls before they lead Issei and Rosways straight to Odin. 15 minutes later they reached the throne room's large golden double doors that had Norse ruins and 2 Valkyries who were guarding the doors after reaching the Magestick castle. The guards saw the newcomers being escorted by the 2 Valkyries, so they let them in as they slowly opened the doors. As they entered they didn't see as many guards as Issei thought there would be, as only a few were lined up in front of the throne. One Valkyrie was standing between the queen's and Odin's throne, and she had golden armor instead of silver like the other ones. I guess she is the most powerful Valkyrie and a new personal guard for Odin, thought Issei as he analyzed the room. Lord Odin, newcomers arrived to have a word with you, said one of the 2 Valkyrie that escorted them after they kneeled. Welcome, Red Dragon, to Asgard, though I must ask, what do we owe the pleasure of you visiting us without a warning this humble day? Greeted Odin as he stroked his silver white beard. Sorry for that, but I asked Rosways to bring me here as I have some business to discuss with you, replied Issei politely while Rosways got on her knee respectfully. And what might that be? Asked Odin out of curiosity. I invite you to the 4-faction meeting to discuss how to deal with the brigade and Trihexa, answered Issei. 4 factions. I see. Well, I will come the fated day of our meeting, answered Odin. But is that all? I mean, you came all the way here? Asked a woman who was sitting on the next throne with a kind and motherly voice. I came here for a favor too, replied Issei. And that might be? Asked Odin. I need Midgard's armor's soul fragment. I'll explain it with a short version. I need all the Dragon King's soul fragments and the 2 heavenly dragon powers to defeat Trihexa, explained Issei hastily. I see, you will get it at our meeting, as that lazy dragon is not in Asgard at the moment, replied Odin. I see, I thank you very much, said Issei as he bowed slightly. No need to bow, I'd rather shake hands with the likes of you, said Odin with a smile. But are you sure, dear, that you can defeat the beast? I wouldn't like you sacrificing yourself. I'd rather find another way of defeating the beast, said the lady on the throne. Don't worry, Annette, I think he has a plan, reassured Odin. If you say so, said Annette, noticing Issei nod in affirmation. Hello, dear sister, spoke the Valkyrie in golden armor for the first time. Hello, big sister Diana, I see you finally got promoted, replied Rosways, who was standing next to Issei already. Yes, I trained hard and I see you found yourself a boyfriend, teased Diana. Well, I stuttered Rosways, but before she could properly answer, Issei put his hand on her shoulder and suddenly brought her closer to him. Yes, Rose is my girlfriend, and I believe we discussed everything we needed here, so I will take her on a date here in Asgard if you don't mind, Lord Odin, said Issei cheekily. Haha, of course, boy. Go ahead and have fun. Everything is on me, replied Odin cheerfully while Diana was left speechless. Young couple, how nice. Diana, when are you getting a boyfriend? Asked Annette. Aye, Diana couldn't even utter a single word as she didn't expect her little sister to find a soulmate before her. After Issei and Rosways left the throne room, Rosways finally had the strength to talk. Why did you say that? What? I meant it when I said I'm taking you on a date, so let's go. We won't be here for too long, said Issei as he brought her closer again and dragged her out, not letting her speak again. Time skip. Half a month had passed already. The other girls haven't returned yet. Issei offered Momo to live with him because he felt lonely, but Momo of course agreed. She felt really happy being with Issei almost all the time. Right now Issei is training in the underground training facility, the one he asked Azazel to make. It wasn't anything special but quite large and well equipped. He was drenched in sweat because of training non-stop for 8 hours and still going strong. But D-Drag was worried for his partner. He's been having these nightmares every night. Now that Momo is his mate too, she ends up in his nightmares. When Issei slept alone, he always woke up alone, and that would make him panic because he couldn't see his mates with him. He sometimes starts to think that all that wasn't a dream. If not for D-Drag being there for him, he might have done something stupid ... or even went insane. But now that Momo was living there with him, she was there to calm him down. At first, she wasn't ready to sleep in the same bed as Issei, but after seeing him in a terrified state after those nightmares, she decided to sleep with him to be there for him. These nightmares never end. That's why Issei was working and training, trying to get stronger so he could protect his loved ones. D-Drag tried to reason with Issei to slow down the training, but Issei was too scared. He thought that if he stops getting stronger, his mates, daughters, and friends would suffer. Those nightmares are pushing him too far. He surpasses his limits in every training. He even stopped taking short breaks, he just trains non-stop. Flashback the night before girls left. Everyone woke up except for looked at Issei and saw him again in tears and sweating. He was even leaking some of his aura. They were about to wake him up, but he started to talk loudly. Please, just leave them alone. I can't, just take me and kill me ... just leave them at peace. I don't want them to suffer. I will instead. Nuo, leave my daughters out of this. The girls were confused about the daughters part but decided to ask about that later because they had to wake Issei up. Darling, wake up. We're okay, said Valerica as she shook him gently. Slowly Issei opened his eyes and saw the girls looking at him worried and confused. Guess I'll have these nightmares for a while, said Issei. You have daughters? Asked Murayama. What? Asked Issei. When you were having that nightmare, you said to leave your daughters, said Irina. Well ... yes, I do have 6 daughters, replied Issei. What? When? Who? Asked shocked Cadiz. One of them is Kanu, said Issei. Your daughter? Asked Irina. Yes, replied Issei. Who's the mother? Asked Valerica. Isaka, replied Issei, still not realizing what he is doing because he was half asleep. What? Asked Ingvild in disbelief. Is she another one of your mates now? Asked Cadiz. Issei immediately fully woke up hearing her question. What? No. ... It's just when I was in Kyoto I was always spending time with Kanu and I always felt like her father and it made me really happy. I started to spoil her and her friends and make them as happy as possible ... On the last day before leaving they said to come back soon, Dad. Their words meant the world to me, explained Issei with a soft smile. Wow, said Murayama in awe. So you like children? Asked Valerica. Maybe I just want to have a child, said Issei, making all of the girls blush. Of course, if we even wanted that, we can't have a child ... Not yet, because of the Chaos Brigade. I don't want our children born with them still here, explained Issei. Flashback end. He got countless times stronger compared to half a month ago. D-Drag is really impressed by his improvements. But he would have liked it if he would have been training not out of fear of losing someone, not of some stupid nightmares. Partner, that's enough for today, go take a shower, D-Drag ordered. It's not enough, D-Drag. My progress is slowing down. I need something more, said Issei as he did some push-ups with a magic vest that added a lot of weight. No, right now you need to rest. You are overdoing it. Your mate is worried. The white-haired one, to be more specific, said D-Drag. I know, D-Drag ... but I can't just stop. I want them to be safe. Those nightmares burned into my mind. I can't forget those horrible images, said Issei as he sat down on the ground. I know, partner, I saw all of them, but please slow down. It's not healthy. Just go out on a date with the girl and relax. Plus you haven't visited Kanu in a while too. I think your mate and daughter would be happy if you'd spend some time with them, said D-Drag. I guess you're right, replied Issei. After agreeing, Issei took a shower and dressed in his casual clothes. He went to his room and saw Momo reading a book related to magic. Hey sweetheart, said Issei. Oh, nice. Done training finally? Asked Momo with a smile. She acted like nothing was wrong, but she was extremely worried for him. She doesn't like when he trains non-stop. Not because he spends more time training than with her, it's because it's not healthy for him to do same thing over and over again non-stop for hours. Yeah ... SOOO, wanna go on a date? Her eyes lit up immediately with excitement because of his words and jumped up from her seat to hug him. Of course, Momo replied with evident happiness. Alright, get ready, we'll leave in an hour, said Issei as he chuckled. Momo released him from the hug and went to the girls' room to get ready for their date. After an hour they went out for their date. They went to an amusement park, watched a movie, played in an arcade, and did basic stuff, but this time Issei had planned something else to end the date. Come here, we'll go somewhere else, Issei said. Okay, but where are we going? Momo asked. You'll see, Issei replied with a smile. Momo came up to Issei and hugged him as Issei summoned the teleportation circle before disappearing in a bright flash when no one watched. They appeared on some kind of hill surrounded by lots of greenery and flowers that were illuminated by the moonlight. Where are we, Issei? Momo asked as she marveled at the beauty of their surroundings. We're in Kyoto, somewhere near the temple of Lady Yasaka, Issei replied. He was glad that Kunu had shown him this place. He'll make sure to thank her later. Look up, Issei said. Once looked up, she saw countless beautiful dots in the sky that were stars and a moon that shone brightly, but what caught Momo's attention was a bunch of shooting stars that looked very beautiful. But as she was looking into the night sky, she was too concentrated to notice Issei looking into her eyes. He couldn't look away from their beauty, especially when he could see the stars in them, but Momo eventually noticed that he was looking at her. Is something wrong? Momo asked. No, it's just that your eyes are very beautiful. I can't look away, Issei admitted, making Momo blush slightly. She then leaned forward and kissed Issei, and Issei of course replied to the kiss. Thank you for today, I had a lot of fun, eyes, Momo said before kissing him once more. After 10 minutes of comfortable silence, they hear a little girl's voice behind. Dad, shouted the girl before running up and hugging Issei. Hello, Pumpkin, how are you? Issei asked as he hugged her back. Dad, Momo thought for a moment before returning her attention to the little girl. I'm better now that you're here. Why didn't you visit me for this long? You know how boring it is for us without you, Kanu whined with a small pout. I had some business to take care of, Issei replied before giving a small peck on her forehead, making Kanu giggle as his lips tickled her forehead. Why are you here alone? Issei asked the young princess. I sensed your presence here, so I came here as quickly as possible before you could leave, Kanu replied honestly. Does your mother know about it? Issei asked, already knowing the answer. Well, no. Sigh. Don't do that again, okay? It's too dangerous to be alone, especially once it's dark. Plus, when I'm in Kyoto, I'll always visit you, alright? That's a promise. Okay, Kanu replied as she covered her head a little. Sorry for that, Issei after redirecting his attention back to Momo. No, it's alright. But who is this? Momo asked as she looked at the little princess. This is Kanu, Lady Yasaka's daughter, the princess of Kyoto. Kanu, this is one of my mates, Momo, Issei introduced with a smile as Momo bowed. Mate, Kanu thought to herself. I'm like a father figure to her. I started thinking of her as my daughter, Issei explained. Oh, that makes sense. Where is her real father? Momo asked curiously. He left when Yasaka got pregnant, Issei with a hint of anger. Oh, alright Kanu, let's go home. It's too late for you to stay awake, Issei said as he picked her up to bury her. As they were walking, Kanu fell asleep in his arms. Wow, never have I thought that you are this great of a father, Momo said with a giggle. I didn't know that myself until I came back to Kyoto. Kanu gives me a lot of joy. I hold her dear in my heart. I'll always be there for her and do anything to make sure she's happy and safe, Issei explained with determination. Momo was happy. She thought, if he's like this with someone's kid, just how good of a father will he be when he'll have his own kids. Sometime later they came to the temple but were stopped by the guards, but immediately let them in as they recognized Issei and Kanu in his arms. The door opened by Yasaka after Momo knocked on the doors. Hello, how can I help? Yasaka spoke but noticed Issei holding Kanu. Hey Yasaka, I got something for you here, Issei said as he showed a sleeping figure of Kanu. Sigh. Hello Issei, thank you for bringing her back, Yasaka spoke after a sigh. It's no problem at all. Though I must ask, who is this? Yasaka asked as he glanced at Momo. My name is Momo and I'm one of Issei's mates. It's nice to meet you, Momo introduced as she bowed. Nice to meet you too. My name is Yasaka, Yasaka introduced back as she bowed too. Maybe you want to stay here for the night? Yasaka asked with a kind smile. Sure, I wanted to spend some time together with Kanu tomorrow anyway, Issei replied. Later after dinner, Issei and Momo walked into Issei's previous room and went to sleep. The next morning Issei, Momo, and Kanu spent some time shopping and having fun, and after that, they returned home at Ku and just watched some movies and cuddled on the couch under the blanket. Time skip. Another half a month passed rather quickly as Issei never stopped training. The girls still haven't returned, but Issei had a feeling that they'd meet soon enough, and Momo was called to the student council for help. Issei promised Momo and Didrag that he'd take a couple of days of rest from training. He thought that he would visit Tannen, but he's busy dealing with the last remaining issues of the future faction. So Issei finally decided to visit Gasper, his little brother. He hasn't seen him in a while, and honestly, he missed him, but he also was curious about Valerie. In his eyes, she was a beautiful girl. Her smile and eyes made Issei blush when he saved her with his old team. Issei dressed up with his usual jacket, white shirt, black cargo pants, and combat boots because he always felt comfortable in this kind of clothing. Issei took some flowers for Valerie and summoned a magic circle before teleporting to one of the Citri hospitals. As he appeared in their room, he noticed that it was dark because the room lights were off for some reason. Something was wet on the ground, but the most worrying thing was the smell, the awful, disgusting, and dreadful smell that invaded his nostrils. Issei was too scared to turn on the lights. He didn't want to believe what he was thinking, but once he turned on the lights, what he saw was Gasper, his little brother, on the ground, I in a puddle of his own almost completely dried blood. He was beginning to rot. Just how long was he here? Gasper, Issei whispered in disbelief as he got closer to his little brother's corpse. He grabbed his arm with his own trembling ones, but then he saw something fall from Gasper's hand. It looked like a letter. He put Gasper on the empty bed where Valerie was supposed to be, gently. He picked up the letter which had his blood on it and started to read it. Whoever is reading this means I'm dead. Chaos Brigade somehow got into the hospital and captured Valerie. Please save her. Tell Big Brother Issei to save her. She loves you, Issei. From the day you saved her, we talked about you and she was in love with the stories about you. She wanted to meet you again every day. She needs you now more than ever. I'm sorry for not being able to protect her or myself. And it's not your fault. I just hope you'll save her and bring her back home. Please, big brother, that's my last wish. My sacred gear won't leave to find another host because I took it out before it could leave. It was really painful but worth it. I'll leave my forbidden Balor's view to you, big brother. Goodbye. As Issei finished reading the letter he fell to his knees. He felt so much rage but mostly sadness. He just lost his little brother. Another part of his family. Why? Because he's just that weak. Suddenly something flew out of Gasper's other hand. It looked like a red eye. It flew towards Issei and merged into Issei's left eye. Now Issei had the ability to stop time, but right now he didn't care about that at all. He didn't even feel the pain of merging. His aura flared violently, he spread his wings and his eyes glowed red and changed appearance to that of a predator before releasing a powerful energy burst and roaring out of agony of losing his precious little brother. The whole underworld heard his roar, the whole heaven, even the dimensional gap echoed with Issei's pained roar. The whole building was shaking from his power. His dragons inside him did the same together with him to pay their respects. Dragons in dragon territory that heard him roared together with him. Yes, even Crom Cruets joined in. Not much later, many magic circles appeared. There arrived Surzech and Grafia, Michael and Gabriel, Azazel and Barkiel, Tannen and Bova in their human forms, Orc, and most importantly Tiamat, Ingvild, Irina, Valerica, Miriama, Cadiz, and Momo. Even Off-Eyes was there. What they saw hurt the girls a lot. He was already suffering from the nightmares. His parents forgot about him. Now Issei holding a lifeless body of Gasper with his wings wrapped around the corpse trying to cover it. No one could do anything. They just watched in silence until Issei's harem, Roswace, Gabriel, Kiba and Azazel came up to him. The girls hugged him while Kiba and Azazel put their hands on his shoulders. Issei calmed down and his aura dissipated. The building stopped shaking and everyone could breathe normally again, well as normally as they could considering the smell. But even Surzech had a lot of trouble breathing, even he thought he was going to pass out. As Issei opened his eyes he looked toward Surzech, Michael and Azazel making them flinch slightly from the predatory gaze. I call for a faction meeting immediately, Issei spoke with a cold voice. The leaders just nodded their heads and teleported away before giving him the location of the meeting. Issei stood up and gave Gasper to Rias. He's your bishop. It's you who has the right to bury him properly, said Issei as he gave Gasper to her. Rias only nodded and teleported away with the whole orc. He looked at the remaining people. Can I hug? Off-Eyes asked, wanting to reduce Issei's pain. Issei nodded as he spread his arms and wings. As she hugged him he hugged her back and wrapped her in his wings before looking at his harem and Tannen. I guess it's time to reveal the mighty dragon faction, old man, spoke Issei with a small chuckle, but everyone could see he was trying to hide his pain. Tannen simply nodded as he had his arms crossed. Tannen wanted to reveal the dragon faction. In better circumstances than this, but he couldn't do anything about it now. Issei walked towards them and summoned a large teleportation circle before teleporting them all away. He and the rest teleported into the meeting room in the underworld capital, Lilith. They opened the doors and saw Surzech, Michael, and Azazel sitting while Grafia, Penimune, and Gabriel stood behind them. On the tables were placed small signs on which were written Devil Faction Representative, Angel Faction Representative, and Fallen Angel Faction Representative. Issei came up to them and sat down in the empty seat as Tannen stood behind him, and girls lined up behind Tannen except for Irina as she belonged to the Angel Faction, same with Momo. He took the empty sign and with the help of magic, he wrote Dragon Faction Representative. As he placed the sign back, the leaders looked at him confused except for Azazel, who already knew of this. Let the meeting start between the four factions. As the leader of the Dragon Faction, I am asking the other factions to participate in the elimination of the threat that is the Chaos Brigade and work with 3 factions until then. After that, we will think about the alliance, Issei said, seriously. I see, now I understand why you asked me for this much land, and next to Tannen's no less. Surzech spoke calmly. I didn't really believe that you'd need a lot just for some simple apples, even if they are delicious to your kind. But I decided not to question the matter. Yeah, that was kind of a bad excuse, but that's all I had. Don't be mad about it though. I did not tell you, not because I don't trust you, but because I was afraid of the information leaking. Back at Out Territory we asked to keep quiet about the plans, only select few knows beside them, Issei explained. It's fine. Even after previous events and current circumstances I still see you as a little brother, so I'll support with everything I can. Surzech spoke with a warm smile. Issei smiled back. Thanks, Anarchy. The feelings are mutual. Same with Grafia. That does mean a lot to me, Issei said, making both Grafia and Surzech smile even more before they heard a loud cough from Azazel. Not that I dislike wholesome moments like this, but we're at a meeting right now, so I'd like to hear more of what Issei has to say. Azazel spoke. Right, Tannen and I created the mighty dragon faction in hopes to save the dragon race. What Tannen was doing before did help, but it was not enough. We need to grow and expand. We won't be your enemies unless you do something to anger us. The only faction I'm willing to work with is the Yaokai faction. We'll see about the others after the mess, Issei informed. The leaders nodded in understanding. Alright, let's get to the business, said Michael. Yes, let's, but I'm not a Hyoudou anymore. I'm not their son anymore. My name is Issei Welsh. Issei spoke with pride and some sadness. Everyone looked at him surprised while D-Drake smirked inside his gear. I see. Mind tell us what happened to Rias Gremory's bishop? Asked Azazel. Chaos Brigade captured Valerie again. I think they are planning to release the beast very soon, so I suggest preparing for war. Gather your best soldiers. As for what happened, today I was bored because I was alone. I decided to visit my little brother and Valerie. But when I got there I saw him dead on the floor in his own blood and the bed empty. I found a letter that said that it's indeed the Chaos Brigade's work. It said that they have Valerie and his last wish is for me to save her. Issei explained, barely holding his rage under control. All right, we understand. We will gather our troops and prepare for the inevitable war. But how will we defeat Trihexa? I fear we don't have enough power to do it. Surzech spoke with a hint of worry. I will kill it, Issei said plainly, shocking the whole room except for Tannen, Azazel and Ingvild. How? Michael asked. In the past 2 months I trained and I gathered souls of dragon kings. At the moment I have D-Drag, Vritra, Fafnir, Tannen Fragment, Tiamat Fragment, Yulong Fragment, and Albion Fragment. Even Evil Dragon Krom Kruach gave me his soul fragment. And at the next meeting that will happen soon enough I will get Midgardsormr's soul fragment from Odin. Issei spoke, stunning the room once more. Issei, you can't. You will die if you do this. Valerica shouted. She was completely against it. She's right, I can't let you do this, Momo spoke, agreeing with Valerica. Issei, please, even Arena pleaded. Sorry, I can't stop here. I already have the souls and learned their abilities. I have to kill that beast to protect you, even if it means death for me, said Issei. But what's the point of living if you aren't with us? Valerica shouted, losing the ability to remain calm. You'll find someone better. At this point, she didn't want to hear anything from him anymore. She and the rest of the girls teleported home. Issei sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I knew this would happen, Issei said. Of course they wouldn't like it, Tannen said as he stood behind Issei. All right, back to the main topic. We will participate in the Eliminating Chaos Brigade. All I ask is your cooperation with us, Issei spoke seriously. After a moment of silence, the leaders finally spoke. We will help, Michael said. We will participate, Azazel agreed with a smirk. We will be there too, Surzech said with a smile. All right then, I call this meeting officially over, said Issei as he stood up and teleported to Dragon Faction territory. And as they got there, every dragon was there. Issei saw that they were waiting for him to say something. Today the mighty Dragon Faction is officially a part of the supernatural world. We will be known as the strongest faction and dragons will get to live peacefully and safely once again and we will not be looked down on. Issei shouted. Then Tannen let out a powerful roar followed by the rest of the dragons. Everyone then parted their ways as Issei and Tannen went to their cave to have a small talk. Order our troops to prepare for the war, Issei ordered. All right, but are you okay? Tannen asked. I'm all right, Issei answered as he turned away. Tannen only nodded before leaving to carry out the order. Issei wasted no more time and teleported back home but almost instantly got jumped by Valerica. Whoa there, calm down, Issei said after he saw her crying. Why, you can't leave me. Do you understand? Don't leave me alone, you have to survive. Valerica shouted into his chest. I won't leave you nor the others, Issei replied as he hugged her. Valerica suddenly captured his lips in a passionate kiss which Issei didn't resist as he responded to the kiss. Tonight you will take me, Valerica said before capturing his lips once more. Hearing this, Issei finally let his instincts take over and he started to kiss like animals in heat. His eyes became predatory as he started to kiss and bite her neck and shoulder softly, to which she responded with a slight moans. Morning arrived and as Issei opened his eyes, he saw Valerica still sleeping on his chest with a satisfied smile. What a wild night, Issei spoke out loud. Now that you did the deed, your mark is complete and now you are sharing your life force, D-Dragon informed. Yeah, that's right, Issei replied as he looked where Valerica made her mark. Issei smiled, feeling happy about what they did. Weird, I didn't have a nightmare last night. But suddenly an image of Gasper flashed in his mind and changed his mood drastically. But soon enough Valerica woke up and saw Issei looking into her eyes. Morning, sleep well? Issei asked as he hugged her. Yeah, never have I slept better, Valerica replied with a chuckle. They kissed each other and made out for a little before finishing up and sharing a shower. At school, they met up with the rest of the girls except for Tiamat and Momo. Morning, Issei, the girls greeted. Morning, girls greeted them back, Issei with a smile. Oh, Issei, I just remembered something, Valerica said, but before she could ask whatever she wanted the school bell interrupted her. Guess I'll ask you later, now let's go to class, Valerica said with slight disappointment. Sure, Issei replied, going to their class. Issei noticed that Asia hasn't been in school for almost 1.5 months. But of course, he didn't care, so he didn't question it. The whole time Issei was thinking about how to defeat the beast and make the Chaos Brigade suffer for what they did. No one noticed but his girlfriends that his eyes were that of a true predator, his fists clenched tightly. The bell rang and they went to their usual spot, but this time with Momo too, and sat in their usual spot. So eyes ... we leave for 1 month and you add another girl to your harem? Valerica asked with a smile. But Issei saw that behind the smile was something bad for him if he didn't answer carefully. Well, I didn't think that any of this would happen. She just was heartbroken just like me and I comforted her ... but it turned into a love confession somehow nervously. What do you mean heartbroken? Cadis asked. She had a huge crush on Saji, Issei said as his fist tightened. All the girls understood what he meant while Momo hugged Issei so he could relax. Well, I answered your question. Now, what were you doing the whole month? Issei asked, already knowing the answer. We were training to get stronger so we could protect ourselves, Murayama answered. I knew it, Issei said with a smirk. What? How? Irina asked. I am a dragon, so I have really sensitive senses. I can feel the power oozing out of you even if you are surprising your auras, Issei explained. Oh, that makes sense, Injivold said. I can say that you did a great job. You are dozens of times stronger than the last time I saw you, praised Issei. Yeah, but Albion says that you are countless times stronger than the last time we met, Valerica said. All the girls looked at him awestruck. Well, that's true, I've been training. In non-stop. You need to take it down a notch or two, D-Drag said out loud. What does he mean, Issei? Valerica with worry. Sai, how do you think I'll kill the beast if I'm not strong enough? I'm training almost non-stop. Those nightmares kept pushing me to the edge. Issei explained with a sour look. So you still have those? Irina asked. Yeah, until yesterday. Last night I didn't have a nightmare, Issei said. Well, that's good. Let's just hope that it stays like that, Ingvild said, relieved to some extent. The rest of the school day went as usual for everyone but Issei. He couldn't get the image of Gasper out of his head. When he got home, he immediately went to the training grounds. D-Drag, remember the letter that Gasper wrote? Yes, partner, it's about the gear. D-Drag asked. Yeah, it merged with me, didn't it? Issei asked, already know the answer. Yes, partner, and you should have decent control with it as you are powerful enough and have the necessary knowledge of sacred gears. But you should train with it, D-Drag explained. Alright, how do I activate it? Relax and concentrate on activating it. Imagine everything frozen in time. The gear is way stronger than it was previously and easier to control it because it evolved as a draconic sacred gear. To make it even stronger you have to train, and you can use boosted gear to boost it, explained the mighty dragon. Alright then, let's do this, Issei said as he narrowed his eyes and threw a dumbbell before shouting Zawarudo. And everything turned gray as the time stopped. The dumbbell was in the air. Really, partner? D-Drag face-palmed inside the gear. Come on, I had to do this, Issei replied. And you will always be doing this? D-Drag asked. Maybe. Whatever. What matters now is that you managed to activate it on your first time, said the mighty dragon. Yeah, that was easier than I thought, maybe because it said the right thing. No, it's not because of that. You're a dragon and the sacred gear evolved into dragon-type sacred gear and makes it easier to control it, Fritra explained. Yeah, that makes sense, Issei said before deactivating his new gear. Tonight we'll train in the mindscape, Issei informed. You sure, partner? I think you should take a break, Al suggested. They have Valerie... They have the rest of the holy relics, including the true Longinus. They will make their move any moment now, Issei reasoned. I can't stop yet. We understand, partner, but if you overdo it you might not turn into a full-fledged dragon when you use our powers, but you'll die because of your fatigue, Al explained his worries. Sigh. Alright, I'll train only half a night, okay? That's better than nothing, I guess, Vritra said. Issei trained a little longer before taking a shower and eating dinner with everyone. So, what did you train with, Tiamat? Issei asked. I've been training my magic and magic reserves. I train my body too, Ingvild replied, happy with her results. I train my light and holy powers, and my combat skills, Irina said, quite satisfied with her own results as she gains a new pair of wings as proof. I train my body mainly and my techniques with Albion, Valerica said. Cadice and I train with magic and swords. We have impressive magic reserves for humans and we have a great affinity for fire and ice. We can create swords with ice magic easily, Murayama explained proudly as Cadice nodded. That's impressive, I must say. I'm proud of you all, Issei said with a warm smile. Well, it's time to head to bed, Issei said before standing up and leaving with the rest of the girls. Mindscape. Issei just finished training in the landscape as was sitting on the ground panting. D-Drag and others were with him. He just fought all of them at the same time and he did well, but he was outnumbered and ended in a draw. You greatly improved, partner, D-Drag spoke truthfully. I agree, darling. You did great, Tiamat praised Issei. Thank you. D-Drag, I think it's time to think of a move that will kill the beast in one go, Issei said, surprising the rest. One blow? You sure? Tannen asked, bewildered. Yes, I believe we can create a special form that can use all of your abilities and powers to the limit, Issei explained his reasoning. Alright, what do you have in mind? Vritra asked. I'm thinking of something similar to Juggernaut Drive. That form releases only some of D-Drag's powers, not all. So what if we create a Juggernaut Drive that can release all of not only D-Drag's but others' powers too, explained Issei. I think we can manage that, honestly. We need to have a chant that will activate it in the form's name, Al said. I have a name already, let's call it True Heavenly Dragon King Drive, Issei suggested. Suit, that'll work, Yu Long said. Alright, let's finish for tonight, said D-Drag. Alright, good night everyone, Issei said before entering the dreamland. True Heavenly Dragon King Drive, D-Drag said out loud to himself. The rest of the night Issei slept and somehow his nightmares have stopped, but he still remembered these horrible nightmares and couldn't stop training. Issei planned to visit Kanu tomorrow after school with Irina as Kanu never stopped asking why Auntie Irina wasn't with him. Issei had planned out everything for tomorrow. Hurry up, Dad, Auntie. We have to go. We wasted enough time here already, let's go have some fun. Kanu shouted as she dragged the couple by their hands. Alright, we're coming, Issei said while Irina giggled. Kanu is super excited today, I see, Irina giggled. Of course, that's because you're finally here. Kanu replied before Issei picked her up and put her on his shoulders. Well, where do you want to go first? Issei asked. How about we go shopping? Kanu answered with excitement. Great idea, Kanu. I agree, Irina agreed as she looked at Issei with stars in her eyes. Sai, let's go then, Issei said before they left. They arrived to a shopping mall. Issei didn't buy anything for himself, but Kanu and Irina bought a bunch of clothes. Even young girls suck your money out of your pocket for some clothes, Issei said as he carried a bunch of bags filled with the said clothes. Kanu and Irina giggled in response as they were walking in front of him. Is the big red dragon angry? Maybe I can satisfy him tonight, Irina teased with a sway of her hips. Oh, I see where you're going with that, my hero angel, whispered Issei to her ear before licking her earlobe, sending shivers of pleasure down her spine. Kanu watched their interaction with a side eye and interest for a moment. Where to now? Kanu asked, but before they could answer they noticed that there were no people around them. Everything has lost its color and the feeling was familiar to Issei, but he couldn't remember no matter how hard he tried until he noticed the purple mist. Dimension lost, Issei suddenly remembered. It's exactly the same feeling when they were forcefully sent to an alternate dimension. Kanu, stand still and don't go anywhere, Issei ordered as he created the most powerful dome-like barrier that he learned from Vritra around Kanu. While Irina stood next to Issei with 2 pairs of pure white angel wings on her back and a golden halo above her head, ready for combat to protect Kanu. Well, we meet again, Red Dragon Emperor, a familiar voice spoke from a distance. From the purple mist came out a handsome young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wore a combination of a Japanese school uniform, but he wasn't alone as 3 other people followed behind him who were Heracles, Jorg, and Jean, but something seemed off with her. What do you want, Cao Cao? Issei snarled. Oh, nothing, I just came to kill you, Cao Cao said. Huh, like you have a chance, Issei mocked. Oh, I'll enjoy crushing your bones, kid, spoke Heracles. Where's Valerie? Issei asked in a threatening manner. Oh, her. She's in our HQ. We will use her to unseal Trihexa. She does have the right gear to do so, but you already know about that, don't you? Cao Cao said, not trying to hide his goals. Tell me where she is exactly. And why would I do that? Cao Cao scoffed. You'll die soon by my hands anyway, Heracles said as he cracked his knuckles. And for good measure you'll have a taste of this, Cao Cao said as he showed a vial with some black liquid. Here, you see I have a really powerful curse. I believe your dragon can already tell. Cao Cao said with a grin. Partner, it's Samuel's blood. If even a drop ends up inside you, it will kill you painfully and destroy not only the both of us, but every soul in you, Drag warned. And why would you do that? Issei asked. Because I was ordered to by Rizim, of course. Issei instantly felt extreme rage grow when he heard the bastard's name. That bastard. He killed Gasper. Actually, it was me who killed the useless Damthur, Cao Cao laughed before revealing the truth. Everything slowed down for Issei. Gasper's killer, his little brother's killer, was right in front of him. I'll kill you, Issei said quietly without any emotion, but Cao Cao could feel the killing intent coming from Issei in huge waves. Issei's eyes became that of a predator as he whispered something that caused his power to skyrocket. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei was now in his standard red dragon armor. Oh, so we will play now, Cao Cao joked. Issei didn't waste any time and activated Jet to fly toward Cao Cao. Jean, take care of the angel. Jorg, take the princess, Cao Cao ordered. Cao Cao got ready to block the attack, but at the last second, he sidestepped because he felt what kind of power was behind that punch. Wow, I see you improved, Cao Cao said, but Issei didn't answer as he kicked Cao Cao to the side and sent him flying into a wall. He was about to follow up with another attack, but before he could fly towards Cao Cao, Heracles grabbed Issei by his leg as a golden aura glowed around him and slammed him on the ground, shattering it in the process before throwing him into a building with a loud explosion. Dust covered the building, but before it could settle, Heracles was hit by a powerful dragon shot that sent him to an opposite building with much more force. Well, I think it's time to get serious, Cao Cao said before shocking Issei. Balance break, and suddenly 7 orbs appeared behind Cao Cao. Here is my subspecies balance breaker. I call these orbs 7 treasures as they have their own special abilities. Of course, I won't tell what they can do. You'll have to find it out for yourself, Cao Cao explained. Issei then proceeded to punch Cao Cao, but he dodged his punch by saying something. A Seratana, Cao Cao said right before the punch could hit his face. He teleported behind Issei and used his spear to destroy Issei's armor. Issei immediately backed away. You see, my first ability lets me teleport anywhere I want and any who I want, Cao Cao explained. Balance breaker. A Scallon. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Meanwhile, Issei was occupied with Cao Cao and Heracles. Irina was doing everything in her power to protect Kanu from the 2 attackers, and honestly, she was having a tough time against Jorg. He truly was a talented magician. But something was wrong with Jean. She wasn't attacking as hard compared to last time, nor was she as talkative. It was as if she was controlled and looking at her dull eyes that could be counted as a confirmation. Irina was clashing with Jean while occasionally throwing light spears at Jorg, who simply blocked them or evaded them. But it suddenly got harder for her as elemental attacks started to fly towards her, forcing her to evade them. Jorg has decided it was enough of playtime and went straight to the barrier where Kanu was while Irina was distracted. Auntie, Kanu suddenly howled. Irina blocked another strike from Jean and pushed her away before turning around to see Jorg trying to dispel the barrier. Get away from her, Irina shouted as she launched a couple of light spears at Jorg, who blocked them with magic circles. Not bad for a low-ranked ace, but unfortunately for you, it's not enough to even scratch me, spoke Jorg as he summoned a bunch of different kinds of magic circles behind himself, like Norse, Fallen Angel, and Demonic, and launched them all at once straight at Irina. Irina watched as different attacks approached her at high speed, but what surprised Jorg for a moment was that she was unfazed by the number of the attacks. She just leaned forward a little and held her light sword behind her ready to strike. But what surprised him more was Irina's speed and sword skills. She cut straight through all of the attacks with her light sword with the impressive speed. But Irina didn't get to catch her breath as she barely blocked a downward slaw from Jean. Well, that was surprising, but you are still no match, Jorg said as he walked back to the barrier. I'm not done, Irina shouted as she stabbed Jean's shoulder and slashed at her left side before kicking her in the legs and knocking her over. She was about to get up, but Irina hit the back of her head and knocked her unconscious. Jorg was quite impressed by the angel's skills but didn't worry as he was about to crack the barrier open. But before that could happen, Auntie, please save me. I'm scared, Kanu cried. Irina could see the tears and pure and utter fear in Kanu's eyes. The little kid was scared like never before. Then something just snapped inside Irina. Irina let out a cry as a golden holy aura manifested and surrounded her whole body. Her eyes were consumed by the same golden glow, same with her long golden hair, and something really unexpected happened. 4 more wings sprung from Irina's back and her power increased exponentially. With a flick of her fingers, hundreds of light spears were summoned behind and around Irina. The spears themselves were different. They were more powerful, potent, and they were thinner. They were releasing a ton of holy energy. George watched in awe as this was the first time he saw a lower-class angel just grow in strength in the middle of battle and summon so many spears. Only someone like the great seraphs could do something like that. But that pure golden glow in her eye sockets was something totally new. Jorg was too distracted to notice the hundreds of spears approaching him, but he reacted just in time as in response he summoned hundreds of barriers in front, but was surprised to see that some of the spears ignored the barriers and pierced right through like they were nothing. What a crazy power-up, Jorg muttered as he prepared for real combat, finally taking this seriously. As Irina's attack finished, a golden glow from the sky landed on Irina. Jorg continued to watch in interest, but that was his fatal mistake. The light disappeared and revealed the angel warrior standing now in a golden armor with silver accents with runes and held a golden greatsword with a silver hilt in her right hand and a big golden shield with a large silver cross and silver wings on the sides. But that was not it. Her wings were now only 2, but they were large silver wings just like the ones on the shield. They almost looked like blades themselves. And no way, how did you manage to get this? It's said to be locked away by heaven itself. Not even Michael has access to heaven's last armor of judgment. Jorg suddenly erupted in anger and fear. He knew a lot about heaven and he certainly knew of the armor and the weapons. If the armor suddenly presented itself, that means heaven chose a suitable host for it. Irina lifted her new sword and pointed it at Jorg, who flinched. And without a warning, the angel took off at blinding speed, ready for round 2. With Issei sprinted towards Cao Cao with a scalpel in his hand with an intent to end the bastard's life, but Kakarotana, Cao Cao said, and a scalpel shattered before it could even connect with its target, much to Issei's surprise, and Cao Cao, without wasting any time, destroyed Issei's armor once more. Hathrotana, Cao Cao said, and one of the orbs flew towards Issei and lifted him from the ground before slamming him back again and again and again. You see, you can't defeat me, you weakling, Cao Cao mocked. You can't even protect anyone. I killed the useless Damphir, and soon you'll die too, but before that I might let you see as I kill your angel, Cao Cao said while a glowing Heracles approached Issei. Issei got up to run towards him, but Heracles punched Issei and an explosion sent him to a wall of another building, followed by some kind of numerous missile-like objects which exploded upon reaching the building Issei was in. Cao Cao laughed at Issei's misery and weakness. Now it's time to end this, Cao Cao said as he took the vial in his hand, but before he could take another step a high pressure of aura made Cao Cao and Heracles drop to their knees. What is this power? Cao Cao questioned. He then looked only to see Issei approaching and saw his eyes glowing red. It was too much for Cao Cao as he could barely breathe and dropped the vial on the ground. I agree, time to end this, Issei said. He was about to use his teleportation magic, but Issei stopped the time. Issei got to Cao Cao and grabbed the vial in one hand and grabbed him by his hair with the other and resumed the time flow. Cao Cao looked terrified as he saw Issei hold him. Luckily for him, before Issei could do whatever he planned, Heracles tackled Issei and exploded, launching Issei and Cao Cao apart from each other. Heracles was badly hurt now but was still able to stand. He turned towards Cao Cao. With Shuba, before he could finish, black chains of shadows suddenly wrapped around him and dragged Heracles towards Issei, who then stomped on Heracles' chest while he was still down. Pathetic, Issei whispered before forming a small ball of energy and vaporizing Heracles out of existence. Jay, just how is this possible? Cao Cao screamed. Have you not noticed that I was just playing with you? I didn't even boost once, I was just giving false hope, false sense of control of the situation, Issei revealed as he walked slowly towards Cao Cao. Wait, that's right, I didn't hear a single boost. Just what kind of monster has he become? Cao Cao pondered. He tried to come up with a plan, any kind of plan, but got nothing, that is until he noticed Irina in her powered-up state and an almost dead Jorg on the ground who had missing arms and a leg. He was bleeding a lot. He didn't have a lot of time left. Cao Cao stood up and shouted to Saratana and disappeared from Issei's sight momentarily until he saw him in front of Irina. "It's Saratana," Cao Cao said as he pointed the tip of the spear at Irina, who prepared to block the attack, but instead of an attack, Irina's armor and weapons disappeared and her strength left her body as she fell on all fours, panting for air before collapsing completely. Cao Cao saw Issei run towards him, but he was faster to grab Irina and point the spear to her back, making Issei stop. Both stared at each other in silence. No words were needed as both knew what to do. Either Issei lets Cao Cao leave, or he takes Irina with him to an afterlife. But what Cao Cao didn't notice was his shadow moving slightly despite him standing still. After a few more moments of standing, Cao Cao made his move and was about to stab Irina, but black chains sprung from his own shadow and just in time wrapped around his arm and pulled him back violently, forcing him to release Irina. Issei rushed to Irina's side and quickly grabbed her before moving away from an attack. "I have to admit, you certainly surprised me, both you and the angel, to beat Jorg like that. But I ain't going down so easily," Cao Cao said before pointing his spear at Issei, who teleported Irina back to Yasaka. "Harane Karatana," Cao Cao whispered, but suddenly pointed at the barrier where Kanu was. Issei could feel the power that the spear emitted and knew that the barrier wouldn't last as it was weakened by Jorg already. The only option Issei has was to become a shield for Kanu. In an instant the attack was released from the spear and Issei appeared in front of the barrier just in time with the help of his Balor's weave to block a very destructive attack straight to his back. "JHHCK. Dad," Kanu shouted in worry as she watched Issei take a massively destructive attack to his bare back. As the attack finished, it revealed a large and deep crater with Issei in it holding Kanu, who soon passed out from stress. His back was severely burned from the massive heat and power, but was able to avoid any fatal wounds. Even Cao Cao was surprised to see Issei still breathing, but wasted no time and tried to escape but was too slow. "You'll die here," Issei said as he instantly appeared in front of a scared Cao Cao, very angry. Issei grabbed Cao Cao by his throat and squeezed it tightly. Cao Cao tried to remove his hands, but nothing worked as he just managed to drop his spear, until his left eye turned to that of Reptilian, which confused Issei until he understood what was going on as he noticed his skin turn to stone but slowly. Issei then with his free hand grabbed the vial that Cao Cao brought himself from the pocket and opened it. "You did this to yourself," Issei said, and poured the contents of the vial onto Cao Cao's eye, making him want to scream out of agony, but Issei was still holding him by the throat. This was happening for a few seconds before he finally stopped moving, and for good measures Issei snapped Cao Cao's head backwards and slowly burned his remains. "I avenged you, lil bro." "Issei, grab the spear, it will be the key for your quest," D-Dreg said. "Really? What he's saying is true. Grab it before it disappears to find another host," Al warned. "Right," Issei replied as he grabbed the spear, which glowed golden for a few moments before returning to normal. "You successfully obtained the true Longinus partner," Vritra informed. Issei then looked around and saw an unconscious Jean and almost dead Jorg, but a small amount of mist was on Jorg's chest. "Is that?" Issei asked. "Yes, that's dimension lost. You should be able to get it too before it disappears," said Vritra. Issei walked up to Jorg and grabbed the mist, which felt weird to do. "Will you absorb it?" D-Dreg asked. "No, Irina deserves to have it," Issei replied. He then turned the other way and walked up to Jean. He started at her before deciding to take her with him. She might have valuable information. The dimension was starting to shake, meaning he was about to return to the real world, but before that he burned Jorg's remains and teleported so that no ordinary humans could see him. "Issei, you're finally back. What happened out there?" Yasaka asked with worry. "We had problems with the brigade. Cao Cao attacked. Can you treat this girl?" Issei asked at the end as he showed Jean to Yasaka. "Certainly. Bring her to one of the free rooms. I'll call for medical professionals," Yasaka said, but once Issei walked by her she saw his whole back painted red from his blood and a lot of wounds still bleeding. "Oh my Issei, you're back." Issei stopped for a moment. "First the girls, then me," Issei said simply before walking off. "Time skip. Seems they will make a move soon if they are trying to get rid of me." "How's it going with the chant?" Issei asked. "It's finished. But from now on you have to stop training until the fight. If not, you'll die from exhaustion after the usage of our powers," D-Dreg warned. "All right, noted." After a few moments Issei left the room to meet up with Irina, and upon entering her room he found her still asleep. He was grateful that Yasaka did everything in her power to heal Irina. She didn't suffer any dangerous wounds, only slight internal damage, but there was nothing that Fennec's tears couldn't heal. But Yasaka said Irina should rest a few days after waking up. "I'm sorry for letting this happen. I just felt that you were about to break through your limit, and you surely did, my amazing angel," Issei said before taking out the same purple mist, but it was smaller than before. It was disappearing. He then placed the mist on Irina's chest and let it merge, which happened in a few seconds. "This is yours. Now rest, my sweetheart," Issei said before giving her a kiss on the forehead. Time skip. The next day Issei brought Irina back home and let the girls take care of her in one of the girls' rooms. They of course bombarded him with questions which Issei had to answer. A few days later, of nothing eventful, Issei was getting bored. He wanted to at least train, but D-Dreg and the rest protested against it. Right now he was sitting in his bedroom alone as he mediated, but suddenly someone entered the room. "Issei," a voice called out. As he opened his eyes he saw Momo standing there with a blush. Please don't die when you'll go fight the beast, Momo asked. I can't promise that. Sorry, Issei said honestly, because anything could happen. I tried to say something, Momo, but couldn't. Issei came up to her and brought her into a hug. What is it, sweetheart? Asked Issei. She didn't say anything but instead kissed Issei, and of course he replied to the kiss. They made out for a couple of minutes until Momo started to undress him. Are you sure you want to do this? Issei asked. She just smiled and continued what she was doing. This will be as good luck, Momo said before kissing him again. That's the reason why they didn't sleep almost all night. The good thing is that Issei cast a sound barrier, otherwise the neighbors would have been very angry. In the morning he noticed that he was alone in bed. As he got up he took fresh clothes and went to the bathroom. After a quick shower, he came to the kitchen and found Momo and Valerica talking while cooking breakfast. Morning. Oh, good morning, Issei, Valerica replied. Morning, Momo replied with a smile. Want some breakfast? Momo asked. Not now, I have to go. I need to get ready for the big fight, Issei said. Both of the girls' moods went down a little. Not because he won't eat, but because he was willing to fight an extremely dangerous fight. Valerica, I need you and the rest to gather in an hour. We will have to attend a meeting. This time we won't wait until they'll be ready to attack. Because we will be the ones attacking them, explained Issei. Valerica only nodded as Issei left via magic circle. So it will happen pretty soon, huh? Momo said. Yes, it will. Will you come with us or go with Sona? Valerica asked. As much as I want to go with you, I have to go with Sona because if I won't listen to her orders I'll be punished or counted as a stray, replied Momo. Alright then, see you in the meeting, Valerica said. Yeah, see you later, Momo said as she teleported to Sona. Valerica created a magic circle next to her ear. Alright girls, get ready, we will have a faction meeting in 30 minutes, so hurry up, Valerica ordered before the magic circle disappeared. The meeting. Around the table were seated each faction representatives, but this time Odin attended the meeting too. Behind them stood Tannen, Graphia, Gabriel, Penemu, and Thor. With Issei came his girls, with Surzet Shork, Student Council, with Michael Brave Saints excluding Irina because she was still recovering, with Azazel Team / Dog, and with Odin his best Valkyries including Roswace's sister. Alright, we can start the meeting, Issei said. So does anyone have any suggestions on how to deal with the brigade? Michael asked. We should send our men to deal with brigade members. 2 evil dragons are siding with the brigade, so Thor, Tannen, and Dulio should take care of them. Valerica's team will be support for Thor, Dulio, and Tannen. Valerica and I will deal with Rizvam and rescue Valerie, explained Issei. Alright, and you will take the beast? Odin asked, knowing the answer. If they manage to release the beast, then yes, I'll deal with it, said Issei. You mentioned 2 evil dragons. Who are those dragons exactly? Surzech asked. It's Grendel and Azidahaka, Issei replied. That's not good, Michael said. If they won't be able to defeat them, I and Valerica will help after we kill Rizvam and rescue Valerie, but I believe Thor and Tannen will be enough, Issei explained. Alright, Devil faction agrees to participate. Fallen Angel faction agrees to participate. Northern Pantheon agrees to participate. Angels agree to participate. Great, this meeting is officially over. We believe that Rizvam is in Romania, so get ready, said Issei. The leaders nodded before teleporting away. Only Odin stayed. Here boy, the soul you asked for, Odin said as he gave Issei a grayish-green orb. Thank you, old man, Issei thanked before grabbing the orb. Haha, no problem, just return it afterwards. It wasn't easy getting it from that lazy dragon, Odin said with a chuckle. Sure thing, Issei replied before Odin teleported back to Asgard. Issei did the same with his girls and Tannen. They teleported to dragon faction territory. Tannen, I need you to prepare our warriors for tomorrow and inform everyone. Before we leave tomorrow we will cast a powerful barrier that only dragons or people with our permission can cross around our territory, Issei ordered. Understood, leave it to me, Tannen said before turning into his full form and flying away. Issei then teleported everyone back home and he immediately slumped onto the couch. Sigh that was tiring, Issei said with a sigh. Want some tea? Ingvild asked. Sure, hun. Everyone sat with Issei while Ingvild made tea for everyone. Rest for today, as tomorrow we will have a Luong day, Issei said as he closed his eyes. The girls nodded and got even closer to Issei. After a minute a magic circle appeared and Momo came out of it and saw how everyone was clinging to Issei. That's not fair, said Momo with a pout. Then come here, Issei said with a chuckle as he pointed to his lap. She immediately sat down and rested her head on his shoulder. Better? Asked Issei. Yep, answered Momo happily. After some time Ingvild came back to them with some tea and right at that moment Irina arrived from her room. But she was a little different. Her hair was much longer and her height in general increased quite a lot. She had more curves and even a larger bust. Her face was sharper and even the look in her eyes was different. She wasn't a girl anymore but a real woman, and that was starting to arouse Issei. I want to join too, Irina declared. Alright, let's go to the bedroom then and just cuddle together, Issei said. Everyone got up from the couch and went to the bedroom where they cuddled for the rest of the day. Alright, are you prepared? Issei asked as he stood in the middle of the living room dressed in his combat clothes. He wore a simple shirt and a protective jacket. He had cargo pants and boots. Yes, girls replied wearing their own combat clothes, including Irina. She recovered from her last fight. Alright, first, we have to get to my people and get ready for the battle, Issei said. Issei teleported them to the dragon territory and appeared in front of hundreds of dragons while the girls stood behind him with serious expressions as Tannen stood right beside him. Everyone listen up. Today we will march strongly to our first battle. Some might die if the Chaos Brigade is lucky enough, but we dragons are strong and fearless. We have no other choice but to defeat the Chaos Brigade once and for all to achieve the peace for our loved ones. We will show everyone that the mighty dragon faction will come up on top victorious, Issei declared. The dragons replied with their strong roars as support and appreciation. Tannen and I will cast a powerful protective barrier around our territory that only dragons will have the ability to enter or leave. Others will have to get permission from me or Tannen. So until we come back, please don't leave this place under any circumstances and protect each other if the worst comes, Issei ordered before he and Tannen raised their hands in the air above their heads and the huge red, black, and purple-colored magic dome barrier appeared. Now brave warriors, gather up and lend me and our faction your strength, Issei ordered. Immediately after his words, a small group of strong dragons who were in their human forms equipped with quality armors landed in full glory behind Issei ready for their next orders. Wish us luck. Issei spoke his final words before he and the rest teleported to a secret camp near their target. So you finally decided to come. Azazel spoke with a smirk. Well, I had to talk to my people and ensure their safety, Issei answered. Oh, and how did that go? Azazel asked. It went fine, Issei replied. I see. Are we ready to go? Another person spoke coming from a tent. Yes, we are, Sirzech, Issei answered. Good, then teams gather up, Sirzech ordered. After a couple of minutes, everyone was made into teams. Thor, Tannen, and Dulio take care of the evil dragons, Issei ordered. Will do, Tannen said while Dulio nodded his head. Only one person started at Issei with a look of interest. That was Thor, who took the form of an extremely tall and muscular man with long, red hair that went past his waist, yellow eyes with black sclere. Numerous golden patterns emanated from his hands and eyes. Thor donned a white sash around his torso. Several brown belts could be seen around his waist with one worn diagonally. He also wore 2 leggings that went past his knees. Thor could be seen carrying 2 well-known divine weapons, a gigantic hammer, Mjolnir, and 2 gloves, Jarngraper. After a moment of exchanging fierce looks with the god of thunder, Issei moved on. Ingvild, Momo, Cadace, Miriama, Irina, Kuroka, Lefay, support them with magic. Right. Arthur and Biku, you protect the support team. As you command, Arthur replied while Biku just nodded. You are now a striker squad. Eliminate your targets or at least stall them, that is your mission, and the support squad supports the striker squad if needed. Valerica, you and I will go inside, while they deal outside. We have 2 main objectives. First, save Valerie. Second, kill Rizem if we are lucky enough. Our dragon, devil, angel, fallen, and Asgardian warriors will take care of brigade troops. Everyone please come back alive and well, Issei said. Right. Issei and Valerica went to the tent while everyone else went to prepare for the attack. Sigh, I'm already tired, Issei said as he sat on a chair. It's not over yet, partner. Focus on your objective, Vritra said. He's right, partner. Don't relax just yet, Didrag agreed. Yeah, I know. Everything will be fine, don't worry, Valerica reassured. I hope so. Valerica came up to Issei and sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you going to make her our harem sister? Valerica asked as she looked him straight into the eyes. Yeha, I asked if you're gonna add her to your harem. Where did they come from? Issei asked. I accidentally found a letter that Gasper left you before his death, Issei finished. Yeah, so are you gonna? I don't know. First, we have to rescue her, Issei answered. You know, we don't mind her becoming our sister. But this is the last girl that we allow to join your harem, understood? Valerica warned with a pain-promising smile if not answered correctly. You understood, Issei replied as he shivered slightly. Good, Valerica said before kissing Issei. After 40 minutes everyone gathered outside. Alright, it's time to end this, so let's do our best and don't hesitate or you are as good as dead, Issei warned. Everyone nodded as they parted their ways, leaving Issei and Valerica alone. Well, now we have to wait for the signal, Issei said. What kind of signal? Valerica asked. Oh, once we see the signs of the start of battle, Issei replied. Oh, stay on your guard though. They might know that we are coming and we don't know what kind of tricks they have, Issei warned. Roger that. They waited for 10 more minutes and saw a large fireball explode and light up half of the sky. Well, that's the signal. That means they engaged their targets and are distracting them, Issei said. Valerica grabbed his hand and Issei stepped into a shadow and teleported themselves towards their target. They arrived inside the castle's walls in a dark shadow, unseen by the guards. Are you ready? Issei asked. You have no idea, Valerica replied with a battle-hungry grin. Then let's go, Issei said before moving. With Striker's squad, Tannen, Dulio, and Thor walked through the streets to find Grendel and Azidahaka, while the support squad walked behind them. Arthur walked in front of the support squad while Biku was behind them. It's really quiet here. Too quiet, Dulio spoke. I agree and I don't like this, Tannen agreed as he continued their search. A few minutes later Tannen and Thor felt danger coming from above. Barriers now, Tannen shouted. The girls immediately created a powerful barrier around everyone. As soon as they created the barrier, a loud explosion was heard. As the smoke screen disappeared, everyone saw who caused the ambush. Grendel and Azidahaka. Tannen growled. Grendel was a 15-meter-tall western dragon with black scales, bright silver eyes, horns, wings, and thick limbs, uniquely being a dragon who stood on his feet. He exuded a dark and ominous aura, filled with hostility and killing intent. Everyone, be careful. Grendel is an aggressive, psychotic dragon that is only interested in fighting and killing. He is a battle maniac who loves physical combat and destroying more than anything. He enjoys pain as he is a masochist. He's master hand-to-hand combat, and Tannen warned. Last night when Issei came to Tannen to discuss the attack, D-Dragon formed a bit more because he originally had fought them. Azidahaka was a giant dragon with 3 heads and 6 giant wings. He had very dark scales with a shade of purple. Azidahaka, a cruel and wicked dragon. It is also implied that he enjoys pain too. He is immensely strong as Grendel. He is a master magician. He can even use forbidden magic, Tannen warned. Understood. Take down the barrier, Tannen ordered. The girls did as ordered and deactivated the barrier. Tannen immediately shot a powerful fireball into the sky that painted it in dark orange with the flames. That's the signal. Good luck, Tannen thought before he regained his attention to their targets. Oh, look what we got here. Ahaha, a bunch of weaklings laughed and insulted Azidahaka as he laughed wickedly. So, who is my opponent? I want to fight the strongest here, Grendel said with excitement. Today is your last, said Dulio. Oh, such confidence from weak bugs such as you. Insulted him Azidahaka, but Dulio didn't react as he knew that he wanted to anger him. I and Dulio will take care of Azidahaka while Thor, you take on Grendel, Tannen said. Thor nodded in response to Tannen's plan. Cades, enhance Tannen's and Dulio's powers and defenses, ordered Ingvild. With a nod, Cades enhanced their strength and defenses with ease, at least tenfold. So let's finally play, Grendel said with a wicked smile. Tannen and Dulio didn't say anything as they engaged in the battle. Tannen shot powerful flames to do some damage, but that barely scratched him. That tickled me, mocked Azidahaka. Now it's my turn, ahaha. Azidahaka laughed wickedly. He used his elemental magic and lightning strikes on Tannen with immense force. Tannen roared out of pain, but he stayed strong and didn't give in as he used his flames to cancel out the rest of the attack. Ahaha, how did it feel? Did you like it? Tannen didn't reply. Suddenly 4 large tornadoes came toward Azidahaka as he was distracted by talking with Tannen. Dulio created those tornadoes by using his sacred gear called Zenith Tempest. It's the second strongest Longinus, which allows him to manipulate the weather and elements. But Azidahaka countered Dulio's tornadoes with his own. Not bad, but still too weak, mocked the evil dragon. I'll have fun tearing you apart. Azidahaka roared as he suddenly teleported behind Tannen and Dulio, but because of Tannen's instinct he dodged a powerful lightning attack, but Dulio wasn't so lucky. The lightning didn't hit him directly, but the rubble and shockwave sent him flying somewhere into the distance. Dulio, Azidahaka didn't waste time as he used fire breath on Tannen. It hurt like hell. If Tannen wasn't a dragon that had a high resistance to fire and heat, he would have died almost instantly. But Tannen was not a pushover. A purple light shone from his body and transformed to his true form. Tannen wasted no time and grabbed the evil dragon with his claws tightly before unleashing his own immensely powerful fire breath, which seemed to work as the scales of Azidahaka stared to melt, but annoyingly he enjoyed the pain and kept asking for more. So Tannen sunk his claws into the flesh of the evil dragon, lifted him into the air momentarily, and just slammed the bastard into the ground, shattering at least a few bones. But suddenly he disappeared from Tannen's grasp, surprising Tannen and the support squad, but soon they found him as he began laughing again from behind the support squad. Haha, that was fun. But I'm getting bored already, so let's go to the next level. As he finished his words, his injuries started to heal, but as Tannen saw that happening, he immediately took flight towards the evil dragon, and as he struck Azidahaka, his claws went straight through as if it was an afterimage. Haha, I can't believe you actually fell for that. Azidahaka laughed like a madman. Tannen growled in response and launched a few quick fireballs at the evil dragon, who just blocked them with his magic barriers. But the evil dragon wasn't done just yet, as around 100 of clones manifested around them, surrounding them from all sides. This is bad, Kuroka whispered. Damn it, Cades mumbled. How are we supposed to defeat him now? Asked Murayama. I have no idea. Normally I would guess that we'd have to kill the main body, but they all feel like the real one. They even have the aura of the real one, which could mean that all of these clones have the same abilities as the real Azidahaka, Lefay explained in worry and fear. Then we have to defeat all of them, said Dulio, who woke up after that last blow. But how? We couldn't defeat one. How can we defeat 100 of them? Momo panicked. First we should calm down and think of a plan, Ingvild said. Ahaha, a plan. I don't think you have the luxury of creating a plan. Azidahaka laughed as a few of the clones started to attack with elemental magic. The strike squad had a hard time dealing with the attacks as their own magic was running out. Balance break. Dulio shouted, and 12 golden angel wings sprung from his back and 4 halos appeared above his head. Suddenly about 15 of the clones were trapped in some kind of bubbles. Everyone watched in interest until the evil dragon clones were struck by intensely swirling flames, violent hurricanes, freezing cold air which froze everything, and vicious torrents of lightning. Those powerful attacks slowly destroyed the clones. "We don't need to panic. We can deal with them if we work together," Dulio spoke. The girls nodded and prepared their own attacks such as light spears, hellfire, lightning, water torrents, and so on to take down the clones. The process was slow, but with the help of Tannen and Dulio's special abilities, they were able to destroy the clones. But each time it took longer to destroy the clone because they were getting exhausted from constant need to attack and defend from all directions. About 50 clones left, but the support squad was already exhausted except for Irina, who seemed to be still standing strong while the rest were either on the ground passed out or trying to recover some strength. Biku was flying on a golden cloud and covered the support squad from an incoming attacks, as he used Tauki to enhance his physical abilities and channeled some to his staff, which occasionally extended at the clones, similarly like Sun Wukong's spear. But that was not it. He similarly like the evil dragon had clones of himself, which helped the striker squad a lot, but he was getting exhausted from constant fighting like the others. After some time, only Irina was standing while the rest passed out from exhaustion. Dulio was getting tired, same with Tannen, but they pushed themselves to their very limits just like Biku, who had only 2 clones of himself still fighting. But there were still 20 of the clones left, well, at least for a moment, as 20 more appeared and started attacking even harder than before. They even were able to pop the bubbles created by Dulio. "They never end. What do we do?" Dulio spoke between pants. Tannen didn't say anything, but he was visibly annoyed by their circumstances. Irina was throwing light spears at the clones but weren't dealing a lot of damage. She looked around and saw still too many clones left, but something caught her attention, a large fireball flying straight at her and the girls. Irina looked at the ground and saw the girls still down. A sense of protecting everyone grew as her eyes were replaced by the same golden glow from before. Her hair turned golden too as 2 large silver wings sprung from her back. A silver halo appeared above her head. "Hey!" shouted Irina as she motioned her arm to block the arriving attack, and before the fireball made contact with Irina, holy aura glowed around her intensely and the same armor and weapons appeared on her body and managed to block the attack with the shield with ease. The intense holy energy and the golden glow brought everyone's attention, but once Dulio noticed Irina in that armor holding a shield and that greatsword, he could just blink in surprise, but once he saw her large silver angel wings he started to grin as if they already achieved victory. "What is this change in power? I thought that you're just a weak insect, but look at you, hiding such power and fun toys." Issei Hyoudou spoke with interest that grew into excitement. Irina didn't answer as she had a neutral expression. With a single flap of her wings she was already in the air gazing at the clones. With a flick of her gauntlets thousands of light spears appeared behind and around her. "I am the angel of judgment, the warrior of heaven, and the protector of innocent. As the judge of heaven I deem you guilty for your evil deeds," Irina declared as the spears glowed even brighter to the point of silver in color and a loud bell ringing echoed throughout the skies. 3 times in total before the spears launched themselves at every clone, striking every one precisely, piercing their scales as if they were nothing. The clones were quickly annihilated. Tannen and Biku watched in awe while Dulio barely held his laughter. After thousands of years, heaven has finally chosen the suitable candidate to be its judge. "Good job, Eri," Dulio spoke, but was interrupted by an enormous killing intent. Everyone looked towards the source and found the real Issei Hyoudou, who was visibly angry on a building. "You ruined it all. That stupid angel ruined all my fun. Now I'll kill you, you bitch." Issei Hyoudou roared out of rage before landing on the ground. Tannen, Biku and Dulio prepared to fight, but Dulio's 3 halos disappeared, leaving him only with 1, and his wings returned to normal white color. Tannen was injured and tired, same with Biku, but were prepared to fight until Irina landed in front of them before they could move. "Step aside," Irina said in a cold, emotionless voice. The 3 flinched at her cold action but complied nonetheless. "I'll kill you for ruining all of my fun and making me take this nonsense seriously," Issei Hyoudou growled. "I deem you guilty for your evil deeds. You will be eliminated by my blade," Irina said as she pointed her sword at the evil dragon. Issei Hyoudou just snarled before launching a few hurricanes towards Irina, who blocked them with her shield. As she was distracted, one of Issei Hyoudu's heads launched at Irina but was soon cut off by her blade, making the evil dragon bleed a lot before the head regenerated. "You annoying insect." Irina's blade was painted with dark blood of the evil dragon, but that blood soon was absorbed by the sword, making it glow more as it grew in power slightly. Tannen and Issei Hyoudou felt the sword's aura, which sent shivers down their spines. "Dragon-slaying sword?" Tannen questioned but did not receive an answer from Irina. She used her monstrous speed to dash at the evil dragon. Issei Hyoudou couldn't keep up with her speed, so he just set up several barriers around himself, but it proved to be useless as she shattered the barriers with ease and cut Issei Hyoudou all over his body and cut off 2 of his heads. Irina backed off from him, avoiding a bite from his main head. "Damn you," Issei Hyoudou growled as he tried to heal himself but couldn't because of the dragon-slaying properties preventing his wounds from healing. Irina stared at the dragon for a few moments before spreading her wings to the sides and flapping them towards Issei Hyoudou, sending silver feathers that stabbed all over his body like sharp daggers. That was a distraction that worked as expected and stabbed the evil dragon through the chest. Issei Hyoudou slowly moved his claws towards Irina to grab her with his remaining strength as his vision was getting blurry. However, the sword started to glow an intense golden glow, making the evil dragon, the masochist, roar out of intense pain before falling over as the sword was pulled out, making a lot of blood gush out. You killed him, you did it, you amazing angel. Dulio shouted out of excitement while Tannen and Biku nodded approvingly before picking up the girls who passed out in the fight and heading back to the camp while Irina and Dulio stayed for a chat. So you're the angel of judgment? Dulio asked as he approached Irina, whose armor and weapons disappeared after a faint golden glow. Her hair and eyes returned to normal, but her wings stayed the same, large and silver in color. I don't know why I said that, those words just came to my mind, Irina admitted. I see, you'll have to report about this to Michael, Dulio said, making Irina nod. Weren't those weapons heavy though? I mean, they seem to be quite large, yet you were able to move around with a monstrous speed like it was nothing. And your wings, they are huge compared to normal angels' wings, not talking about the unique color. Actually, the shield and the sword are very light, the armor is very comfortable to wear and actually enhances my speed and defense. I don't know why my wings are like that, but I like it, Irina explained. I see, well Judge, I think it's time to return to camp and rest. You look tired, Dulio said. You're not so full of energy yourself, Irina giggled before the two of them flew back to the camp. With Thor. So where is that insanely strong guy, the red one? Grendel asked with a battle-hungry grin. He's not here, and won't be as I'm your opponent, Thor said as electricity gathered around him, especially his giant hammer. Oh, good, a fight with a god should be entertaining, let's fight. Grendel declared before leaping at Thor. So where is that insanely strong guy, the red one? Grendel asked with a battle-hungry grin. He's not here, and won't be as I'm your opponent, Thor said as electricity gathered around him, especially his giant hammer as menacing aura surrounded Thor. Oh, good, a fight with a god should be entertaining, let's fight. Grendel declared before leaping at Thor. The evil dragon was about to punch Thor with a huge amount of force, but Thor just moved to the side, allowing Grendel to punch the ground where the god of thunder once stood, making the ground shatter from the impact. Thor just looked at Grendel with disinterest before swinging his hammer at the evil dragon's head, sending him at high speed through a building. But it didn't take long for Grendel to get out of the rubble. That felt good. Let's try again. Grendel roared excited before he jumped right back at Thor and punching him away into another building, making it crumble. As the dust covered the area, Grendel waited with excitement that kept growing each second of the battle. Just seconds later, Thor walked out of the rubble unscratched with a stoic expression and electricity gathering around him and his hammer. Wasting no time, Grendel launched himself at Thor with immense speed and cocked his right fist before releasing it at the god of thunder with much force behind it. But Thor was unfazed. He has tasted what Grendel was capable of and was dissatisfied and deeply disappointed. He has heard a lot of rumors about the evil dragons and their immense power, their insanity, and psychotic nature, especially their battle maniac tendencies. Thor had hoped that at least Grendel, Berserker Dragon of Great Sin, would match up to him, who was a huge battle maniac. Not even Valerica held a candle to the god of thunder, but with that terrible disappointment, Thor decided to finish this quickly. As Grendel was about to connect his fist with Thor, he failed to do so when Thor blocked the attack with Mjolnir. Grendel followed up with another fist at the hammer, hoping to crumble Thor's defense, but as the ground began to crack beneath Thor's feet, Grendel realized that he wouldn't be able to do so in such position. But before Grendel could back off, Thor pushed the evil dragon's claws to the sides before striking Grendel with divine lightning-charged Mjolnir, injuring the evil dragon in the process as he was smashed against the ground. Damn, that was a good one. You truly are a monstrous god that many fears. So show me more of what I'll enjoy, Grendel spoke as he got back up, only to see Thor arching his back while divine lighting grew stronger around the hammer. Grendel watched in interest at the bizarre stance before feeling an enormous amount of power gathering in the hammer. Grendel was too late to realize the mistake of standing around and letting Thor charge a powerful attack that he knew he wouldn't survive taking it directly, or at least he'd be very injured. Thor moved with blinding speed as he launched his attack at Grendel and slammed his hammer at Grendel as blue lightning bolt engulfed him. After several moments, the lightning bolt disappeared. Dust covered the area. Thor lifted his hammer, making the dust go away, and revealed Grendel severely injured in a large and deep crater lay, bleeding in several places, but most importantly, he was missing his left arm. Thor turned around and started to walk away, but sensed something coming behind him, and as he turned around, Grendel had struck Thor, sending him in the air as his hammer slipped from Thor's grasp. Grendel didn't stop there and flew right behind Thor with his jaws open as if he was about to swallow the god, but instead of that, a faint glow emerged from Grendel's throat before a large and powerful flame emerged into the light and engulfed Thor's entire body. Right after that, Grendel slapped Thor back with immense amount of force into the ground with his tail, hoping to damage the god as much as he could. It wasn't as fun as Grendel expected. Fighting this god was not a good idea. He already lost a limb and was severely injured from Thor's last attack. Damn it, I have to retreat, otherwise I'm as good as dead. But before Grendel could fly away, Mjolnir flew at him at high speed, slamming into the evil dragon's wings, separating it from its body. This time it definitely wasn't pleasant as Grendel let out a pained roar, even if he was an evil dragon, before falling as he couldn't be airborne any longer with one wing alone. As Grendel slammed into a building, destroying it in the process, Thor watched it happen before grabbing the hammer that returned to the ground no later than Grendel did. As Thor approached Grendel, who was glaring at Thor for injuring him and preventing him from escaping, he charged the hammer once again, much to Grendel's horror. He tried to get away, but his body wasn't listening to him. He stood there frozen in actual fear as Thor approached with his menacing aura, about to finish the evil dragon's life. But Grendel couldn't accept this. Not this. If he was going down, then he'll at least leave a nasty wound on Thor. Grendel glared at Thor, who was still charging the attack with his back arched, Beor summoning his flames once again, but they were different. They were stronger by a lot. They were darker and more sinister, as even as dark and cold aura started to manifest and fuse with the flames. In a flash, both opponents released their charged attacks at one another, making the whole area engulfed in a bright light as the buildings and the ground was destroyed from the powerful attacks. But as that was over, only Thor was remaining to stand with a small burn on his cheek and his chest slightly bleeding. Without saying anything, Thor put his hammer on his shoulder and just walked away, leaving an even larger crater with remains of what was once the evil dragon, Grendel. The evil, angel, fallen, Norse and dragon forces managed to eliminate most of Chaos Brigade's troops with some deaths and injuries, except for dragons who were at most injured by dragon slayers. Time skip. Back at the camp, everyone was dealing with the injured ones and resting after the tough mission. Some already returned home, but as for Issei, he went for a breather after the mission as it wasn't entirely successful. Only later, after cooling his head, he returned to Air Tent and saw Tannen outside the tent waiting. "How was the fight?" Issei asked. "It was tough. I had quite the time there, but after the clones started to manifest, I had to change gears and even break my limits just to stay alive. He did help me grow in power though, but the star of the battle was your angel. She destroyed the clones in the original body," Tannen replied. Issei was proud to hear that Irina was such a help, but something else was in his mind right now. How is she? Issei asked with a great amount of concern. "She's awake but really weak. She will not survive for another day because her sacred gear was stolen," Tannen explained. Issei's eyes widened from shock. He just saved her, but he was too late. "I'll go see her," Issei said before entering the tent. As he entered, he saw a beautiful girl with short blonde hair laying in the bed, barely breathing and pale as snow. The sight hurt Issei. "Eyes," Valerie called out as her gaze slowly reached Issei. Issei came over to her and sat on the chair beside the bed before leaning towards her and grabbing her hands. As Valerie looked into his eyes, she saw a lot of sadness and disappointment. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't do anything. I'm too late. I'm useless," Issei apologized as he shut his eyes tightly. Valerie took one hand out of Issei's grasp and put it on his cheek, making his eyes open upon feeling her now barely warm hand before looking into her beautiful red ones. "You are not useless. You did all you could and I'm glad I met you. Even if we didn't interact much. Gasper told me a lot about you. How brave, caring, strong, and supportive big brother you were to him. I started to like you more and more each day until I realized that I started to love you," Issei, Valerie said weakly. Issei continued to stare into her eyes, not knowing what to say nor do, as guilt kept growing inside him. "Partner, there's a way to save her," Drake spoke out loud as a green circle shone on the back of Issei's palm, shocking both Issei and Valerie. "Really? What do I have to do?" Issei asked with hope in his voice. "You have to mate with her and make a connection to your life force," Drake said. "But instead of normal mating and making connection by sex, you have to give her your blood to drink. But once the connection is made, she won't be fully out of trouble. She will start consuming the new life force until she gets her sacred gear back or a replacement," Drake explained. "Okay. Do you really want to?" Issei asked, still looking at Valerie. "Yes, I still don't want to die. And I want to stay by your side for as long as I can," Valerie answered with a warm smile. "All right," Issei said before biting his tongue and gathering blood in his mouth. He slowly leaned toward Valerie and kissed her as the blood entered her mouth and down her throat. As they parted, a red dragon mark appeared on her collarbone before disappearing. Valerie suddenly fell asleep and Issei felt really dizzy as his vision started to get blurry. "Drake, what's going on?" Issei asked before falling asleep on Valerie's stomach. "That was a really dangerous ritual. I knew you'd do it anyway. Now you either wake up or die," Drake said to no one in particular, but Valerica outside the tent heard it all. She burst into the tent with raging eyes. "Why did you let him do this, Drake? Why did you let him put his life on the line?" Valerica shouted as she ran up to Issei. "Valerica, calm down. You know yourself that he would have done it anyways if Drake would have warned him," Albion spoke, trying to calm down his partner. "But he might die." "Valerica, calm down for Alphys' sake," Drake roared. "You know yourself that he's very much capable of doing impossible possible. For example, when he fused Albion's soul fragment with polar opposite powers that should have killed him. When the three factions made peace because of Issei. When he survived Juggernaut Drive twice combined with Dragonfall Curse. When he fought opponents that were stronger than him or managed to get immensely strong and obtain powerful abilities in just 2 months. And those are just some of his great achievements. Just have faith in him and everything will turn out just fine." "He's right, Valerica, just have faith," Albion spoke. Valerica only nodded before leaving the tent, but not before giving a kiss on his forehead to meet up with her team. Time skip. 1 day has passed, but Issei still hasn't woken up, nor Valerie. This made the girls very worried. Right now all of the girls are in the same room as the sleeping Issei and Valerie. They both have been brought back to the house. The girls have been watching over them the whole time to make sure everything's alright. Suddenly a magic circle appeared that looked like Grigori's magic circle. Out of it came Azazel, but he looked different. He always looked carefree and laid back, but right now he had a serious face and looked a bit stressed and even scared. "What's wrong, Azazel?" Valerica asked with worry. Trihexa is unsealed. We were doing everything in our power to prevent it, but we were too late, Azazel said. The room got quiet. Everyone had their eyes widened from shock and extreme worry. Did Rysam do it? Ingveld was the first to speak. Yes, but we don't know where he is, Azazel answered. But why? Irina asked. He released the beast in hopes of controlling it, but his plans seemingly failed at the last moment, so he fled somewhere before anyone could catch him, Azazel explained. That's not good. Issei is still knocked out cold, Momo said. What do we do? Nurielma asked. We need as much help as we can get to create a powerful barrier to hold Trihexa and stall for time and hope for Issei's awakening, Azazel said. All right, we'll help, Kadis said. Everyone stood up and kissed Issei on his cheeks or forehead and left via magic circles. As they arrived at the scene, they saw a giant dome barrier that was shaking from the pressure that was inside of it. Then they saw a bunch of people there that were keeping the barrier up. They saw Michael, Surzech, Azazel, Yasaka, Sun Wukong, Odin, Tannen, Krom Kruach, and even Greek gods such as Zeus, Artemis, and others. They saw Shiva there too, Orc, Student Council, Valerica's team, and many more. Soon they joined in to help out too. Welcome to our doom brats, Odin said as he looked at the new arrivers. Well, we aren't doomed yet, Azazel spoke. But where's Issei? Michael asked in worry. He's still knocked out. Tiamat revealed the bad news. What bad timing, Odin mumbled. Let's hope he'll come back just in time, Michael said before redirecting his attention back to the barrier. Inside the barrier, the beast was slowly walking in a random direction to find something to destroy. He saw a barrier's edge in the distance, so it shot a powerful black fireball at the barrier, but it didn't destroy it. It just cracked a lot but regenerated right back up. He then started to attack non-stop. He's trying to destroy the barrier, Michael shouted. Everyone concentrated on keeping the barrier up and hoped for their savior's arrival, but then noticed someone get inside the barrier through a small crack at sliding speed. The same redhead, god of thunder with his giant hammer, went to fight the beast and quench his thirst for battle. In the apartment, Issei and Valerie were still asleep, but Issei's expression was stressed as a thin layer of sweat covered his body. He was having another nightmare. This one was even worse as he saw everything getting destroyed by some kind of monster that had the appearance of a large beast with characteristics coming from different animals like a lion, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, etc. It had 7 necks, 7 heads, 10 horns, as well as 7 long thick tails of different shapes. It also had 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. Its main body is that of a primate leaning forward and was covered in black fur and what appears to be scales all over its body. The monster was giant, bigger than Great Red himself. Bodies, or at least what remained of them, were everywhere of dragons, devils, fallen, angels, yokai, humans, and animals, even gods, as the monster was destroying heaven, underwood, and the human world altogether. Come on, partner, I know you can do it. Don't give up, D-Drag said outside Issei's nightmare as he couldn't see this one for some reason. In the nightmare, Issei was trying to fight the monster even though he was the only one left alive, or so he thought. I'll kill you, Issei roared before using a powerful dragon shot combined with some of the great abilities of other dragons. It barely did any damage, and if that wasn't bad enough, the monster regenerated right back up and continued to destroy everything in its path. As he was about to attack again, he saw someone in the corner of his eye. Valerie, what are you doing here? It's dangerous here, get out of here, Issei shouted as he didn't want the last person that was important to him die. Issei, Valerie screamed as she ran up to him before immediately hugging him with all the force and love she had. She was glad to see him, but she was terrified of the sight of everyone's lifeless bodies everywhere, and the monster alone was overwhelming for her. I'm scared, Valerie cried as she hugged him tighter with tears dripping on his chest. It's all right, I'll protect you no matter what. I promise, you'll be just fine, Issei said as he stroked her hair gently. She calmed down for a bit and looked into his crimson red eyes, and he looked into her scarlet red eyes. No matter what happens, I'll always love you, Valerie admitted. I'll always love you too, Issei replied with a warm and gentle voice. Valerie smiled brightly and they kissed passionately, proving their love, but after the kiss, Valerie got enveloped in bright light and vanished as if she wasn't there in the first place. Valerie, Issei called for her weakly as he tried to reach for her. Real world. Outside the nightmare, Valerie opened her eyes, looked around and saw that she was in an unfamiliar room in the same bed as Issei, making her blush slightly. What's going on? Valerie asked. So the bonding was successful, a powerful voice spoke. Who's talking? Valerie asked, confused as she looked around the room but saw nothing. It's me, the Welsh dragon, D-Drag. The last time I talked in your presence was when Issei did this dangerous stunt, D-Drag answered. Stunt? Valerie asked with apparent concern. This bonding process was really dangerous. You both could have died, but here you are alive and kicking ... But Issei isn't waking up, D-Drag explained, worried slightly. Is he alright? Valerie asked as fear of losing Issei started to grow. Yes, at least for now. But don't worry, he will be fine. It's his second nature for him to do impossible stuff possible, D-Drag said with extreme confidence. If you say so. Back in the nightmare, Issei was standing in the middle of nowhere for what seemed like hours. Only a large black tower barely visible was standing far in the distance. Issei wondered what that was all about but was brought out of his stupor as a bright golden light flashed in front of him, blinding him for a few seconds and revealed his companions behind him. D-Drag, guys, I'm so glad to see you, Issei said with clear happiness and relief. Clearly he was stressed after the visions he saw. We are glad to see you too, D-Drag responded while the others nodded. Suddenly D-Drag, Al, and Vritra started to growl with killing intent as they looked behind Issei. Issei looked where they were looking and saw a man standing with a spear that Issei took from Cao Cao. He had 12 golden feather wings and a golden halo above his head. It's been a while, hasn't it, God of the Bible? D-Drag growled, much to Issei's shock. Yes, it has, old friend. We aren't friends and you know that, you backstabbing bastard. D-Drag growled out, as Al and Vritra hissed at the amused god while the rest just stared at the unfolding scene. Come now, D-Drag, you wound me. I thought you trusted me. You lost all of mine and Albion's trust when you went behind our backs and sealed us near the end of our battle. If you wanted to fight, why didn't you ask us forefront? Were you too scared of our power? D-Drag asked back with evident anger. No, it was due to a greater reason. One that I could not have shared at that time, God said with a sad sigh. Before D-Drag could reply, Issei cut in and said, so that means that you are finally going to tell him the reason now that you are here. That's right, I am here to come clean about my actions from a millennia ago. I am not going to waste my time on his explanation, D-Drag growled out, irritated. Come on, D-Drag, let's hear the old man out. It won't take us too long, Issei said as D-Drag huffed a bit before nodding. Now please explain, Issei said as he crossed his arms and turned to the god as he leaned his body back into D-Drag's scales. Very well. It all started with a prophecy, God said as he began the tale of a very controversial but true story. Prophecy? Issei asked with an expression of intrigue on his face. Yes. Why do you think I suddenly decided to stop the First Great War and leave my children alone? Do you think I enjoyed that? God said with a little anger seeping into his voice. Chill out, it's not partner's fault, so keep your anger to yourself. Also, get on with your story, we don't have all day, D-Drag cut in. Fine, then here's what happened, God of the Bible said as he explained the prophecy. Near the end of the Great War 2,000 years ago, I had a vision. The beast of annihilation would appear upon this world and would fight the dragon of dreams in a fight that would render the end of life as a whole. This vision in itself had me worried as hell, and I had a plan in place to get the leaders and all fathers of the other factions into a temporary alliance and then combat the beast of annihilation at the end of the earth before destroying it, God said, before pausing a little bit. This beast of annihilation, as you called it, what is it? Issei asked curiously before he became confused as he heard the hissing of his partners and saw the darkening of God's eyes. That beast is the most horrific thing to ever exist. It is easily stronger than Off-Eyes and is equivalent to Great Red. Appearance-wise, it is a 6-headed monster, that's all I can and will say. It is called Trihexa or 666. You saw it before talking with me. I showed you my vision. Anyway, before I could implement that plan, I had another premonition. It showed me the coming of life's savior. A man who would, despite the challenges and betrayals in his life, would come out on top to save everyone. He would have the power of dragons by his side and would then beat Trihexa. God once again stopped letting the current information sink in. So what I saw not too long ago was Trihexa, thought Issei as chills ran down his spine. Taking the silence as a cue for the asking some questions, Issei spoke up. So all of your plans changed to what actually caused the end of the Great War. Right in one. I abandoned my original plan and set on making my new. When the plan was done, all I had to do was ensure that all the pieces were in place. The first step was to befriend both D-Drag and Albion. When it was done, I decided to create the sacred gear system. Creating the ordinary sacred gears was easy enough, but their power was limited, so I had to look for other sources of power for the gears, God said before seeing the question in Issei's eyes. That's how most of the longinus came into play, isn't it? Issei said as he sucked in a breath. God's face broke into a dry grin. Why aren't you the smart one? You deduced correctly. I created the longinus gears. While people do consider them to be bugs in the system, they are wrong. The 13 longinus are unique and one of their kind. Other gears may come close to their basic but will never match the complete power of the longinus gears. I knew that the ordinary way of creation would work, so I started searching for alternate sources of power to use for each of the gears. He finished taking in a little breath and waited to see if Issei, like earlier, would connect the dots himself. So you searched for alternate sources of magic, or in other words, sentient souls, powerful spells, objects, and curses, Issei deduced, making God nod. Damn kid, you have got a great head on your shoulders. As you said, I did begin searching for the aforementioned sources of magic, and I did find them. My first find was the Eye of Horus that could control the weather. It was used to create the Zenith Tempest. Following that, I found a powerful spell, Dimension Lost, and a curse, Tilo's Karma. As you may have guessed, their namesakes became the gears. The next thing that I used was my battle inspiration and sight to create innovative clear. The next thing that I did find was the innate inborn ability from one of my followers, the ability to create monsters. I took away his ability before strengthening it numerous times before using it to create the Annihilation Maker, explained God before drawing in a breath. That explains 5 of the gears, not the remaining ones, Issei pointed out. I'm getting to that, impatient brat. Damn brats of today have no respect for their elders. Anyway, the next thing to seal was a little bit of my sentient and my holy flames for the Incinerate Anthem before I sealed the strongest ice demon of the time for the Absolute Demise gear. Now the next 2 gears were the easiest to create. Both the Nemean Lion and the high-level Yokai for the Regulus Nemea and the Sionis Lycaon. Now here comes the hard part. While the creation of these gears took several years and everything was going fine if not a little slow, that was when things took a turn for the worst. Trihexa had started to move and I had a little time to do the things that needed to be done. So I called for help in the form of my oldest son Lucifer. God said, "Wait a minute, stop right there. Didn't Lucifer hate you?" Issei asked with slight shock. "Oh, he hated me all right. I did a lot of things that I am not proud of, and among them on the top were my actions that led to my son leaving me and starting his own faction. Anyway, I called Lucifer and the rest of the Formu and explained everything to them. They agreed to help since it was a question about the future. Before I left I had D-Drag and Albion start their final battle. As they battled, I and the 4 Maoists went towards Trihexa and used our bodies and magic to seal it. The seals were strong, they would have held on for at least several eons. However, Trihexa's power was unprecedented and the seals began weakening at a faster rate than expected, but the rate still gave life for at least several thousand years. With the sealing done I called for Saint Longinus and the 2 of us left towards the 2 heavenly dragons who after their long battle were exhausted. Then as you know I sealed the 2 of them into their claw and wings respectively, thereby creating the boosted gear and the divine dividing. However, the last sealing and the lack of my magic left me with just my will and consciousness. As you know, my consciousness came here while Saint Longinus sealed his power along with my will to create that spear you took, explained God. That was an enlightening history lesson, old man, but it doesn't explain why you brought partner here. D-Drag cut in with a rumble. I'm getting there, old friend. Don't get your panties in a twist. As I was losing my consciousness I saw the figure of a man having my spear and the power of the dragons by his side taking the fight to Trihexa. And I believe that you are the one that I saw in my last vision, God said as a stunned silence entered the plane. Now then, it seems that you are finally calm. Does this mean you are ready and have agreed to accept your role in this prophecy? God asked Issei. Nah, I don't believe in prophecies, they are a load of bull. I will continue on my path, beat all those who threaten me and loved ones, Issei said with a shrug. Well, that is the best I can get out of you. Now then, all we do is find whether or not you'll be able to use the true Longinus. God said. Oh, and how will we do that? Issei asked curiously. Simple, we fight, God said as if it was the most simple thing ever. What? Issei shouted out in shock. Isn't it obvious? We fight. If I deem you worthy you get the spear. If not you go back empty-handed into the thick of things, God said with a nonchalant shrug. You really are a douchebag, you know that, right? Issei asked with a deadpan expression. Trust me, those were the exact words my oldest son Lucifer said to me. So it's nothing new, God said as he lightly tensed his body. God of the Bible and Issei were locked in a fierce battle with God, showing Issei why he was known as the God of the Bible. Despite him only being an image of himself, he was able to beat back Issei in his regular balance breaker without much difficulty. Damn, old man, you hit very hard, Issei said as he lightly rubbed his forearm. It was slightly numb due to the force of the punch that Issei had blocked. So tell me, how exactly do I need to prove myself to you? Because asking me to outright defeat you is impossible without the use of my heavenly dragon king balance breaker. Even with that might be hard, Issei asked with a tilt of his head. Well, now that you are sufficiently warmed up, here is your task. You will have to find a way to disarm me, God said as he waved the true Longinus in front of Issei. Nodding, Issei opened his pocket dimension and took out 3 swords, Tia, Shadow Curse, and Crimson Rose. Flashback. Here, Issei, since Escalon was destroyed I figured I should return something that is rightfully Securiutes, Gabriel said before handing him a sword of carmine and silver. From its red pommel stems a knuckle guard resembling vines of thorns, these vines wrapping around the cross guard and even the upper portion of the blade. The hilt was of pure silver with criss-cross designs. A rosebud stuck out from in between the pommel and hilt, with 3 more roses in full bloom appeared at the center of its guard. The blade's cross-section was broad, fuller, and its flat was decorated with the carmine color filled with an engraved pattern of roses. Its scabbard was also full carmine in color, the insides being silver, and also had intricate designs of roses. The sword was emitting a heavy and powerful dominating aura. That's Crimson Rose. No one can wield it as it's made from D-Drag's scales. Only those who have boosted gear can use it. It's been said that this sword is stronger than Durandal itself, Gabriel explained with a warm smile. Thank you for this wonderful gift, Issei thanked with a warm smile in return before taking the sword and putting it in the pocket dimension. Flashback. Issei, I have a present for you, Tiamat spoke. Oh, what is it? Issei asked with curiosity shining in his eyes. Tiamat then took out a blade that was covered entirely by ice from an enchantment given to it from her strong ice magic, giving it more power. The blade itself without the ice was an extremely sharp longsword, but with the ice it adds frost damage, making it more effective in combat. I made you a sword. It still doesn't have a name, so I decided that you should give it one, Tiamat said as she handed him the beautiful sword. Whoa, thank you, it looks amazing, and for the name ... how about Tia? Tiamat blushed but nodded nonetheless before Issei gave her a big and long and loving kiss as a thank you. Flashback. Partner, I know a powerful sword that could help you, Vritra spoke, interrupting Issei's training. Oh, what is it? Issei asked, intrigued. It's a sword made with my powers called Shadow Curse. It is really powerful and durable, it can curse anything and anyone, plus it will help you train and master your shadow powers. I suggest you go to my old secret cave and take it, but just the sword, nothing else, Vritra explained. Alright, thanks, bud. No problem, partner. Flashback end. Issei held Shadow Curse, which was a completely black sword and crimson rose in his hands while he had his balance breaker tail wrapped tightly around Tia's hilt. God raised an eyebrow at the weird stance that Issei took but said nothing. Issei, however, was mentally creating the best combo possible for him to disarm his opponent. Finally narrowing his moves down to 3 different combos, he made his move. Issei then sped forward before swiping down both Crimson Rose and Shadow Curse repeatedly with an occasional 3-stroke attack whenever he involved Tia. The random attacks kept God on the back foot as he wasn't able to guess or even read where the next attack was coming from. Issei, after a few moments, added a new move to his assault as he started making diagonal and horizontal slashes in addition to his previous downward slashes. He was now beginning to push God back, who now could not hope to just keep blocking and was occasionally dodging an errant swipe that he could not block. Sensing his opponent's discomfort, Issei decided to speed up things once more as he added upward swipes using Tia, all the while adding simultaneous errant strikes with Crimson Rose and Shadow Curse. When God was finally pushed into a corner, Issei used all 3 of his swords and attacked from 3 different angles. 1 downward strike, 1 upward strike, and 1 diagonal one. The combination forced God to keep the true Longinus horizontally before the force of the 3rd swipe forced it to fly out of his hands into the air. Issei then jumped up and used his tail to nick the spear out of the air before God could reclaim it and landed on the ground. He looked up to see a clapping and smiling God, who said, "Well, looks like you pass. So now what?" Issei asked as he eyed the true Longinus in his hand after putting the swords back into the pocket dimension. "Well, now the only thing left is giving you my knowledge on how to use that spear the best," God said. "Oh, and how are you going to do that?" Issei curiously asked. "Like this," God replied before he placed his finger on Issei's head and transferred the knowledge to him. In mere moments, Issei was on the ground gritting his teeth as a headache erupted in his head thanks to the influx of information. "Don't do that again, old man," Issei grunted as he unsteadily got back on his feet. "Well, now that everything is set, I'll send you back to the real world." "Wait," Issei suddenly interrupted the God, making him raise an eyebrow. "Where are we anyways?" Issei asked. "Can't figure it out." "We're in the depths of your soul, in the deepest parts, more accurately," God replied. "Why is it so dark here? Aren't souls supposed to be bright and less?" asked Issei in confusion and slight fear. God remained silent as he eyed Issei before speaking. "See that tower behind you? That's not a good sign. Your fate is cursed just because you have it, but if the need arrives and you climb up that, be careful and don't succumb to corruption," God said with very serious voice as he glared at the tower as if it's the worst thing possible. Issei stared at the tower as cold chills kept attacking his very being. He had a bad feeling coming from that tower. After several moments of silence, God spoke again. "Tell Gabriel that I'm sorry for not spending time with her as a father should, and by the way, these nightmares you were having all the time will end," God said. "All right, thank you, old man, and I'll tell Gabriel your message," Issei said before disappearing. "I'm sorry, young one, but this is just a beginning. I hope that you will overcome your trials," God said to himself as he started at the Tower of Darkness. Real world. "Well, that was the weirdest thing to ever happen to me," Issei spoke out loud. He looked around, and right at that moment, Valerie came inside the room with a plate of homemade food. "Hey Valerie, what do you have there?" "It smells really good," Issei said. "I made you some lunch while you were asleep," Valerie said shyly. "Hey ... how are you feeling?" Issei asked out of concern. "I'm feeling really good actually, and a bit more powerful, probably because of dragon's blood ... How about you?" Valerie spoke as she sat down beside him. "I'm fine, but soon I'll have to do a really serious job that might not end well for me," Issei said with a sigh. "What job?" Valerie asked, scared of his answer. That's right, I forgot that you don't know about it. I have to kill Trihexa, the Imperial Beast of Apocalypse," Issei said with a sour smile. Valerie's eyes widened and were about to pop out of her skull before she screamed. What, you can't." "Sorry, but I have to if I want to protect everyone," Issei spoke. Valerie just looked at the meal with a saddened expression close to tears. "It'll be fine ... Now how about we eat?" Issei suggested before kissing her cheek. Valerie nodded and both of them ate their lunch in peace. Small time skip. "Drake, how long till I recover my power after that bonding?" Issei asked. "About 2 more hours, if any earlier than that then you'll surely die trying to kill the beast," Drake answered. Sigh ... If it gets out of control I might just have to get there early and sacrifice myself," Issei said bitterly. "That might be true, partner ... But don't forget that I'm with you all the way," Drake said with confidence. "Yeah, thanks partner." Small time skip. "Issei, are you awake yet?" Albion spoke through a communication link. "Yes, Albion, I am," Issei answered. "Good, you have to come here immediately. We can't hold the barrier any longer. We are exhausted and Thor, Shiva and Krom Kruach can't hold off the beast any longer." "All right, I'll be there in a minute," Issei said with a bitter smile before cutting the link. Sigh, so 1 hour too early. "Guess I'll die today," Issei said jokingly. "You what?" Valerie shouted as she stood behind Issei. "Oh, didn't see you here," Issei spoke. "You a what?" Valerie asked, angrier. "There's a high chance, even higher than it should have been, because I'm still not recovered fully and they can't hold the beast any longer," Issei explained, not daring to look into her heartbroken, teary eyes. Time and hugged him. "You have to come back. I won't let you die just when I got the chance to be with you. Promise you'll come back," Valerie begged as she cried into his chest. Issei didn't know what to do, so he just did as she asked. I promise, Issei promised before kissing her. When they parted, Issei gave her one last smile before leaving via magic circle. He appeared on a cliff and looked around only to see a bunch of people holding the barrier. A lot of them were passed out, only the strongest remained, but even they had a lot of trouble. But what caught his attention was Thor, Shiva and Cruach gravely injured. Look who decided to show up. Azazel shouted from afar, a little annoyed after spotting Issei. Shut your mouth, you perverted crow, Issei growled back. Gabriel, Issei called out. Yeah, believe it or not, I talked to your father and he said he regrets not spending as much time as he should have been with you. But it all was because of Trihexa. He had to think of a solution, so don't be too hard on the old man. He loved you and still does. Gabriel went into tears hearing his words and hugged Issei. How many girls will you make cry today, Issei? Going for a record or something? Drake mocked Issei. Shut it. Thank you, Gabriel thanked before releasing Issei from the hug. Issei. A quiet voice called out that barely anyone heard, but Issei heard it loud and clear. Issei turned around and saw Rias, Aquino, Zenobia and Kaneko. Issei stared dead in the eyes of Rias in silence. Issei, we wanted to apologize for our actions. We should have controlled ourselves, Rias spoke. Please forgive us, Issei. I know that what we did was horrible and disgusting, but please find it in your heart to forgive us. Aquino was the next to speak. Sigh, look girls, what you did was truly heartbreaking, but you were drunk and had no idea what you were doing. It's partly my fault. Maybe if I stayed I could have prevented this from happening. Issei spoke as the bad memories started to return. Please, Issei, we understand what we did was horrible, but we love you. We want you to return to us, please, Zenobia begged. Sorry, but you still did it, you enjoyed it, and you broke me, shattered my heart, and that was the moment all the love, all the appreciation that I had for you died together. Eat the old me. I'm sorry, but we won't have the same relationship we had previously. The most we could be is friends, but no more. Even that will be hard. Issei spoke as his voice was dead serious, in fact quite dead. Rias and the girls stared at Issei in disbelief but understood what he was saying. That was it, the end of their possible future together. The girls started to cry after falling to their knees as all of their suffering was visible to all, but Issei seemed unfazed by that, but internally he was all messed up. He was the luckiest and happiest man having the girls with him until that night. He had it all. They had thought of the future, but that future will never come. I think it's a record, Drake said, though a mental link. Issei about to say something, but a certain crow was getting impatient. Just go and do your fucking job, Azazel shouted. Sigh, yeah, whatever you say, you annoying crow, Issei replied with a tick mark. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Alright, open an entrance for me, Issei ordered. You got it, Azazel replied before opening a big enough hole for Issei to fly through. Jet, called out Issei, and with a flap of his wings, he flew straight through the hole before it closed. The moment he got inside he felt sick and uneasy. The killing intent and desire for destruction overwhelmed Issei a bit, but he shrugged it off. He flew for a minute and got close enough to the beast, which was releasing a lot of dark aura. It was just like he saw in his dream, ugly and monstrous. Try a fearful sight. Guys, you ready? I am partner. I already told you that I lend you my powers for everything you need, Vritra spoke. I'm with you, Issei Hyoudou, Issei Welsh Cruach said. Sure, let's just get over with this already, Yulong said impatiently. I'm always ready, darling, Tiamat said with a warm and calming voice. Let's do this. I want to sniff more panties, Fafnir said. I'm with you, Al said. I stand by your side, Tannen said. I just want to sleep, Midgardsormr muttered. I'm all the way with you, partner. Let's show that beast the wrath of the heavenly dragon king. Drake roared. Issei smirked at the answers of the dragons. Alright then, let's do this, Issei shouted as he flared his aura to its limits. That action attracted Trihexa's attention almost instantly. Issei and his companions started to chant together. We who shall awaken. We are the souls who bring fear to our foes. We shall become the heavenly dragon king and protect the world. We who will destroy you. We who will bring you to your doom. You shall perish as we unleash our rage. Fear the mighty dragons and begone from this world. His armor stayed the same, but the power that Issei was emitting made everything shake and crack. Trihexa felt he was a threat and wanted to get rid of him, destroy him. He started to move towards Issei. He was far enough from Issei so he had some time to prepare. Issei summoned his spear and prepared his move, but Trihexa got too close, so Issei had to use some extra power. Shadow chains of Vritra. Issei roared. Black chains wrapped around Trihexa and his legs that kept him in place as it tried to break out. I need to finish this fast. I'm already getting tired, Issei said before pointing his spear to the monster. The spear of God, lend me your power. Let me, the heavenly dragon king, win this battle. I shall destroy all evil and save the world from its doom, roared Issei as the holy aura was flaring all around the spear and Issei himself. Hurry up, Issei, you don't have much time left, Vritra warned, but just as Vritra warned him, Trihexa broke out from the chains. Off-Eyes now. Out of nowhere, Off-Eyes appeared and used her snakes to bind Trihexa in place. Holy evil eraser, Issei roared, and a strong draconic and holy aura shot out of the spear straight at Trihexa, hitting it. Trihexa screeched in pain as it tried to block the beam. Dragons within me, lend me your power for the last time and help me defeat my foe, Issei roared. Suddenly black, red, light blue, dark purple, light purple, green, and violet pink draconic energies came out of the spear too, hitting the beast, but it still didn't do the job. Tarar, it's draining me, Issei said as he could barely continue the attack. Suddenly Issei's aura turned pitch black, shocking Issei and the souls inside him, but before Issei could question, he felt his energy return and his aura return to normal. But it still wasn't enough. Everyone unleash all of your power. You idiot, if we do that you will lose the last humanity you have left, and to regain the human form you'll have to train for at least 3 years. D-Drag roared back. That doesn't matter anymore. If we won't kill the beast we will die anyways. Issei argued. D-Drag and the others stayed silent, but after a minute everyone agreed to do it and they unleashed their full powers. Trihexa screeched in so much agony, but it still didn't work. The beast's regeneration was that powerful. Damn it, what to do? Issei said to himself before an idea poked in his head. Penetrate, roared Issei, and as soon as he said those words the death beam went straight through Trihexa, destroying its body. Yes, we did it, Issei roared in victory. Out of nowhere the spear in his armor broke and shattered. Most of the holy energy went into Issei's body after it exploded massively from the spear and finished destroying the barrier, and several orbs came out of him. He immediately understood what it meant. The gear seals were removed. All of the souls returned to their bodies, only red and dark purple stayed. Issei couldn't hold himself in the air anymore with his wings, and he started to fall, and before everything went black he heard some shouts and cries from afar. In a dream world, Issei was in a dark void, unable to move, just hear and see, questioning what was going on mentally until he heard a deep and powerful voice. Young one, it's not over, you shall face many more challenges and suffer a lot of pain. I hope you'll prepare yourself for what's to come. With the leaders, Sarayorg, Saji, Kiba, screamed Riaz and some others. Once Issei killed the beast, in some areas the holy energy blasted through people, and the unlucky ones got either wounded or even killed from intense holy energy that came from the inside of the barrier. And the few unlucky ones were Sarayorg, Saji, Kiba. They were burning from the holy energy as they screamed out of pain. They were devils after all. Sarayorg and Saji died a painful death, while Rizer got lucky enough just to get his one arm burned while he lost the other one, and because of the holy energy he couldn't heal anymore. Kiba had his left arm and face burned from the holy energy, but he was still alive. That's karma, thought some people such as Azazel, Sona, and Issei's girls. Riaz cried as she lost her cousin, while Irina, Ingvild, and Tsubaki helped a passed out Kiba and teleported to the Citri hospital. Sona and her peerage didn't react to Saji's death. The beast was killed, people returned to their homes and take a long rest. The girls were about to leave too until Valerica suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ingvild asked. Valerica didn't say anything as she hastily turned around and saw someone she hoped to find for a long time. The girls turned to look where Valerica was looking and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He looked much like Valerica. To some of the girls, it seemed that he possessed a bottomless and creepy aura around his body. He wore the same Mao Lucifer attire as Surzech, although colored in silver, and had his 12 devil wings full on display. Hello, Valerica, glad to see my granddaughter after so many years, the man spoke. Rizvim, glad you had the chance to come, Valerica said as her body tensed up. She was looking forward to this very moment to finally end what she started years ago. Won't you give your grandfather a hug? You fucking mistake, Rizvim asked with venom in his voice. Sure, you'll get your well-deserved hug, Valerica said before walking toward the man. The girls watched the scene unfold, not knowing what to do, but didn't lower their guard. Valerica was 10 meters from the man, who was calmly waiting. She had a crazy smirk that grew bigger with every step she took. Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Valerica immediately took off and flew with her energy wings towards the man, who was still waiting calmly. As Valerica was about to hit Rizvim, he sidestepped and tapped her armor on the shoulder as she passed him, and her armor suddenly disappeared, most to everyone's, except Rizvim's, shock. Valerica stopped 10 meters behind Rizvim and glared at him with hate. Surprised. This is my special ability that disables any sacred gear with a single touch, explained Rizvim with a wicked and mocking smile. Albion, Albion, Valerica shouted, but no response from her partner. You see, your dragon can't even respond to you, ha. Now, what are you gonna do? Rizvim mocked. The other girls took battle stances and got ready to help Valerica defeat Rizvim. Don't interfere. I will kill him on my own for what he has done, Valerica shouted as she noticed her harem sisters get ready for battle. The girls became confused and were not sure what to do. They wanted to help, but Valerica was against it. Ha, you think you can take me on without your sacred gear? Rizvim asked, but Valerica responded with only a battle cry as she charged at Rizvim while coating her limbs with strong and potent demonic energy. Hyaa, Valerica shouted with a punch, but Rizvim dodged it. She launched a barrage of kicks and punches, but Rizvim dodged or blocked them all easily. Maybe if Valerica hadn't let her emotions take over, she could land a lot more hits. That went on for a while until Valerica suddenly launched a ball of demonic energy at Rizvim's feet as she leapt away. Valerica landed in front of the girls and watched the smoke slowly disappear. Once the smoke disappeared, it revealed nothing, but suddenly they heard a burst of laughter from above. They looked up and saw Rizvim with 12 devil wings in the air. Beha, is that all you can do without your gear? Such a disappointment you are. Always was, Rhizome said with a disgusted look. Valerica just continued to glare at the bastard who killed her parents and tortured her for days. Valerica, please, let us help, Ingvild begged. No, I must kill him myself. He murdered my parents, I must make him pay. Valerica shouted as she continued to glare at a flying form of Rhizome, but her body was shaking from the rage and sorrow that she felt. Suddenly Valerica felt comfort and warmth as all of the girls hugged her. We understand what you mean, but we can't just watch you fight him alone without your sacred gear. Just think how sad Issei would be if he'd found out that you got hurt or even killed. Irina said. Valerica started to think about it. Just let us help you, we care about you, we can't just sit and watch you fight alone, that freak. Miriama said. Valerica froze and slowly looked at the girls from the corner of her eye and saw all of her sisters smile. Valerica let out a sigh and nodded slowly. Are you done? You almost made me puke, Rhizome said as he landed back on the ground. All of the girls took their battle stances and got ready to fight as they powered up. You are going down, you scumbag, Valerica said. We shall see, you filthy hybrid, Rhizome replied with disgust as he got ready to fight too. Valerica didn't waste any time and charged at Rhizome once again, but this time not alone, as Miriama and Cadace charged from the sides with newly created ice swords that were infused with destructive magic. The three got to Rhizome and delivered their powerful attacks with an explosion. Ingvild predicted Rhizome's next move and shot a charged demonic attack into the sky. Ingvild's attack reached her target as they heard a grunt in the sky followed by a loud thud. Rhizome tried to stand up, but before he could do that, Irina slashed with a light sword that was infused with intense holy magic. But before she could cut off Rhizome's head, he moved out of the sword's way just in time, but still got slashed across the back as he rolled to the side. Dar, annoying brats, I guess it's enough of games, Rhizome said as he stood up with the help of his wings. Suddenly Cadace, Miriama, and Momo passed out from Rhizome's intense and overwhelming aura while Ingvild, Irina, and Valerica struggled to breathe. Let me show you what it means to be beneath me, you filth, Rhizome said while he created 2 magic circles in front of him with Lucifer marks. The remaining girls felt what was coming. After I kill you, filth, I will get to that annoying dragon emperor that killed my experiment subject, Rhizome said with malice. When girls heard that, their expressions became cold and emotionless as they stood up and glared at Rhizome. What's this? You are still able to stand? Rhizome asked with slight shock and amusement. The trio didn't reply, they just stared at him with killing intent. Even if Rhizome was powerful, those stares sent cold shivers down his spine. Rhizome got tired of waiting, so he just shot 2 charged demonic energy beams at the trio. With a loud explosion, the area was covered in a thick smoke and dust cloud. Hahaha, that all you had? I guess I was excited for nothing, Rhizome laughed. He created a magic circle to leave but heard a deep growl from the dust cloud. A loud flap followed by a gust of wind that blew away all of the smoke and dust revealed the trio still standing unscratched and still with emotionless expressions. But what shocked Rhizome the most was a celestial blue dragon that stared at his very soul with her cold icy blue eyes, and the angel with silver wings and her armor with a sword and a shield that blocked the attack. The celestial dragon released her cold and powerful aura while Irina did the same with her holy one, and Rhizome understood who he was facing. A dragon king and the last judge. What a surprise. Now let's have some fun, Rhizome said as he took off into the air. The 4 did the same with their wings. Ingvild launched a large barrage of water attacks at Rhizome. He had a hard time dodging all of those attacks. Some hit him and slowed him down as well as damaged him. Valerica shot 2 small compressed beams at Rhizome, and one of them hit him in the back as he was too distracted by Ingvild's attacks. The previous cut from Irina hurt a lot already, and another attack to the back put him at disadvantage. But that was not all, as Irina sent a large barrage of light spears that were barely avoidable with their speed. The celestial dragon proceeded by freezing Ingvild's water attacks and creating sharp daggers. It was too much for Rhizome to dodge, so he had to hide behind a barrier that started to crack when the blue dragon launched a blue flame at the barrier. The barrier shattered, but Rhizome dodged the attack, but not so lucky this time as his whole left arm was gone. He drank Fennec's tears and the wounds healed except for the holy one, and the arm didn't regrow, of course. That was painful, but I will finish with you. I saved this for the Red Emperor, but I guess I'll have to use it here to get to him and torture him for eternity. Ah. Rhizome laughed like a complete insane maniac as he took out another vial from his pocket, but it wasn't Fennec's tears. I'll kill that dragon first with Samuel's blood, next get to you too, and later you know who already. After Trihexa was killed, Rhizome completely lost his sanity as his long-planned plans failed so quickly and miserably. Tiamat and Ingvild donned shocked expressions while Valerica was completely enraged. Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. What? I deactivated your sacred gear, so how? What is this? How are you doing this? Shouted Rhizome, but as an answer, Valerica used her final move. Compression divider. Her energy wings spread and glowed light blue as Valerica slowly divided Rhizome out of existence. And no, this is not how I will let this end. This is not the end, Rhizome shouted as he took a step forward, but something stopped him. It was a light spear that stabbed his leg. He looked back at Valerica and said his final words. Ahaba, I hope you are happy to kill me this time for real. It's a shame I didn't get to kill your mother. But I ain't you've ... up shouted Rhizome shouted as a golden cup manifested into his hand, but it was too late and he disappeared into nothingness and dropped the cup. Valerica's armor shattered and she fell, but Tiamat caught her just in time. She was asleep, she was too exhausted. Let's go home, Ingvild said as she picked up the golden cup, but it shattered much to her surprise and worry. Tiamat took every passed out harem sister before teleporting to their house with a single thought in her mind. Stay strong, Issei, and please come back soon. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.